Good evening. In compliance with Chapter 551, Open Meetings of the Texas Government Code, I call to order a meeting. Hold on, gonna wait for a second. Hi, we're really glad to have a crowd here tonight, and we're ready to start a meeting when you're ready to get started. Thank you all. Good, thank you and welcome tonight. Thank you for joining us. In compliance with Chapter 551 Open Meetings of the Texas Government Code, I call to order an information session of the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District for Thursday, June 12, 2025 at 6:02 p.m. A quorum of the board is physically present at Austin ISD Central Office to conduct this meeting. This meeting is being broadcast on cable channel 22 through Spectrum as Town Broadband and on channel 99 through AT&T UVerse. Closed captioning in English is available on these platforms for individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing. Welcome and thank you for joining us. Next is an opportunity for the public to share comments with the board. This time allows speakers to comment publicly on any topic of their choosing directly to the school board. We have time for up to 60 speakers. As a reminder, the district continues to provide time during the regular voting meetings of the board to hear from the public about agenda items for consideration or vote. This is an opportunity for the board to take part in listening to our community. While we wish we could respond or provide feedback, we are required to limit our questions to requests for clarification or follow-up directly to the administration. Members of the public wishing to participate in the public comment portion of our meeting called a dedicated AISD phone line in advance of the meeting to speak in person, to sign up to speak in person or audio record their remarks. Tonight we have 4 people who signed up to speak in person and we have 28 people who left a recorded message. We will now move to in-person testimony. In order to provide as many opportunities for input as possible within a limited time period at this meeting, each speaker will be allotted 1 minute. No substitutions or yielding of time to others is permitted. Callers who signed up to speak in person are welcome to come to the microphone when their name is called. As you come to the microphone, please press the button to turn it on. There's a device that will light up as you move through your 1 minute of allotted time. When the buzzer sounds, please make a final thought in 1 sentence. And we ask that whether you come to give a complaint or a praise, that you reference any staff member by position or abbreviated last name. And we ask that all audience members, whether speaking or not, please show respect for others at all times. Our in-person speakers for tonight are Kathleen Schneeman, Steve Swanson, Helen Miller, and Cheryl Bradley. And you can come to the microphone in that order when you're ready, please. Thank you.
Good evening. Not working? It is working. Good evening. Kathleen Lyons-Schneeman. Nice to see you all. I have been involved with Austin ISD for many years, Boundary Task Force years ago, 2007 timeframe. Here tonight to talk about school closures, which just keeps coming forward. For the school district, you're offering what you do very much literacy. The most important thing is that every child is reading on grade level, that everything else follows, math, science, music. Most important thing is literacy. How do school closures and consolidations impact literacy for our youth? We've had 3 or 4 school closures already. Do we have this information? Do we have this data? What's the impact been on the youth that were impacted in those school closures? And where are they today? What does that look like today? So as you make these decisions, I'd ask you keep focused on that North Star rather than the facilities themselves. Thank you.
And Mr. Swanson, can you turn the microphone on, please, so we can hear you and record you?
The button.
Thank you. Perfect.
All right. Is it there? Okay. I'll do the good evening part again. Steve Swanson, 30-year volunteer in education, including Eastside Memorial High School. After Johnston High School in East Austin was the first school in Texas closed by TEA using the accountability system in 2008. We must stop the planning process at Webb, Dobie, and Burnett middle schools. It is harmful to and violates the rights of students, parents, teachers, board members, and everyone in AISD, including taxpayers. Also, we must prevent the harm caused when TEA uses turnaround planning in any other school. AISD lawyers, please seize your opportunity to help all our schools. Using the Texas Lawyers Creed, support the board and superintendent in calling and telling TEA to provide them the training in school planning as required in Chapter 11 of the Texas Education Code. Training to improve the planning process for our schools. Through my experience, the Lawyers Creed, for lawyers, the Texas Lawyers Creed, I'll get my last morning. Texas Lawyers Creed is very important, and Chapter 11 of the Texas Education Code is very important. And let's look at them and read them and follow them. Thank you.
Next up is Helen Miller. Thank you, Ms. Miller.
Good evening, Board, Superintendent. I'm here with my concerns with Alternative Learning Center and the floor plan that was drawn up for the student at Mendez. I would know that I heard that you all approve for the move, but I want to know from you trustees if you approve for the floor plan where they're putting these kids at Mendez. The middle school kids and high school kids are going to be on the same floor in the same hallway. That's not going to be a good situation. Then you have kids coming from North Austin that'll be riding a bus way across town to South Austin. So these kids are already riding a bus an hour and 45 minutes. Now they probably be, with the traffic, it may be 2 hours and 30 minutes or 2 hours and 40 minutes. So I'm just trying to figure out, you all approve this floor plan? If you did, I just want everybody to be I want this on public records. It's not going to be a happy place there.
Okay, and we do have several more people who have signed up for in-person public comment as well. Next up is Cheryl Bradley. Hello, Ms. Bradley. And then we have 3 more people after that.
Okay, so the mic is on, right? Okay. DP Legal states, a principal shall approve all teachers and staff appointments for the campus. DK actually states that a superintendent can place a teacher on a campus due to programmatic change or leveling. At LBJ, we've decided that we're going to place an AP on the campus without the principal's approval, or even without the principal knowing it. Then not only that, the AP is going to decide that he wants to bring some people with him. So you tell me how this principal is expected to supervise his staff if the AP already feels that he does not have to get the principal's approval on anything. I just want an answer to that. And you have your policies, and your policies aren't being followed. Board, you have state statute that shows your role with the superintendent. Study to show yourself approved. Read your statute.
Thank you. We have 3 additional speakers who signed up. JC Ramirez, Vanessa Gomez, and I'm having a little trouble reading it. I believe it's Nancy Suarez.
Buenas tardes a
thank
todos. Mi nombre es Daisy Ramírez. Quiero empezar con esta declaración que tiene el distrito en lo que fue la encuesta en cuanto a la consolidación de escuelas. Los líderes del distrito de la mesa directiva van a usar los resultados para entender los valores y las prioridades de la comunidad y tomar la mejor decisión basada en esto. Me pregunto cómo es que mi opinión va a ser tomada para que ustedes tomen las decisiones si en las encuestas que ustedes realizan son encuestas con respuestas básicas y no se puede escribir ahí mi opinión total y detallada sobre esta situación. Como distrito, ustedes señalan que la consolidación de escuelas es para crear escuelas más fuertes a nivel de oportunidades y recursos. Sin embargo, Estamos hablando de escuelas que serán cerradas y son escuelas que están brindando recursos y oportunidades que no están simplemente para estudiantes, sino para toda la comunidad en sí. Entonces quisiera entender si en verdad se nos va a tomar en cuenta como comunidad, porque siento que no está pasando esto. Gracias.
I'm going to do the side translation. I want to start with a statement that the district, in its survey regarding the school consolidations, this district leadership and the school board are going to use these results of the survey to understand the values and priorities of the community and to make the best decision based on these comments. I asked myself, how is it that my opinion is going to be considered completely in this survey if I can only express certain details of my thoughts regarding the situation without me having to respond fully these questions as I would love to, as I would like to. As a district, you point out that the school consolidation is to improve the schools and make them stronger with better opportunities and resources. See, if we talk about schools, we not want to talk about the schools themselves, but we talk about opportunities for the community and resources for the community. That's basically it.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Vanessa Gomez, and I try to speak my English. It's not very well, but I feel sad today because thanks you, our system is broke right now. Thank you, our school is broke right now. So my daughter is on Borne Middle School. At the moment, we don't have a teacher for special ed and life skill. So that's why we have our demands. Lo voy a leer en español. Exigimos más tiempo para planificar. And you can repeat after me, no? Okay. Nos oponemos a los planes de reestructuración. Nos oponemos a los despidos masivos de docentes y administradores. Los educadores, padres y estudiantes deben dirigir. Nos oponemos a que las escuelas charter o a la TEA se hagan cargo de nuestras escuelas. Many times we try to contact to you and you never listen to us. So like parents, we have rights. Like students, our kids have rights. So thank you.
I'm just going to read the demands that she mentioned in Spanish. We demand more time to make plans for any schools facing restructuring plans, in particular Adobe, Webb, and Burnett Middle Schools. We oppose the disruptive turnaround plans pushed by Austin ISD and TEA. We oppose the mass dismissals of teachers and administrators who have the support of their staff and communities. We demand job security for educators. Educators, parents, and students must lead any restructuring plans. We oppose charter and/or TEA takeovers of our schools or a TEA takeover of Austin ISD. We want resources for our public schools here and now.
My name is Maria Suarez, and I'm a parent of Burnett Middle School. And we had a meeting with Mr. Matias, which he said he was not laying off any teachers, which we take that as a lie. Because he later said that no one was laying off, which he was laying off teachers, calling them saying, you no longer have a job for next school year. So that's telling me that they're lying to us. We're paying for our taxes. That's how the district's getting paid for. So we deserve transparency. We deserve to be respected as parents. We deserve the truth. We do not appreciate Matias. We do not appreciate the TEA because the TEA itself has been failing for the past 7 years or more. So we deserve the truth. We want truthfully to be told what the scores are based on the TEA and based on the school district. Thank you.
Thank you to all of our speakers. We will now play the recorded messages that were left for public testimony, so please listen carefully.
My name is Lauren Hernandez James, and I am the AVID coordinator and teacher at Webb Middle School. I am calling today to express severe concern for restaffing and to emphasize the harm it has caused. As a 10-year, highly eligible teacher who has not only taught for this district, but has also written curriculum, created and led trainings, coached and mentored for you all, I have decided it is no longer safe to stay in Austin ISD. When told I was eligible to reapply for my job, I was asked to commit for 2 years. If the charter plan comes to fruition this December, soon, AVID would no longer be offered at Webb. You are not trying to keep transformative teachers. You are putting on a show that you care for the public, but your decision was made long before this moment. I hope you feel as if you were on the right side of history right now, because for many of us, you hold the faces of the anti-civil rights movement happening across Texas. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mesa directiva. Soy Marcela García, una mamá de Dobby, y ya es tiempo de darnos sus respuestas, y las necesitamos ahora. Ya tenemos directores listos para la escuela Dobby, Burnett, Webb, Paredes. Ya tenemos maestros, ya tenemos consejeros, ya tenemos personal para las oficinas, ¿o hasta cuándo? Demuestren, mesa directiva, que ustedes sí son profesionales y que saben hacer su trabajo bien. O pediremos una nueva mesa directiva que sí tenga ganas de trabajar. Ya basta, estamos cansados, pero no vamos a parar. Ojalá me hayan escuchado a mí y todas estas llamadas que hacemos cada día. Gracias, muchas gracias.
This is an interpretation from Spanish into English of a message from Marcela Garcia. Good afternoon, Board of Trustees. I am Marcela Garcia, a Dobby parent, and it is time for you to give us your answer, and we need it now. Do we have principals ready for Dobby, Burnett, Webb, and Paredes schools? Do we have teachers? Do we have counselors? Do we have office staff? Or when will we have them? Show us, Board, that you are professionals and that you know how to do your job well, or we will ask for a board that is willing to do the work. Enough is enough. We are tired, but we are not going to stop. I hope you have listened to me and to all these calls we make every day. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Dear Austin ISD Board and everyone, I'm a parent. My daughter will go to 6th grade in Keeling Middle School this August. She and a dozen other students were placed to take Algebra 1 after they showed excellence in the math placement test this year. However, we were told that they couldn't take Algebra 1 unless they go through credit by exam on 6th, 7th, and 8th grade math, all 3 grades during the summer before school starts. While TEA only requires 8th grade equivalent, the ask to do all 3 grades in a short time adds tremendous burden to the students and families. I hope Austin ISD can honor the Keeling Math Placement Test as proof of 8th grade equivalent that has been done for all the past years, or at least allow students to skip 6th and 7th grade CBE. If the TA request is 8th grade equivalent, taking 8th grade credit by exam should suffice. Thank you for your time hearing my concern, and I hope you make a favorable decision for us.
Good evening. This is Letitia Anderson. I reviewed the turnaround plan for Burnett, Dobby, and Webb, and I have significant concerns. While the document is lengthy, it feels like a cut-and-paste job, generic strategies rather than a plan tailored to the real needs of these campuses. More troubling, there is no mention of elementary feeder schools. How can we talk about turnaround without addressing the foundation? If elementary students are not adequately prepared, middle schools are set up to fail before students even arrive. This plan lacks meaningful systemic change. It repackages old ideas under new headings without clear evidence they'll improve outcomes long term. I urge the district to go back, engage authentically with communities, including feeder campuses, and create a plan that reflects innovation, not duplication. Thank you.
This is Sharon Vane, the parent of 2 AISD graduates. I'm calling to amplify comments made by trustees as well as many members of the community around providing clear data regarding how much money school closures have saved and will save. If accurate financial data does not exist from the 2019 closures, please just say so. The proposal moving forward must include a clear estimate of what will be saved and a line item level explanation of how the district arrived at the numbers. Anything less falls short of the promise for transparency. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sarah Tao. I wanted to voice my concern for the recent changes that are affecting the math pathway at Keeling. I'm honestly very disappointed with the sudden change. Did they know about this earlier? And if so, why would they have our kids sit for the math exam back in March and then let the administration notify students of their placement? We've already received detailed course info, note from the teacher, and a personalized summer assignment with lectures posted. At the beginning of May, we were given a week to deliberate and did not make this decision lightly. The timing of this is terribly unfair. Please consider how these kids might feel pulling their placement just days ago, and now they are under pressure to take summer exams or summer school. I'm already seeing its negative impact on this group of kids and their families. My hope is that you wait to make this change to ensure that it is fair and makes sense. Perhaps you can consider giving this group of kids some grace this year as you work out the kinks for next year. We've been in EIC schools for a long time, and I really do hope the accelerated math program doesn't change. I believe it is what draws many families to stay at Keeling. I appreciate your time and thanks for your consideration.
Good evening, trustees and Superintendent Segura. My name is Vincent Tolar, and I'm an AISD parent. My daughter graduated from Eastside last year and my son last month from Gus Garcia. I'm calling about agenda item 7.5. I agree with the community members who were at TEA on Tuesday demanding clear answers on the future of their schools. I support the parents of Dobie, Webb, and Burnett who say their rights to participate in the turnaround plans have been violated. AISD has rushed this process and already reassigned teachers and admin. I strongly oppose charter and TEA takeover, but also demand AISD put students, parents, and teachers in charge of any plans to their schools. Mistakes made by AISD will only add to the mistakes already made by AISD as we're just starting an unprecedented closure process, not consolidation, closure process. Thank you.
This is an interpretation into English of Andrea Aguilar's message. Hi, good morning, Board of Trustees and Superintendent Matias Segura. My name is Andrea Aguilar, parent of a Burnett Middle School student. I am a concerned community member. I am calling about agenda item 7.5. I agree with the community members who were outside the TEA on Tuesday demanding clear answers about the future of their schools from TEA and AISD. I support the parents at schools such as Dobie, Webb, and Burnett Middle Schools who say their right to participate in the restructuring plans has been violated and that their voices have not been heard. AISD has led a hurried process and has already reassigned teachers and administrators. The community knows they have received plans and ideas from educators and the community, and the...
Hola, buenos días. Mesa directiva y superintendente Matías Segura. Mi nombre es Andrea Aguilar, padre de un estudiante de la Burnett Middle School. Soy miembro de la comunidad preocupada. Les llamo en relación con el punto de 7.5 de la agenda. Estoy de acuerdo que los miembros de la comunidad que estuvieron fuera de la TEA el martes exigiendo respuestas claras sobre el futuro de sus escuelas por parte de la TEA y del ISD. Apoyo a los padres de las escuelas como la secundaria Dobie, Webb y Burnett, quienes afirman que se ha violado su derecho a participar en los planes de reestructuración y que sus voces no han sido escuchadas. El ISD ha llevado a cabo un proceso apresurado y ya ha reaccionado maestros y administradores. La comunidad sabe que han recibido planes e ideas de educadores y de la comunidad y los...
Hello, my name is Stacy Smith, and I'm a longtime staff member at AIC, but I'm calling today as a parent of a daughter who graduated from Eastside Early College High School and a son who just graduated from Gus Garcia. I am calling because I do agree with the community members who are at TEA on Tuesday demanding clear answers on the future of their schools. This is related to agenda item 7.5, by the way. I support the parents of Dobie, Webb, and Burnett who say their rights to participate in the turnaround plans have been violated. I really want to encourage the board to listen to the parents, moms, dads, abuelitas, students, and teachers who are still here in an era of choice, of school choice. They are choosing to fight for our public schools and demand a seat at the planning table. They will be here much longer than a mid-level TEA manager, possibly an executive director, and longer than even a school board member. Please listen to them, give them a seat at the planning table in these turnaround plans. Thank you so much.
This is an interpretation into English of Teresa Rivera's message. Good morning. My name is Teresa Rivera. I am calling about Agenda Item 7.5. As a community member, I support the parents and teachers who are concerned about what is happening in the schools of our area. We want clear answers about the future of our schools from TEA and Austin ISD. I support the teachers and parents who say their rights have been violated. Austin ISD has led a hurried process, reassigning teachers and administrators, and their voices have not been heard. We oppose charter schools and TEA taking over our schools. But I also ask for clarity, and that the parents, teachers, and students of Dobie, Webb, and Burnett be included in any rebuilding plans. That is why I also leave a clear message to the TEA office that they should be available when the community needs to talk to you. We respectfully arrived to deliver a statement, and we had to wait for 30 minutes before a representative could receive it. We will continue being here so that our voices will have meaning, so that our children, we are supporting their future. Thank you.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Teresa Rivera. Le llamo en relación con el punto 7.5 de la agenda. Yo como miembro de la comunidad apoyo a los padres y maestros que están preocupados por lo que está pasando en nuestras escuelas del área. Queremos respuestas claras sobre el futuro de nuestras escuelas por parte de la TEA y del Austin ISD. Apoyo a los maestros y padres que afirman que sus derechos han sido violados. El ISD ha llevado un proceso apresurado en reasignar maestros y administradores y sus voces no han sido escuchadas. Nos oponemos a las escuelas charter y la TEA se apropien de nuestras escuelas, pero también pido claridad y que los padres, maestros, estudiantes, especialmente de Dobie, Webb y Burnett, sean incluidos en cualquier plan de reconstrucción. Es por eso que también dejo un mensaje claro a la oficina de la TEA, que estén disponibles cuando la comunidad necesita hablar con ustedes. Con respeto llegamos a entregarles un comunicado y se tuvo que esperar 30 minutos para que un representante pueda recibirlo. Seguiremos aquí para que nuestras voces tengan un significado, que nuestros niños estamos apoyando el futuro de ellos. Gracias.
Buenos días, mesa directiva y superintendente Matías Segura. Yo soy una madre de familia de la escuela web y les llamo en relación con el punto 105 de la agenda. Yo estoy totalmente de acuerdo con los miembros de la comunidad que estuvieron afuera del TEA el martes exigiendo las respuestas claras sobre el futuro de nuestras escuelas. Apoyo a las escuelas de secundaria Dobie, Webb y Burnett que están en la misma situación. Nosotros queremos que no se violen nuestros derechos y queremos participar en los planes de la reestructuración y que nuestras voces sean escuchadas. El ISD no ha dado algún proceso, nos ha dado un proceso muy apresurado, la verdad, no nos ha dado la forma de que nosotros podamos opinar y queremos ser parte de ese plan. Queremos que se nos tome en cuenta como padres de familia y como...
Marie, community member has been reduced to tears watching the district fumble the upgraded campuses. We have failed these schools and communities for years, cutting staff and resources, including tutoring like Twilight without replacement, then blaming them for struggling. Just as things began working, we're tearing it all down. Despite no real support, schools built powerful programs, banned mariachi school newspapers, things that engaged kids. Webb was second in math growth, but instead of focusing on STAR, students had to spend the end of their school year calling in, begging for their school to not be dismantled. Their pleas were ignored. The messaging has been one of fear, but the actions shown urgency and the communication and engagement have been abysmal, possibly by design. We've talked out of communities, excluded them, made decisions for them, not with them. This is not just a TEA problem. We need real engagement with staff and communities, not box checking. We need immediate outreach, not just mass emails, person-to-person support, help with enrollment, transportation, and access to summer school. Robust summer tutoring programs, staff to ensure registration for summer and fall is happening now. Updates updated FAQs with current specific information, public-facing section where they can go to get answers and responses. We have failed long enough. Stop the erasure. There is also no mention of SPED anywhere on your turnaround plan, despite being 23% of the population. L's are barely referenced. We have to do better as well on the early childhood and Head Start program so that kids can get services and supports they need before they're in middle.
Buenas noches, mesa directiva y superintendente Matías Segura. Mi nombre es Marta Leal, soy un padre de un estudiante de AIC. Estoy de acuerdo con los miembros de la comunidad que estuvieron fuera de la TEA el martes exigiendo respuestas claras sobre el futuro de las escuelas por parte de la TEA y de la AIC. Me opongo a que las escuelas charter y la TEA se apropien de nuestras escuelas y distritos. Gracias.
This is an interpretation into English of Marta Leal's message. Good evening, Board of Trustees and Superintendent Matías Segura. My name is Marta Leal. I am the parent of an AISD student. I agree with the community members who were outside the TEA on Tuesday, demanding clear answers about the future of our schools from TEA and AISD. I oppose charter schools and TEA taking over our schools and districts. Thank you.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Georgina López. Soy madre de Escuela Burnett. Solo dejo mi mensaje para expresar mi apoyo a las personas de la comunidad que están apoyando nuestras escuelas secundarias Burnett, Dobie, en Webb. Personas que estuvieron el día martes fuera de las instalaciones de la TEA exigiendo respuestas para el futuro de nuestras escuelas. También quiero comentar que no estoy de acuerdo en que quieran convertir en escuelas charters a nuestras secundarias. También me gustaría mucho y exijo que también escuchen a los maestros y estudiantes, ya que son ellos parte fundamental de nuestras escuelas y no están tomando en cuenta sus opiniones. Es todo.
This is an interpretation into English of Georgina Lopez's message. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Georgina Lopez. I am a mother at Burnett Middle. I am just leaving this message to express my support for the people in the community who are supporting our middle schools Burnett, Dobie, and Webb, and who were on Tuesday outside the TEA facilities demanding answers about the future of our schools. I also want to comment that I don't agree with the fact that they want to turn our middle schools into charter schools. I would also like very much and demand that they listen to teachers and students, since they are a key part of our schools and their opinions are not being considered.
Hello, my name is Maria Suarez. I'm representing Burnett Middle School. I'm a parent. I'm just so shocked that all the situation is going on, and I definitely would love for the district and TEA to take into consideration into not becoming charter schools. I know there is not a transparency. Nobody's being transparent to nobody. So we definitely need the public schools to remain open. We support public schools. We support our teachers. And I mean, I just would love for the district as well as the TA to be transparent to the community, since we are the mainly taxpayers and that's where the money comes from to all the school districts. We deserve to be told the truth. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Divya Kalaga, and this is regarding the new rule requiring students to complete 3 credit by exams to maintain their placement in Algebra 1. My son is a rising 6th grader placed into Algebra 1 at Keeling Magnet School, and we were very proud of him. He was thrilled, and it really boosted his confidence. But now with this new requirement, he's confused and a bit discouraged. We believe it's a lot to ask 11-year-olds to take 3 intensive exams over the summer with such short notice, especially when families already have plans in place. It feels overwhelming and a bit hard to navigate, and we're really worried about the pressure it's putting on our kids. I truly hope the board will consider a more student-friendly option, like perhaps a single placement test or maybe an exception this year. These students earn their spots and deserve process that promotes their success without last-minute stress. Thank you so much for your time.
My name is Cecilia Leonard. I was a math teacher at Webb Middle School. I'm calling because the ugly and harmful restaffing process has never stopped at Dobie, Webb, and Burnett. I agree with the community members who were outside of TEA on Tuesday. They demanded clear answers, and they still have not gotten any from neither TEA nor Austin ISD. I support the parents, teachers, and staff, and anyone who believes that their rights were violated, because they were. Their rights to be stakeholders and to participate in the future of our schools, the turnaround plans. Their voices have not been heard. Their voices, our voices, continue going ignored. Austin ISD has carried out a rushed process. You say that you have gotten stakeholder feedback. You have not gotten genuine and authentic stakeholder feedback. Please invoke and immediately implement a campus intervention team from these schools who can have an effect, a true effect on the future of our schools. We care about our kids. We love them. Please listen to our opinions.
Hi, my name is Sean Connis. I work at Webb Middle School. I have a concern for the disregard for Webb Middle School parents in the process for developing a turnaround plan for their campus. When a school needs a turnaround plan, an updated and targeted improvement plan must be developed according to Texas Education Code 39A.101. This is so there can be an in-depth analysis for improving the school. That step was totally ignored for Webb Middle School. When developing turnaround plan, parents were supposed to be involved in the preparation phase, but were not. When holding public meetings in regards to school accountability, parents were supposed to be informed 15 days before the meeting. They were given a 72-hour notice and a 24-hour notice, and it wasn't clear what the meeting was for. Parents were not informed of the meeting via legally mandated ways, such as Texas Education Code 39A.057 and 39A.058. Instead of a parent and community developed plan like the law calls, we are presented a pre-approved TEA plan. But middle school parents were disenfranchised from the process.
Good evening, school board members and Superintendente Matias Segura. My name is Irma Castanon. I'm a parent and community member of Dobie Middle School. I support the community members who went to TAA office on Tuesday this week to demanding clear answers to the future of their schools from TAA and ISD as well. I support the parents of Dobie, Webb, and Burnett Middle Schools who want to participate in the turnaround plans for their schools and feel like their voice is not being heard. I oppose to charter and TAA take over our schools. I encourage open collaboration between AISD board members, TAA, parents, students, teachers, and the community by working together. We can find proactive solutions to prevent school closures and address the root causes of declining student low grades. It's essential that we listen to each other to support our students and educators to create a stable and effective learning environment for every student in our school district. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ileana Medrano, and I work to support AISD schools, but I'm here on personal capacity. I just wanted to share that I'm in support of the group of community members who delivered a letter to TEA last week. AISD claims that community input has been part of the process, but the reality is stakeholders, including staff, parents, and students, have been completely excluded from meaningful decision-making. Staff were told to commit without knowing contracts or plans. This destabilizes schools and damages the trust that is needed in these schools. Parents were left in the dark, and several found out about these plans through charter schools calling them, trying to get their students to enroll before y'all said anything, and there was no accountability on that lack of communication, and that further damages trust. I support the educators who are demanding to be part of these plans, not as box-checking participants, but as true decision makers. Our ask is simple: empower campus-level community teams to shape turnaround plans going forward. Real solutions come from people closest to the work. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Patrick Rosenthal, and I'm calling in regards to item 5.2, the consolidation process update. Calling to ask the board to address the need to look at greater school desegregation now. There are only so many traumatic breakups of student learning communities people are willing to take. Shutting down historic AB-rated schools on the west side of town is unprecedented. The intensity and duration of the advocacy that will follow is not something the district is prepared for. It seems to me that instead of using consolidation to desegregate the schools, the consolidation process is performative in creating equity, knowing that the TE takeover is right down the road for these schools. Change the boundaries and desegregate the schools now. Do not shut down AB schools that are growing in enrollment or have open capacity to greater desegregate our district and provide safety from charter TEA takeover. Thank you.
Good evening, School Board and Superintendent Matias Segura. My name is Eric Salinas. I am a concerned community member, as well as a proud product of the public school system here in Texas, calling in regards to agenda item number 7.5. Just want to say I'm calling because I stand and support the parents of schools, parents and staff of schools like Dobie, Webb, and Burnett, who say that their right to participate in turnaround plans have been violated and their voices haven't been heard. Y'all district have carried the rush process out and assigned teachers, administrators, at the consent of the community. And even despite the fact the community knows you've received plans and ideas from educators in the community, all of which have been ignored. So I just want to stand and say that I oppose the charter schools and the TA takeover of our public school system here in the district. And I also demand that AISD put teachers, parents, and students in charge of any turnaround plans moving forward for the district. So thank you.
Good evening, School Board and Superintendent Matias Segura. My name is Sarah, and I am a teacher at Lamar Middle School. I'm calling with regards to agenda item 7.5. I agree with the community members who are outside of TEA on Tuesday demanding clear answers on the future of their schools from TEA and AISD. I support the parents of schools like Dobie, Webb, and Burnett Middle Schools who say their right to participate in the turnaround plans have been violated and their voices have not been heard. AISD has carried out a rush process and already resigned teachers and administrators. The community knows you have received plans and ideas from educators in the community and you have ignored them. I oppose charter and TEA takeovers of our schools and districts, but I also demand AISD put teachers, parents, and students be in charge of any turnaround plans or changes to their schools. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Ryder. I'm the parent of 3 current AISD students. Any claim that 2019 school closures saved the district money is a fantasy and revisionist history. The then superintendent and interim chief financial officer both told the board on separate occasions that school closures did not in fact save the district any money. And as a policy, there's little evidence to support school closures as a cost-saving measure. Perhaps the district would be better served if central administration are specific about how this latest cycle of school closures will save the district money. Maybe a focus on force reductions, savings as a result of less people working for the district. On that note, the central admin have not completed their own reduction in force. They present dollar amounts and percentages, but have not reached their purported goal of a central admin staff that is appropriately proportional to enrollment. Enrollment that did increase this year despite the continued inaccurate demographic reports that districts use to justify school closures, which don't save us any money. I ask the board to make decisions grounded in reality and supported by facts.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es María Ochoa y soy mamá de una alumna de la escuela Burnett Middle School. Y mi mensaje es para la mesa directiva y el señor Segura. Con mi oposición hacia cerrar las escuelas Burnett, Webb y Dobie. Creo que necesitábamos más tiempo para planificar la restauración, incluso maestros, el despido de maestros. Y también quiero pedir que, si es posible, que tuvieran la sensatez de como los alumnos con necesidades especiales, si van a tener sus maestros a tiempo. Estoy en contra también de lo que están haciendo y me gustaría poder apoyar, o más bien estoy apoyando a mis compañeros del meeting que hicieron el martes en la TA.
This is an interpretation into English of Maria Ochoa's message. Hi, good evening. My name is Maria Ochoa, and I am the mother of a Burnett Middle School student, and my message is for the Board of Trustees and Mr. Segura, as I oppose the closing of Burnett, Webb, and Dobie Middle Schools. I think we needed more time to plan the restoration, including teacher terminations. And I also want to request, if possible, for you to have the sense for like the special education students, whether they are going to have their teachers on time. I am also against what is being done, and I would like to be able to support, or rather, I am supporting my fellow community members and what they did on Tuesday at the TEA.
My name is Cuitlawa Guerra, and I'm the parent of 3 Austin ISD students. Last week at 2 separate meetings, the Chief of Communications stated that the problem with the 2019 school closures was that the district, quote, didn't show our work. I respectfully disagree. One of the many problems with the 2019 school closures, as with many previous cycles of closures, is a lack of systemic changes to prevent future school closures. In 2019 and in 2016, when the superintendent was the chief of operations, and when some of you trustees served on the FADBAC committee, promises were made to make systemic changes, such as reducing the use of portables, changing transfer policies, adjusting attendance zones, and aligning feeder patterns. Furthermore, the superintendent was the chair of the long-range planning committee, which recommended establishing baseline academic offerings that every Austin ISD family can expect at any school. Tonight's school closure presentation contains almost no mention of these systemic changes. I ask that the trustees summarily reject any school closure plan that does not include making these systemic changes, including establishing the baseline academics as recommended by the Long-Range Planning Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think there's one comment that did not get played. I don't know if the team has that coming or not, from Rebecca Bowchelder.
In addition,
I'd have translation for a couple, 10 and 11.
I have a message saying that it was played, but it was played out of order, so I think Jacob's trying to. It was played, but there was a step between.
the interpretations were played. They were played in reverse order. But for Ms. Hernandez, her Spanish recording was garbled in the middle, and I wasn't paying attention to the English interpretation prior to that, so I don't know whether. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So if we could hear Batchelder and Ms. Hernandez, please.
And then President Boswell, in the interest of time, I wanted to request that we play those when they are ready, and that
That's
we
perfect.
move in the agenda and insert it later.
Yeah.
Thank you.
While we wait for those, are there any clarifying questions about the ones we did here? Thank you. Trustee Hunter.
Thank you. I have a few. I'll start with, first of all, I'm very pleased to see all of the purple from LBJ. Thank you for being here, supporting the school and the community. My first question is about the situation that former trustee Bradley spoke about. I am very concerned about things happening at this school. Just every time LBJ gets up on its feet, always seems to get a little push, and we have to start over again. I really would like the superintendent to look into this, to find out what is going on, what is happening, how it's going to be rectified. And I know it's a personnel matter, but I probably can't talk about it here, but I need the board to be informed about what is going on with that situation. Can we get an update on that and a resolution to what's going to be happening there?
Yes, Trustee Hunter, I'm happy to provide that to the board. I can expand upon kind of process if we need to regarding kind of what we typically go through whenever placements are made. So however the board would like me to respond, I can do it.
Okay, because I also need that information so that I can give it to the community.
Yeah, I think, so I'm not going to speak in regarding details of any specific individual, but what I will say is we, as an organization, whenever there are placements, and placements do occur, we make commitments to staff. There are staff transitioning from Dobie, Burnett, and Webb, as well as other schools, and we often make the commitment, and we stand by it, to staff personnel. If you're an Austin ISD employee, we want you to remain an Austin ISD employee. So when I say that we are not firing, it's what I say. We are going to place you. We have vacancies all across the organization. And so in instances where there is a match regarding skill set or certification or experience or familiarity with a type of school, being secondary or elementary, then we notify the principal and then we make the placement. And so, certainly there's always opportunities to improve or refine. That's what we've historically done, and we always try to look at places where we've had vacancies historically. So I will follow up. I'll look at this instance specifically. I've also heard about it just prior to this or a couple days ago. So I'll provide an update to the board.
Okay, thank you. And then secondly, having taught on a campus of middle schoolers, on high schoolers, middle schoolers, and I haven't seen a floor plan. I don't know if we were provided a floor plan and I've just missed it, but I haven't seen one at the ALC campus about middle school and high school students. Can we get some clarification on that?
Yeah, so regarding the ALC temporary move to Mendez, the board would not have seen a floor plan. It's not part of governance. It's something that is done by the administration, so you would have never seen that. It was something I provided via one-on-ones with trustees many, many months ago as an update just to ongoing conversations. So when it comes to student movement, we do create floor plans. We work with our construction department and planning department to see kind of what student movement looks like. When it comes to secondary schools, the specifications are very similar. So that's why you can have 6 through 12, the restroom, circulation patterns, all of that can support secondary students. Where you see the changes elementary to secondary. Restrooms, corridors, everything kind of shifts. So it is easy for us from a design and construction perspective to make adjustments to allow for secondary space for middle schools to be used for secondary space for high schools. I can provide the update in a plan to our trustees. It's a temporary plan. It creates a separate circulation pattern within Mendez to allow students to circulate to the core spaces, whether it's the cafeteria, the gymnasium, outside of the Mendez proper circulation pattern. But I can provide that as an update to the trustees. Happy to do so.
Okay, and in that update, one of the questions that I have is, I hear you saying different circulation patterns than the Mendez group, but my concern is circulation between middle school and high school students from that are placed at the Alternative Learning Center. So if we can get that also.
Okay.
Let's see. 6th grade algebra. 1. I know that we have some things going on with 6th grade algebra. I'm thinking that the communication between yes, you can and oops, no, you can't. There was some explanation lost for parents.
Yeah, let's.
Are we gonna have an opportunity?
Yeah, let's.
If you can answer it, you should answer it, please.
Let's provide a full response.
Okay.
I did hear some family members or community members from Keeling regarding some of this, so I want to provide a full response to this.
Okay.
If the board would allow me, opposed to bringing up staff to respond.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, and is that the last? Thank you, Trustee Hunter. And I think we're ready to play the remaining, to play those messages again. Thank you to our staff in the control room.
Buenos días, mesa directiva y superintendente Matías Segura. Yo soy una madre de familia de la escuela web y les llamo en relación con el punto 105 de la agenda. Yo estoy totalmente de acuerdo con los miembros de la comunidad que estuvieron afuera del TA el martes exigiendo las respuestas claras sobre lo que pasa en el futuro de nuestras escuelas. Apoyo totalmente a las escuelas de secundaria, Dobie, Webb y Burnett que están en la misma situación. Nosotros queremos que no se violen nuestros derechos y queremos participar en los planes de la reestructuración y que nuestras voces sean escuchadas. El ISD no ha dado algún proceso, nos ha dado un proceso muy apresurado, la verdad, no nos ha dado la forma de que nosotros podamos opinar y queremos ser parte de ese plan. Queremos que se nos tome en cuenta como padres de familia y como...
This is an interpretation from Spanish into English of a message from a Webb Middle School parent. Good morning, Board of Trustees and Superintendent Matias Segura. I am a parent from Webb Middle School, and I am calling regarding item 105 on the agenda. I completely agree with the community members who were outside the TEA on Tuesday demanding clear answers about Dobie, Webb, and Burnett Middle Schools, which are all in the same situation. We do not want our rights to be violated, and we want to participate in the restructuring plans and have our voices heard. AISD has not provided any process. The truth is that it has given us a very rushed process. It has not given us a way to express our opinions, and we want to be part of that plan and be taken into consideration as parents.
Yeah, and I think we were also playing Ms. Batchelder, which I think we missed. Or not? Okay, thank you. Trustees, any other clarifying questions about comments? Oh, if it was played, then I'm good with that. If it was played out of order and we missed it, I'm fine with that. Trustee Kaufman, do you?
I don't believe it was played, but
Okay. Okay, thank you. For good measure, when you find it, we'll move on and then we can come back. Thank you. All right, as a reminder, please feel free to share any general comments or questions with the board by email at trustees@austinisd.org. And now we're going to move on to the President's report. As part of the agreed order with the Texas Education Agency, the agreement requires that the board shall at the first board authorized meeting each month publicly report by reading into the record the percentage of time invested in student outcomes during the prior 3-month time period and the total time spent in closed session during the prior month. The March, April, and May 3-month average board meeting time spent on Lone Star Governance defined student outcomes and special education monitoring was 59.86%. We have exceeded our required target of 50%. For the last month, May of 2025, we were at 51.42%. And in May, the board spent 398 minutes in executive session. Next up is a summary of our community feedback, our board-led community engagement, which is also a requirement of Lone Star Governance. And we want to provide an update on the meetings that we held over the last 2 months. The board had held 10 separate community meetings. One of our priorities is to provide opportunities to listen to the community, to understand its shared vision and values. Community engagement and community outreach, as defined by Lone Star Governance, is a two-way communication process to understand and listen to the community's vision and values as reflected in our scorecard. And this goes beyond just public hearings and community engagement. So this is our second round of community meetings. The first was focused on hearing from the community about vision and values while we developed the scorecard. This series of conversations was to check back in on that work and to share ongoing data relative to our scorecard. And we will continue to collect information from our communities through processes like these meetings. People are always, of course, welcome to email us and speak at board meetings about things as well. And we will use all of that as we consider alignment of the current scorecard and development of further goal setting in addition to hearing about other issues. As part of our student-focused time, we would like to open the floor up to trustees to provide any feedback or thoughts that you heard during these community meetings. Okay. I think
I'll go.
Sure. Secretary Gonzalez.
So I had participated in, I think, 3 of these meetings. Some of the feedback that sticks out in my mind, and Trustee Foster can add because he and I were at one together. I heard a lot of frustration around the targets themselves on the goals, particularly where they stand for certain groups of students. African American, Hispanic, special education students, economically disadvantaged students. there was a lot of confusion in just interpreting the data itself, that the tables that the data is displayed in are not very friendly, particularly to parents that are coming from a background that isn't steeped in looking at tables of data like this all the time. There were other questions around language accessibility. We had translators present at our meeting, but the language that the information that we were sharing itself was in English. So I heard a lot of feedback around those things. That's what sticks out in my mind. I don't know if any other trustees want to echo or.
Thank you, Trustee Hunter.
Trustee De Urieste and I did several together, did a couple together, and one thing that we heard from the community, the limit on the conversation, because anytime we have a community meetings, we have a specific target for these meetings, and so having an opportunity for people to still have community conversations was definitely a want. Also, specifically from the Eastside community, it's the data about the campus. They want to know how our schools and this vertical team are doing, and I think that we can thread the needle by doing both and providing one-pagers for each campus to say, I mean, if the administration thinks that's a good plan, but seeing the information as a whole was really not digestible for community members. They wanted to know how their schools are doing, and they really wanted almost a grade for their school, so that information would have been more helpful. And then again, I think anytime that we have our required meetings, that we follow it up with a provided community meeting where people can actually talk about what they want to talk about. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee De Urieste.
So I think piggybacking on that, I think in those meetings and some of the other ones I did as well, so many community members were bringing up concerns that didn't seem to directly fit on the scorecard. And within those conversations, I think there was an underlying thread of difficulty understanding how those specific scorecard goals were going to direct all the rest of the work of the district. We had a lot of conversation about how those are, being a SPED person, I kept talking about IEP goals or trying to relate it to that you do work beyond what the goal is. But I think in the same way that the data and the way the information is being presented is difficult to understand, it's also difficult, I think, for the public to really see how those are steering us in all the other efforts we're doing in the right direction. Lots of questions about why we picked those specific goals when there are so many other concerns that the community has.
Thank you. Any additional questions? I would say the one thing I heard is just that window. I think when you're involved in a campus, sometimes that's your bubble. Or sometimes you're really immersed in one campus, and helping people. The data did show to some people in one of our meetings that I was in, just that achievement does not look similar for different demographic groups in different parts of the community. That was meaningful to some people, and I think valuable to some people to understand that the view from their campus is not the view from every campus. And I did hear that feedback in one of the meetings I was in. So any additional? Trustee Kaufman.
I want to express gratitude for the people who did come to the meetings that I was part of. There were 3 campuses that I went to, and it was really fruitful, I thought, to hear the voices and to know what they were saying. In particular, there were some where students came, and so hearing the student voices was really important. So I think they were very valuable experiences to hear about these particular issues. My, I guess, comment on it is that the attendance overall was low. And so I know these are important meetings, and they're kind of identified by Lone Star Governance as an important way to connect with the community and to get feedback on goals and vision. But clearly more input is needed to that process than just these meetings. And I think we would be fooling ourselves to say that, we have now heard from the community because we held these sessions where 5 to 20 people showed up at each one out of the thousands of families that we have. So I just want to reiterate that the connecting with and understanding and listening to the community has to take multiple forms. and has to be done in countless ways that include authentic listening to what topics they have in mind, like Trustee Hunter said, that include listening to the teachers and the principals and the parent support specialists and the social workers and the nurses and everybody who's interacting with families on a daily basis, because they have a lot of input as well. And so when we're listening to our employees, if they are often speaking for the communities as well. So I just think that yes, we've done these community outreach meetings, they were helpful, but we have to continue to do the hard work of listening in multiple other ways.
I
Foster.
deeply appreciate what Trustee Kaufman just said and what's sort of in between the lines of what a lot of people have said. At this point, we're speaking to a historical record as much as anything. And so I want to be clear that from what I've seen, trustees followed the mandated procedures with fidelity. We had 2 trustees at each. We followed the scripts that are prescribed for us. There was staff there. There was hundreds of dollars, if not thousands of dollars, of sort of labor time spent. These are inorganic to our community. They're inefficient. They're prescriptive. And we had people attend, and that was wonderful, but far fewer than many of us regularly are able to meet with and interact with just on a daily basis in terms of doing our work. So we are following our orders and we are doing this prescribed work, but we are also doing better or working to do better by also conducting additional outreach in the ways that all the folks here have talked about. Letting people talk to us about what they want to talk about, for instance, and meeting folks where they want to meet, when they want to meet, for instance. So for the historical record, we're doing this stuff that is prescribed and mandated and inefficient and inorganic, and we are going to do better than that and are committed to doing better than this structure that's been forced upon us.
Thank you, Trustee Foster. And Trustee Singh is on Zoom with us and has her hand raised. Thank you. And Trustee Singh, we can't hear you yet, so let's get things fixed and then we'll let you know when that's been done. You want to try again? Not yet. Okay, maybe now. I don't have a line to the control room. Okay, I'm not sure why we can't hear you yet, but I think someone just went to let them know. So give us a moment. Oh, and while we wait for that, Trustee Quintana has some comments. Thank you.
I was fortunate enough to have a number of students at the listening session I was at, which was really nice. And they spoke a lot about their school's offerings of extracurriculars and clubs and things like that that they felt really helped with their attendance at school. These were high schoolers, and so some of them had senioritis, and so they talked about how those extra offerings were really helpful and encouraging. They also talked a lot about their building and facilities and infrastructure on their campuses, and so I'm happy to know that they're actually getting a new high school in a couple years. So yeah, I think that there are always opportunities to improve what this engagement looks like. I'm eager to find ways to have more two-way conversations with our community.
Thank you. And Trustee Singh, let's try again. Okay, I am still not hearing you, and I don't know why.
We're not getting your audio.
Oh, they're not getting your audio into the control room. Do you want to call my phone, and I can put it by the microphone? Okay. All right, well, I'm sure there are other things we're going to want to hear from you on, so I will trust that our control room and you can help to figure that out while we're waiting, because I know we have a lot of important things to talk about tonight. And I do want to thank everyone who did show up to those meetings, and I want to thank everyone who continues to show up. We have a lot of important work going on right now. You know, we have people here tonight talking about our turnaround work. We have people here talking about our closure and consolidation work. We have people talking about just the daily work on our campuses, and just want to appreciate people who do share their input with the district in so many ways. And we will be seeking more going forward. And I know we'll be talking about some of the ways the district will be inviting you to give more input during these processes later tonight. So thank you to everyone who does show up to share your thoughts and opinions when we ask for that, and when there are opportunities for that. We do appreciate that, and the trustees can be emailed. There are lots of ways to reach us, so thank you for that. Our next item, we're going to move on to item 4.1. It is part of our commitment to discuss student achievement, and this is our goal progress measure 4.1, advanced math in grade 6, which we heard some callers call about tonight and might have some opportunity to learn more about tonight. So as part of our commitment to focus on student outcomes, this time does count toward our TEA required student outcome minutes. We've estimated 60 minutes for this conversation, although we don't have a time limit. And before we hear our presentation, we need to confirm that our monitoring report is complete under Lone Star Governance. Does anyone have evidence that the elements of an effective monitoring report are not present? All right. So we will turn the floor over now to Superintendent Segura for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, President Boswell. The team and I will present on Goal 4, Middle School Algebra, Goal Progress Measure 4.1. I have joining me this evening Dr. Susan Diaz, Assistant Superintendent of Secondary Academics, Danielle Perico, Director of Secondary STEM, and Heather Petrozzini, Executive Director of Academics. And so, as stated, the Goal 4, just to be clear, is the percent of annual 8th grade class members identified as economically disadvantaged who successfully complete the Algebra 1 course by earning course credit and achieving meets grade level or above on the Algebra 1 EOC will increase from 8% in June of 2024 to 14% by June of 2029. And the goal progress measure, as adopted by the board on June 20th of last year, states that the percent of sixth grade students identified as economically disadvantaged who enroll in accelerated mathematics and persist to course completion will increase from 21% in June of 2024 to 39% by June of 2029. In alignment with our district priorities, this is most closely aligned to the middle school initiative, which includes engagement, staffing, and support around middle school and middle school years. So a little bit of a background for our family, staff, and community. As stated before, the board approved this scorecard item in June of 2024, and it focuses on enrollment and persistence in our accelerated math pathways for students identified as economically disadvantaged. AISD has long offered accelerated math options. I think it's important to make sure that that's clear. But in the last legislative session, SB 2124 expanded access to students beyond those performing at the mastery level. And so it included students now that perform in the upper range of meets. And so what that's allowed us to do is to standardize access to advanced math pathways. And so with that, I'll hand it over to Dr. Diaz to take us through the next portion of the presentation.
Hi, good evening. So the first thing we wanted to do with everyone tonight, the community included, because there were some questions in the calls about this exactly. So we just wanted to remind the community and the board of the pathways that we have in AISD. So I'm going to take you through the first line, and this is a Gen Ed pathway. So if you look at the red circle, that is 6th grade math, all the 6th grade TEKS. The next grade level is 7th grade math, 7th grade TEKS. They end up in 8th grade math, 8th grade TEKS. The second pathway kids will end up in algebra by 8th grade. So that starts out in 6th grade. It is a combination of 6th grade and 7th grade TEKS that are compacted in grade 6. Then they move on to grade 7, where they get a compaction of 7th and 8th grade TEKS. And then 8th grade, they go through the full algebra course. The last one is a pathway to geometry, where students will receive 6th, 7th, and 8th grade TEKS all in their 6th grade year. Their 7th grade year, they will take Algebra 1, and their 8th grade year, they will take geometry. I would just like everyone to also know that when they take geometry, they can also take Algebra 2 concurrently. So later on, again, if we want to discuss some of the callers, we can talk about that in further detail. But some things that we have been working on this year to support this goal is making sure that we have a supportive and responsive system. So we are trying to widen our access to our accelerated math pathways. The bill helped us with that tremendously, and you'll see when we start looking at the data. But this has always been a goal in AISD. This bill just kind of helped, and so did this goal, now that there is a focus on the accelerated math pathways. We always look at data to make the decisions of where we place students along with our campuses to ensure that we're placing students in the most successful, the courses where they can find the most success. But we also realize that just because they're on an accelerated pathway does not mean that they also don't need some sort of supports as well. So MTSS functions with our accelerated students just the same way it would function with our gen ed students. We've also worked with our MET team to ensure that we are supporting our students. So some of our students can be in an accelerated math pathway and that be a dual language class, but we also know that we have a lot of gifted mathematicians that also need ESL support. So both of those things are available for students on the accelerated math pathway. We have kind of mentioned this before, but in the previous years we were focused, because the scorecard goal was focused on 6th through 8th kind of gen ed math. So our just-in-time trainings were also focused on gen ed math, but this year we are going to add in accelerated math to our just-in-time trainings. And also I would like to thank Dr. Wilson and her team for the beautiful plan that we executed last year with, and also Dr. Maxwell, with the MTSS plan. Our walks centered around best practices using the MTSS rubric, and that allowed us to walk hand in hand with the campus leaders and discuss some of the observations we have made on the campuses and provide feedback and coaching to the campuses based on the MTSS rubric. And then finally, we have made a concerted effort to try and reach out to families and caregivers to let them know what kind of options we do have in AISD. And as per the calls, a lot of people do know the things that we offer here. In regards to where this initiative falls, oops, okay, sorry, okay, why is it doing that? Well, where it falls within the initiatives is, I think, squarely in the middle. It is a bridge, right? Because we've got our early learning initiative where we know that we're building stronger foundations for our students so they'll be ready for accelerated math and such things in middle school, and that creates the bridge to our CCMR initiative. So this falls in the middle school forward initiative and does nicely bridge our our elementary and our high school initiatives.
Good evening. I'm now going to talk about some of our key data findings. So our mid-year data shows we are well positioned to meet or exceed targets for all student groups. We are on track or have already surpassed long-term targets through the 28-29 school year for 4 of our student groups. The spring data shows a higher number of 6th graders in accelerated math due to more accurate PEIMS reporting. These students were enrolled in the fall but not initially captured in the data. The spring data also includes a course number that was not accounted for in the fall data, so that is another reason like there's a jump from fall to spring, and we'll look at a table about that again in a minute. This school year marks the first implementation of Senate Bill 2124, which has supported our goal of expanding access to accelerated math. Senate Bill 2124 mandates auto-enrollment in sixth grade accelerated math for any student scoring in the 60th percentile or higher. This widens the eligibility beyond just STAR mastery. So as Dr. Diaz mentioned earlier, typically we identified students that scored mastery on fifth grade STAR. Now we have expanded that to scoring meets on fifth grade STAR. Next, the next table. This table outlines annual performance targets and the number of student groups meeting each target. So all students groups have met the targets for the 24-25 and 25-26 school years. Additionally, 5 student groups have already met the target for both the 26-27 and 27-28 school years. Notably, 4 student groups have also reached the long-term target set for the 28-29 school year, demonstrating strong progress toward our multi-year goal. This table, if you look at the red box, this is what I was referencing earlier. It does look like there is a jump from fall to spring. That is not that we enrolled more students in the spring semester. It was due to more accurate PEIMS data, as well as that additional course number that we found that was not pulled in the fall, where students were actually getting accelerated coursework. Final data is marked to be determined because at the time of the data pool, it was prior to the end of the school year. However, we do feel the data will stay pretty close to what it shows in the spring data pool. This table represents annual progress from 2020 to 2025. The far right column indicates the percentage point difference between the 24-25 target and the most recent data. For example, the African American and economically disadvantaged student group is currently 9 percentage points above the 24-25 target. Also, please notice the 2 or more in economically disadvantaged student group is 20 percentage points above the 24-25 target, rather than the 10 percentage points indicated on this chart. A correction will be made to the chart to identify that. And finally, some key takeaways. The data was impacted by the implementation of Senate Bill 2124. We are generally on track in every student group for the 24-25 targets and remain that way for many student groups through the 28-29 school year. While we are generally on track in many student groups as a district, we have disproportionality between economically disadvantaged and non-economically disadvantaged enrollment in our accelerated math pathways. The total percentage of sixth graders in accelerated math pathways is 54%. The total percentage of sixth grade economically disadvantaged students in accelerated math pathways is 36%, and the total percentage of sixth grade non-economically disadvantaged is 74%. And those percentages show that disproportionality, which we can talk a little bit more about later.
Once again, Senate Bill 2124 was pivotal in helping us recruit extra students, and they were automatically enrolled. And parents did have the option to opt out, but the bill does say that we automatically enroll them, and then the parents have the options to say that I don't think that this is appropriate for my child. But as a result of the bill, we can see the gains that we've made. So there was we saw anywhere ranging from 5 percentage point gains with our ECD and emergent bilingual students to a 22 percentage point gain in our 2 or more races and who are also economically disadvantaged. We also have, a lot of great campuses doing many creative things, so they're going above and beyond because, again, all of these courses are open enrollment. That is a great thing about Austin ISD is we don't gatekeep any of these courses from anyone. Anybody who wants to attempt them is welcome to attempt them. But we also have campuses that look at other points of data in order to identify fifth graders and place them on an accelerated math pathway. And also just the awareness of this bill, we believe, has helped also with the increase in these numbers. And a challenge that we had in the past few years was the fact that some of our sixth graders were on elementary campuses, and that was challenging because sometimes we couldn't find a teacher to support those students who were on an accelerated math pathway. So we're really excited that we are getting our students back on their middle school campuses, so therefore we can start them on these accelerated math pathways.
Good evening. So I'm going to talk about outliers for a moment. We want to start off by noticing that Sadler Means had some great outcomes in their accelerated math pathway this year, and Principal Roby is contributing that to a instructional framework she has on her campus around purposeful teaching, hands-on learning, small group instruction, writing across the curriculum, and positive relationships with students. They also are double blocking students in their math class, so 2 blocks of math, and they believe that this is providing an opportunity for deeper learning and also building in time for targeted supports. Teachers also were expected to implement small group instruction, even in this accelerated math pathway, at least twice a week. They also, as a campus, are really taking a data-driven approach in this work and analyzing student performance data weekly in their professional learning communities. So we know that when we're looking at data and our practices are informed, student outcomes increase. The other thing they're doing is they are looking at more than just a test score to place a student in this accelerated math pathway. They're looking at targeted teacher recommendations coupled with both assessment data and then MAC growth data. So it isn't just one data point that is giving a student entry, they're looking, or advocacy, they're looking at the whole picture of how the student is performing. Lastly, they did something really creative during TELPAS. They ran a targeted math camp aligned with the interim assessment data they had back. So there was no loss of instructional time while students were taking TELPAS. This math instruction was continuing and it was targeted so that students were able to get what they needed during that time. Another campus that was of note when we analyzed the data is Murchison Middle School, and Principal Harris is crediting their approach of an open access to advanced math pathways as being critical in their outcomes. And if you look at their percentages of the percent of economically disadvantaged students who are enrolled in an advanced math pathway at Murchison, it is quite remarkable. They are also offering a Math Avid Summer Bridge. So that's for students that were on the traditional 6th grade pathway, and they realized in 6th grade, math is my thing, and they want to move off that pathway that they're on. They have a ramp to get onto the advanced math pathway. They also are offering credit by exam scholarships for their campus for any child that wants to accelerate and needs to take that credit by exam. They are using Avid Strategies campus-wide, which they're leveraging in their math classes to improve student outcomes. Small group instruction, again, there has shown us that you really can get some pretty good persistence in this course. And then offering tutorials and retakes. So one thing we really want to make sure everyone understands is just because you're in an advanced math pathway doesn't mean you're not going to need some reteach, some small group instruction, maybe some tier 2 supports to be successful. Every learner needs something different. The last campus that we're going to highlight is Bedichek Middle School. So Bedichek is a national AVID demonstration school, and they are also crediting their success to their demonstration status and school-wide AVID strategies. They also have implemented robust MTSS supports on their campus with comprehensive interventions that are in place. So they're looking at the achievement gaps and targeting instruction in that area. They are also, it's a pattern you're gonna hear, small group instruction they felt really was powerful in their persistence in this class. They also have an advanced academics roadmap, which is unique to them, clearly defined expectations and support for both students and families, and including celebration nights and success in this advanced coursework. And then they also are noting an inclusive culture of excellence where they believe every student, family, and staff member sees advanced academics as attainable and supported. So I thought those were really kind of some things that stood out there. So next steps for us in academics is to really look at this group of students from this past year that enrolled in the grade 6 accelerated math and see what the persistence is to enroll in accelerated 7. We want to understand if you were in grade 6 accelerated and you did a good job, are you going to stay on this pathway? Because you can always move to grade 7 if that's what you feel is best for you. So we want to understand that. And then for those students that move to Math 7, we want to make sure we understand why. So in the fall, right now seems a little too early. Scores are just coming back. The school year just ended. Nobody wants to talk about school right now. But in the fall, for those students that change on that pathway, really looking at that and surveying families and students, tell us about why you decided to change the pathway. The next thing we're also going to do is really doing a deep data dive, both on the grade 6 STAR results to look by reporting category and by standard to understand what patterns and trends there are in the performance data, but also doing that for the grade 7 math standards that were already taught where there might be some holes. So as you continue on this grade 7, half of 7 and all of 8, making sure we're filling in those holes that might be there and shoring up any misunderstandings before you get to accelerated or to Algebra 1. And then we're also monitoring the group that will start accelerated 6, I always have to think about it, accelerated 6 in the fall. So 5th graders, who's enrolling, why are they enrolling, what data supports that, and making sure the campus has kind of a plan for the students. Lastly, we want to collaborate and train and support our teachers, our counselors, and our administrators in this process. We know that not everybody experienced this as a student, not everybody experienced this as a teacher, and sometimes this is happening on your campus and you need to know how to best support it. So at the teacher, campus, and teacher, admin, and counselor level. Lastly, next year we'll be developing a rubric that captures multiple data points so that as people are making decisions, it isn't that one data point of STAR that allows a student access, that we are doing something that's aligned with our values, that we're looking at the whole child and saying, this might be a potential pathway for you. So as we think about the progress of the initiative, we have some fun things to share. So Math Amp Up is the bridge to 6th grade. So the students going into 6th grade right now. Right now there are 66 students enrolled, and today we got an email that said the students didn't even want to go to lunch at Covington today. They wanted to stay in their math classroom, which we thought was really fun and timely. So that made us feel like we were on the right path there. There's also Math Summer Bridge in for 7th grade. So those 6th grade students who want to go into the AMP1 pathway to now be on Algebra 1 by 8th, that is also happening right now. There's also going to be more professional learning opportunities for teachers, the just-in-time training, and accelerated pathway curriculum training for our teachers. So they'll have more support throughout the next year. And then again, that professional learning support for admin and counselors, so they know not just how to guide a student from the counseling perspective, but what should you be seeing when you move into these advanced math classes. Over the next couple of years, we are looking at how we are designing support so that there are more, even greater access to these advanced pathways. And we're looking at this in a three-pronged approach. There's professional learning and instructional support. There's shoring up our MTSS system and making sure people understand that you can have intervention in these advanced math pathways. And then system-wide support. All of this with the intended outcome of making sure our students are successful in these classes, our teachers are well supported. So in professional learning and instructional support, there will be more quarterly just-in-time trainings that's designed for each math course, specifically these advanced math, accelerated math courses. There's also instructional strategies for differentiated learning and support. So we really want our teachers to understand how to use the research-based instructional strategies, what they are, what they look like in practice, and put them in practice in these classes. We also want content-specific PLC support and coaching, and that can come through our ACSs or also the training that our principals and counselors, admin and counselors are going to get. And then keeping true to the data-informed coaching and making sure there's this cycle of continuous feedback. We expect that when we do that, we'll have stronger, well-prepared teachers, more engaging lessons, stronger curricular alignment, because we know that's critical, and increased instructional consistency from campus to campus. So we don't want islands of excellence, we want system-wide excellence. When we strengthen these MTSS supports at middle school campuses, we know that there'll be stronger tier 1 practices and coaching that happens on campuses. We'll have data analysis of the universal screeners and common assessments. Even this week, some of our staff is going through master schedule training and understanding how the schedule can best support the students in these classrooms. Data-informed small group instruction, which we learned today, really proved itself fruitful this year, and targeted supports for campuses with greater need. We know when we do that, we'll have stronger tier 1, stronger tier 2, more students will have schedules that support their math learning needs, whether it's that double block or longer blocks, and then increased enrollment in our accelerated math pathways. And lastly, we're continuing to provide differentiated professional learning support that'll lead to tailored professional learning for our teachers. We want to increase family engagement in these practices. We did host a few of those this year, and turnout was there, and we hoped it increases in the years to come. And then we also want to pay attention to responsive resource allocation for these math classrooms on our schools. And we know that, again, that'll lead to well-supported classrooms and well-supported teachers. Lastly, as we move forward, we know we need to begin to look at compacting math curriculum in earlier grade levels. 6, 7, and 8 in 1 year is a lot at the 6th grade level, especially when you're already going through a change to middle school. So we'll be exploring, is that something that we are considering? Is there another way we might think about this? And with that, I think that concludes our presentation, and we'll take any questions you might have.
Thank you all for the presentation. Who has some questions? Trustee Hunter, and I believe we probably have Trustee Singh with us, able to ask questions too. So if someone can let me know if her hand is raised, that would be helpful as well. Thank you.
Okay, I am assured that this question is okay. It connects with enrollment versus passing, includes a clear monitorable metric, and keeps the board focused on student results, not inputs. So what percentage of economically disadvantaged students enrolled in accelerated math are meeting grade level proficiency? That's what we don't have. And then in part of the strategies, you guys mentioned AVID, and what are the aligned AVID interventions being monitored to kind of close the enrollment pass rate gap? Do you want the first part again? Okay, the first part is what percentage of economically disadvantaged students are enrolled? So we have some that are enrolled. So what percentage of those enrolled are actually, in accelerated math, are actually meeting grade level proficiency?
So actually, that is, so when we were going over this presentation this week with Superintendent Segura, this is sort of a middle of the year report. So when we put it together, we did not have the end of year course grades. So one of the things that we've talked about needing to triangulate in the next presentation we make for you, and I believe it's either in September or October, which will be the end of year report on the 8th grade, the actual goal, and the also other things like the grades. So that was one of the pieces of data that we know we need to analyze, is not only looking at them persisting through the class, but what were the grades that they made in the class, and then what does that look like compared to STAR. So that is something that is on our radar, and we are just waiting to get that data so we can start analyzing that and have that for you either in a board update or a trustee tracker or part of the next presentation.
Okay, thank you. My concern is that that lagging data doesn't allow us to deploy resources.
Yes.
Right? So if we need to do more, we're not gonna know that until after our budget is complete. I mean, it requires an amendment, it's fine, but that lagging data is not gonna really help us provide more resources where those resources need to be deployed. But thank you for that information. The next question, again, aligns with GPM 4.1 and AVID as a strategy, focuses on measurable student outcomes, enrollment persistence, and keeps the board in a monitoring role, not implementation. How will the district evaluate the impact of district-wide AVID implementation on economically disadvantaged students, enrollment, and persistence in the accelerated math pathway?
So I don't have an answer to that, but I can definitely get with Sev, and so we can have a tighter alignment on that, because that is a very good question, and would love to kind of analyze it through that lens as well. So that is definitely something we can take back with Sev, but I think just even anecdotally, but I don't want to speak to y'all in anecdotes.
And I'll provide these actual, like all of the parts and pieces, because I know there's several parts and pieces, but I will provide those for you guys.
It's a
so
great
that you can provide it to the superintendent, or I'll provide it to the superintendent, who will then provide it to you guys, so that you can answer all pieces in the backup.
Right.
Or however he wants to present that back to us.
And I think that, you know, as Betachek being one of our outliers, there we have, we know that it's something that we need to look at more closely. So I love that question.
And we can provide that, Trustee Hunter, as part of a board update, specifically to the AVID contribution. The other regarding end-of-year performance and performance against STAR may take a little bit longer once we get the data.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Okay, Trustee, Secretary Gonzalez.
Sorry. I wanted to pick up on the first question that Trustee Hunter asked about, and also something that Trustee Singh had asked in one of her follow-up questions that's in the written attachment. But I am questioning the confidence of an A in accelerated math reflecting the same level of mastery from campus to campus. And so I wonder about the utility of this goal progress measure, especially when I consider it in the larger context of middle school math performance overall. And if we're saying in this report that every group is on track and also are confronting the accountability results that we are, then that seems to be like a significant disconnect to me. But the other question that I wanted to ask really was about if you could provide any more detail about the possible changes that might be coming to master schedules. You referenced the successful performance of Murkison and Sadler Means on page 8 and 9 and the double blocking practice. And I'm wondering how we might expect to see that come up.
Good evening. Thank you for the question, Trustee. I'm actually really excited to talk to you about some of the changes coming to master schedules for middle schools. I'm going to be brief, but try to explain it the best I can. Right now, we teach a 4x4. We are on an AB block, 4 periods each day, 90-minute blocks. We have done that because as an effort to meet CTE minutes for those classes in middle school that you can actually get high school credit for. We've done an analysis of that, trying to see if the juice is worth the squeeze to continue to do that. We are boxing ourselves in to, we are losing out on some opportunity for our students to be able to get math and reading every single day in middle schools. So by not adhering to those practices just for CTE and really focusing on basics for middle school, we have decided to go to a 5x5. So we will be doing 70-minute blocks for our middle schoolers on some of our campuses, not all. We're going to pilot it. And so our students in middle schools will see math and reading every single day in 70-minute blocks. And so that's going to be more minutes in those classes. They'll see social studies on one of those days, science on the other. And then we will not lose any elective credits by doing this. So the crux has always been, if we double block in middle school, if we even double block in high school, we lose electives. we don't have to do that. We have put ourselves in this corner. So we're going to take ourselves out of that corner, and we're going to do some fundamentals, and we're going to get right back to being able to do math and reading every single day. And you're going to see these scores and our STAR scores skyrocket, I believe.
Thank you. Trustee Singh, are you with us? Do you have some questions? We're still not hearing you. Yeah, but I know you have really good questions about this, and it's really important that we hear from you. So I'm going to have Trustee Kaufman. Yeah, do you want to just call my phone, and I will put you by my microphone? You know my number. All right, you're on.
Okay, hi. Can y'all hear me okay?
Hold on one second.
Okay.
While you ask, and then you can unmute it while you, oh no.
No, she can hear on the phone.
While you talk on the phone, yes, okay.
Okay. All right, I am muted. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I appreciate this a lot. I had a couple of questions. Thank you, Trustee Gonzalez, for raising an issue that, really I think is an important one, and it probably has a really nuanced answer. So I was curious to see, I guess just for the sake of, picking two schools, I'm looking at page 14 and 15 of the document. If we were to look at, say, let's see. Okay, Sadler Means, Young Women's Leadership Academy, which is one of our outliers. They're, doing a great job with 95% of their economically disadvantaged sixth graders enrolled in advanced math pathway. Okay. And then comparing that to one of our schools in the blue band, it's basically outperforming all of our schools in the blue band on this measure. And I too am trying to reconcile this with the test score data. So, and I don't know what, and I have to be honest, I don't know what how Sadler Means is doing on their algebra or on their math scores, but I do know overall kind of like where they are with the TEA version of accountability. So could someone just shed a little bit of light on how we might how how do I reconcile this when you have schools that are typically, showing one thing on, one indicator, but showing something else on another metric? Help me really understand that, and help me also understand. And I think along with that, I did ask the question in the tracker about, does an A at one school look like an A at the other school and at another school? And the answer kind of said yes, but it really didn't say how. They said, we have the same expectations at all the schools. Okay, that's great. And we look at outcomes like via test scores, and that's great, but it doesn't give us the part in between, which is the fidelity of implementation of the curriculum. And so I really want to have a better understanding of that and how that might help explain some of the data that I'm looking at.
Hi, good evening, Trustee Singh. Happy to hear you.
With your first question in regards to Sadler Means and their performance, while I can't speak specifically to the performance that we've just recently received for 2025, what I can say is that Sadler Means historically has trended very positively when it comes to students that are enrolled in algebra classes and their ability to be successful. And we do expect and anticipate this positive trend as well for our 2025 data. What we've also noticed as a trend across middle school campuses is that while our algebra classes or scholars in our algebra class may tend to historically perform well when it comes to the STAR and ELC exam, this doesn't necessarily transfer over maybe to other courses or grade levels when you think about 7th grade math on-level exam, when you think about STAR for 6th grade. So we notice trends and patterns within each one of our courses and pathways and different options, and then we're able to respond to those trends and patterns to be able to support scholars and teachers in order to meet the needs that we are seeing evidenced in the data. Does that help a little?
Yeah, it does help some, but I think I want to see, I guess I'm looking for maybe some more specifics. I did have, and I can't remember which staff person it was that I talked to about this, but I did talk to a staff person on the phone, and they gave me a little bit more of a nuanced answer. But I want to make sure that we are, in the name of hitting the targets on our scorecard, we're not putting in kids in a class that's called an advanced math pathway. That's not helping them. That's a disservice to our students, right? And I see you nodding, so you agree. So maybe a better question is, what are the safeguards that are being put in place to ensure that these numbers are accurate reflections that when a child at, say, one of these orange band schools is in an accelerated math pathway, we are actually going above and beyond and making sure that they have the supports so they are able to master the same curriculum and the same kind of to the same level as students in the green and blue bands.
Yes, so you are asking a good and complicated question, and so we also did think about the same things you did, probably because you prompted us to think about them, but it really is, so what we do want to look at in this data is it's the grades, right? What grades are the kids making? What does their performance look like on STAR? And then kind of comparing that, she looks like she can't hear me. And comparing that across all campuses, because we have not done that in the past. So that is something that we discussed as a need for sure for us to look and see how do the grades correlate with how the students are doing. But you asked something else, and I'm forgetting what it was.
What are the safeguards?
Oh, the safeguards. Danielle, would you like to speak to that?
Thank you for that question. I think many of our campuses, I think part of it will be the change in master scheduling at some of our campuses. Having math 70 minutes a day will really lend itself to small group instruction. So really looking at where those gaps are and where students may need additional support, I think is really going to have a huge impact in the future on performance for our students in those classes. I can speak specifically to Sadler Means. This year they did double block, so I did see some of that. They had math every day, so they had opportunity to do exactly what we're hoping to do at many other campuses, is do that small group instruction and have targeted tiered support for students to ensure that they are getting what they need to be successful in that class.
Yeah, Trustee Singh, other safeguards include summer learning courses and programs such as our Summer Bridge camps, and I know that Danielle can speak to that our students at schools are in full attendance today and this week and didn't even want to go to lunch because they were so engaged in the learning that took place in classrooms today. Also, as well, Avid, with the 3 schools that were highlighted as outliers, there's increased a significant amount of participation when it comes to Avid. I know that Belichick has almost 69% of their students enrolled in some type of Avid course and other courses that help to support and make sure that success is encoded and embedded for all students in very systematic ways, in addition to the interventions that are offered.
Yeah, and Trustee Singh, one of the things I would offer is, as we can finish the implementation of the first year of the scorecard, there are lots of things that we're learning, and this is, I think, a really important point to make here. We have observed a behavior that has enrolled students into these advanced pathways, and we are collecting information to ensure and understand that we understand whether they were successful. I mean, we understand what persist means, but what does success look like? And so, where we have a significant variance between those that have just been in the class versus those that actually complete successfully, that means that there is something that we have to address within the system. So I don't know that the correlation is strong enough to support kind of one way or another that it's like, because of where we are in implementation of the data and like pulling it and making informed decisions. But it is something that I think we're going to continue to track. And my hope is as the analysis progresses over the summer and as we come back in the fall to present end-of-year data, we'll be able to answer those questions a little bit more definitively. But to me, there's a lot of questions that this raises. And we've been discussing that, honestly, over the last several weeks.
Correct, and I would just like to add that Superintendent Seguda, that was something that we did talk about this week, so,
They have been really investing a lot in math, so I don't want my comments to sound like, I do want to give them props and all the outliers.
Arthi?
Props, I think, my
We
concern is
missed
just
the very beginning of your comment.
fidelity of implementation across, all of our campuses. And so I'm glad to know that you all are thinking about that as well.
And Arthi, we missed the very, very beginning of your comment because I wasn't fast enough with the button.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. Basically what I said was, I want to congratulate, I do want to give props to Sadler Means and the other campuses that are investing clearly very heavily in, raising expectations for students and providing these opportunities for them. So I didn't want my comment to sound like it was, questioning this. But I am really curious about just overall trends, and I'm glad to hear that the administration is looking at that consistency among campuses, because we know historically that sometimes things can have the same name but look very different when it comes to implementation. I had one other quick question, which was, let's see if I can find it. Sorry. Okay. I cannot find it now. Oh, yeah. I did want to on page 15, at the bottom of page 15, there is a table there that talks about inequitable representation. And this table, I know this is just like an example. This is not any specific campus, but I was confused at what the negative 53% signified.
So thank you for that. So when we, okay. So thank you for that question. When we were creating this table and we were working to understand and make meaning of the data, we were comparing a campus's percentage of economically disadvantaged students with the non-economically disadvantaged student group and enrollment in AMP. And so when you see the 86 compared to the 33, the negative 53%, or the delta there, is saying that this group has 53% or 53 percentage points less than the non-ECD group.
And I think the clarity is around the percentage points less
Percentage
versus the
points.
percent.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that would be
Percentage
helpful.
points.
And the other thing that, and I know I talked to staff about this earlier as well, but just to be clear, in case anybody else is wondering, all that this table is showing is the disparity between EcoDis and non-EcoDis, because actually, when you have 33% of a campus, campuses economically disadvantaged students enrolling in AMP, that actually exceeds our scorecard target. So it's not really, when someone could look at that and be like, well, that's actually not inequitable, because if you look at our actual scorecard goal, it is, let me see, the target for 24-25 is 24%. So I think, 33% is actually pretty good. And so I just hope that as, we go forward and looking at numbers, we, if we're going to anchor, we ought to have consistency in how we define what's good or what's progress. So that's just my comment on there, because it took me a while to kind of understand why we were looking at inequity in this way rather than how we just defined it in our actual board-approved scorecard.
I think part of that is this is one of those safeguards, right? So, so maybe we went above and beyond, or, in a little slightly strange direction, but it was really to try and look at what is the comparison between the students who are non-economically disadvantaged versus the kids who are economically disadvantaged, to see how far apart those numbers were. And so part of it, I think, is a safeguard, or a guardrail. And another thing that I would say is a guardrail, just to kind of go back to why this is here and why we decided to look at it this way. One of the other guardrails, I think, is actually this scorecard goal, right? Because now we are having to, not that we didn't do this before, but because it is a scorecard goal, we do kind of stare at it in 10 million different ways. And again, we've been looking at this since January. So those, I think, as we continue to learn from this scorecard goal, that will help us create the guardrails that you were speaking of.
We actually look at both. I think it is important. Yeah, we don't want to have this huge gap between our students who are economically disadvantaged and who aren't, obviously. But, when you're not comparing it to our goals we actually set, you can actually go in the opposite direction, and you can have parity and only have like 4% of EcoDis and 4% of non-EcoDis kids taking an accelerated math pathway. Is that good? I don't think so, but they are on par with each other. So I think we've got to be really careful, in explaining like how we're defining progress. And I know this is the first time we're really reporting on it in this way, but that's just something that could be really helpful as a trustee, to help me really see from my governance role, like where our outlier schools actually are in relation to the scorecard. So thank you so much.
Yeah, I appreciate that comment, Trustee Singh.
Thank you, Trustee Singh. I think Trustee Kaufman had some questions.
Yes, please. Can you help me understand what's happening at the elementary school, 6th grades, with the data and with the course offerings?
So when we pulled this data, we asked for every 6th grade every sixth grade, elementary school and middle school. And as you'll see on some of our campuses where we have sixth grade at the elementary school, you see those zeros that come up, and then in some places it doesn't. A lot of this, we are understanding, has to do with the certification to even teach the grade 6 math. Some people are in those positions and they don't have that certification, so there is that staffing issue that is going on there. We know that next year, as many of these sixth grades return to middle schools, there will be that access there. But when we looked through this, we were able to say that's 16 students, and we didn't offer an accelerated math pathway at that campus.
So at some of those, so when I look at the sixth grade data, I see some campuses have 0. Some have like 22 totals, like, I don't know, let me give an example of 24 total students in sixth grade, and no, sorry, 22 total, economically disadvantaged enrolled student, and then 8.3% are enrolled in the accelerated math. So I presume they don't have a separate teacher for accelerated math. So I'm curious, what does that look like in terms of a stacked class, or what does that look like?
So every campus kind of came up with what would work for them. I know what some of them did, especially if they only had one teacher, because some only have just one sixth grade teacher. The sixth grade accelerated curriculum is all of sixth grade and half of seventh. So they taught together all of the sixth grade content, and then they would find additional time in their day, the students that needed that seventh grade content, to teach them the seventh grade material. That's traditionally probably how it worked for many of the schools. But they did, for students that qualified under Senate Bill 2124, they looked for creative ways to make that work, which is why we're excited that many of them will be back at middle school so that students can truly get that full curriculum and not, but they did find ways to make that happen.
Will any of our campuses have sixth grade next year, or elementary?
Yes.
Many. Okay.
Matthew, Susan Blazier.
Okay, so I would be curious, kind of looking forward, just given what we know about the way it's been implemented in sixth grade, what we're going to do next year to speed up the progress.
That's something we can monitor.
Okay, thank you. Now I have another sixth grade question, but this is, another elementary question, but this is totally unrelated to that question. So my other elementary question is, in terms of where the feeder schools are for the students coming into sixth grade accelerated math, where do we see who's getting it the most in terms of our elementary school feeder schools? Like, do we see that there are some feeder schools where larger percentages of those kids coming up out of fifth grade are going into sixth grade accelerated? So do we see different levels of success from different elementary schools, or has that data not been looked at yet?
That is something that we want to look into. We have not yet, but it is on, we actually discussed it this week, of really looking at where are those pockets of success, because ultimately it's the fifth grade scores, and discussing with elementaries, what are they doing so we can help replicate that and work with the elementary team to replicate that across the district.
Okay, I love that, because of mobilizing like more problem solvers to help figure out how can we help our kids be successful. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions? Trustee Foster.
Thanks for the presentation, as always. A couple of questions. I'm really excited about the 5x5 for 70. I'll just call it that as a shorthand. It reflects what a lot of people have asked for, and it's more of a shakeup than I think people might realize. So I think that's pretty cool. And in specific, as part of that math and reading every day, right? So how does implementing 5x5 for 70 of daily math with daily math and reading, which I think I heard results in less CTE minutes, and CTE minutes have value. Student engagement, set them up for high school, early career exploration, et cetera, et cetera. So what are the implications of if I heard correctly, that there's a loss of CTE minutes, what are the implications for students?
Yes, sir, thank you for the question. It's the 90 minutes required for CTEs to get high school credit and for funding. So it is having to forego some of that. However, again, with the analysis done, you know, we're structuring our entire middle school program around somewhere in, I'm just gonna say for not enough money to restructure our middle school program. The trade-off of losing math and reading every single day is not worth that. But I will also say that the high school credits gained in middle school do not often track into high school in the same CTE pathway. So students, upon arriving in high school, often change that pathway when they are met with all of these different options. And so it is not to knock on middle school CTE at all. We want those experiences. You can have the experience and not get the high school credit, but I also want to say we have 32 opportunities for credits in high school. And we have plenty of opportunity to get those credits done. And I do feel that we are being a little short-sighted by giving those so early because, speaking as a recovering principal, that the number of seniors that are like, I have 2 classes to take and I want to be office aide or not be here the rest of my time here, it is also impacting us on attendance and funding in that way to a greater degree. So best bet is to let middle school be middle school to the best we can. And then get them ready for high school, and then there are 32 opportunities, more than enough time to gain those credits for distinguishes. So I think we're gonna be fine, and we need to invest in the math and the reading.
I do seem to notice a lot of kids in the office.
One you might even be familiar with. So.
That's right. Wow, that's real. I appreciate that, and I guess what I want to lift up in this and ask about and probe more deeply about is what I'm seeing is a strategic prioritization that I really, really appreciate. But from a board's perspective, we have to recognize and listen closely and hear where there's trade-offs and have to, from a sort of governance and visionary perspective, understand that there's a trade-off being made and be cool with the trade-off or ask for a mitigation
and
of any
the amount of
downsides.
frustration that happens with a high school student that is being, you know, in remedial, you know, trying to catch up with math and reading at that point is incredibly difficult. And your 9th grade year will absolutely dictate the possibility of graduation on time. And so if we can close the gaps in middle school and just fundamentals there, we are going to set ourselves up for success in a much better way.
Got it. Thank you for that. One of the things that you all have started doing, I guess, at the request of Trustee Singh and others, is this outlier, sort of what are the outliers doing? And I am curious I love to see them, and I'm also curious about them with regards to discernment of what is or are like sort of, we've just seen some universal best practices that we can spread everywhere versus we're seeing something context specific, hyper local, and we don't want to spread it everywhere. So how does this inform strategy? You know, how does what you learn about outliers inform strategy? And maybe are there like 1 or 2 or 3 that you know, okay, we're seeing something here that we have to do everywhere?
So I talked about small group a lot, and there is often a tendency in some classrooms to teach whole group the entire time, especially when you have a shortened block of 45 minutes, direct teach, direct teach, direct teach. The trends are telling us that this focus on small group instruction and that every student has access to small group instruction is critical. That we all know if you and I sat down and you taught me something, I'd probably learn it better than if you taught it to the whole auditorium here. And so we know that that's a critical practice that we need to see, but then there's also the strategies that happen within, we heard over and over again tonight, AVID, right? Those are research-based instructional strategies. AVID calls them AVID strategies, but when we think about compare and contrast, when we think about summarizing, when we think about what those are, we still need to see those in the math classroom. So it's both. It's those instructional strategies that we know we need to see every day in every classroom across AISD, but it's these small group. Everybody's entitled to that. No direct teach for 45 minutes, or if you're on this 5x5, 70 minutes, that there's a direct teach, there's some guided practice, and then I'm going to start pulling my groups within there. So those are some critical levers that we know we can pull.
It's kind of cool. I guess I'm really digging this idea of looking at outliers, because like what you've just told me, that wasn't like rocket science in a sense. It's like we all kind of know this set of best practices that are out there, but now what's happening is you go and you say, this place, it's going really well. What are they doing? And you see this best practice, but then you're kind of like newly affirmed and noticing or able to assess whether that's happening somewhere else. And now all of a sudden your roadmap is becoming a little more clear. Like, oh, just like the book said, or just like the research said, this is really good. Let's expand it. So that sounds awesome as well. And again, I'm grateful for the sort of specificity and strategic work. So what I didn't hear in that, which I find interesting, is context specific, really what you were, and also didn't hear a need for a huge new resource investment. This is about our professional development that hopefully is ongoing anyway, and our classroom observations and what we're seeing. So I'm not hearing more money needing to be spent to engage these best practices more widely. Am I right or wrong?
Yes, and I would also like to add, that if you look at these outliers, what's great that we're seeing is that a lot of them said the same things. So what's really happening is, again, this is a combination of something that the campuses asked for, the Dr. Wilson support, the MTSS walkthroughs, and academics kind of working collaboratively. So it was like we all came together and said, small group instruction, it's a thing we need at secondary. Do we do it well at secondary? No, let's get better at it. So this is really encouraging to see, because now you're starting to see a system and everyone working together, and it's very collaborative. So it warms my heart to see that so many of these strategies are the same. So when we asked Dr. Wilson, can you reach out to these campuses, and find out, a little bit more in depth what they're doing, a lot of them are very, very similar, which is a good thing.
Yep, absolutely. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee De Urioste.
What is happening with the sixth graders that we're hearing that thought they were enrolling for Algebra 1 in sixth grade?
I think Dr. Wilson, talking about from the comments on the call?
Yeah.
So are you speaking about the
Specifically
questions about Keeling Middle School?
I guess
Yeah,
so.
Dr. Wilson, or both of y'all.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood.
So this is something that we're working through with Dr. Reach. Starting in around February, we realized that that there were students starting out in Algebra 1, and so we just want to make sure that we can prove that the students have gotten instruction in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade TEKS, and find out whether the campus can create an assessment like that, and whether that goes along with our board policies. So we are working with TEA to find out what the next moves are. So we have been working with the campus since February, and we did hear the parents' concerns, and we're working with Dr. Reach through TEA just to see what kind of solutions we can come up with.
So I think what I'm hearing, the perception is that this is directly related to SB 2124. I mean, is this related, or is it?
It's not directly related. The Senate Bill 2124 is just that districts have to have an advanced math pathway, which we have and had for many years, but also the auto enrollment. What this is related to is having a student go from 5th grade math to Algebra 1. They're missing instruction in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade math. So figuring out what are next steps, because per TEA, students have to have formal instruction unless you'd go through an accelerated pathway, and we currently don't have acceleration in elementary. So the only way to accelerate currently is through credit by exam. So working through that to help campuses and make sure we're in compliance, and also making sure students are not missing foundational skills to jump from 5th grade to Algebra 1.
So then for those students, I guess with those concerns specifically, would they be moving to the AMP2 road track?
So there are several options. There's the credit by exam option. The other thing is they could enroll in AMP2, because if they started Algebra 1 in 6th grade, it would be Algebra 1 in 6th, Geometry in 7th, Algebra 2 in 8th. If they go into AMP2, they can take 6, 7, and 8 in 6th grade, Algebra 1 in 7th grade, and Geometry and Algebra 2 concurrently in 8th grade.
So then, if I'm understanding correctly, the issue, because those students take an entrance exam, right, at Keeling, but that's not going to qualify for the credit by exam?
Right. Not right now. So basically, we are just trying to align our practices with what the board policy is.
Okay, but I guess.
And state policy. Mm-hmm.
I understand that piece. I think the communication piece for those families, what I'm understanding is they thought they were enrolling into Algebra 1. And so in lieu of that not being an option, is there a clear default of what happens for those students?
Jacob. Everyone leave? Thank you, Dr. Going to be up here by myself. It will still be an option for these students to potentially take Algebra 1 in 6th grade. They will need to complete a credit by examination prior to that, as required by the state of Texas, to show that they've mastered the subject level matter of 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. We do want to reach out to TEA and get some clarity, because Algebra 1 actually states that the only prerequisite is 8th grade math. And so, recognizing the situation that we're in with a short turnaround, we are going to make a request of TEA if we can utilize just the 8th grade CBE, which we think would still show mastery of the subjects and provide somewhat of a compromise. But moving forward, we would need to use either the state's approved CBEs or create our own. And long term, we do think that that's probably the best solution, is to create our own using Keeling and some of our other teachers across the district. And then we'll be required under state law to create an audit process that the board will need to approve. And then the board will need to approve a process on how we report out how our own CBEs are going, basically, how many students take it, how many pass and do not pass, and is it a statistically significant grouping?
So I think the last piece on that, because some of the comments I've seen is about the short window of time for them to take a credit by examination. There's families that already have plans over the summer. So that's why I was kind of using that word default, is if they don't have an opportunity or they don't have time to take any further action, would AMP2 be the best path, or where are we directing those students, and are the families aware of what's available to them in lieu?
Yeah, and so certainly have our academic staff answer the first part of your question. I will mention that we will have a testing window 2 weeks before the start of school. This is a normal CBE testing window. We have worked with Mr. Cordell, who oversees system-wide testing, so that he is, one, aware that we may be, typically we don't utilize a lot of CBEs, but we may be requesting a lot, so that his team is ready so that we could proctor those on the campus with Keeling at a time that works well for the Keeling families. So we will have a window. And then I'd ask if Dr. Diaz could respond to the other part of the question.
Yes, absolutely. So the other option is, so we are looking into the CBEs and working with TEA, as Dr. Reach stated, but the other way to still get to Algebra 2 is to do the AMP2 pathway, because again, there's nothing in TEA rules that says that you can't take geometry and Algebra 2 concurrently. The gatekeeper is Algebra 1, so you have to have passed Algebra 1 before you could do geometry or Algebra 2, but they can do those concurrently, and it would still wind them up finishing 8th grade with an Algebra 2 pathway.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So I mean, I guess the way I'm understanding this is the issue that we're seeing and receiving the comments on is kind of the temporary issue for the transition to the
100%.
new standard. Okay, I just want to make sure that we get the information to those students, since it's just going to be the specific population that's affected, to kind of minimize the issues during that transition.
Absolutely, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Trustee Quinton.
I just had a quick question on your comment on outliers at Sadler Means and how they have small group instruction, and just was kind of wondering like the logistics behind that. And I know that not all of our campuses are staffed the way that we want them to be, and so just thinking about how we can have those small group instructions on campuses that on other campuses.
Absolutely. So again, that was a collective effort, but by everybody. Basically, we knew that that needed to happen because we know that it works really well in elementary campuses. But it's really the only logistic, about it is that you are going to pull a small group just like you would in elementary while the other kids are working independently. So for that, it was just really some training and working with the campuses on it, because sometimes secondary teachers are reluctant to do those kind of things. It's like, what happens if I take my eyes off, 25 of the kids while I'm working with these 5? So there's no extra cost or anything about that. It's just really training and support in getting people used to that, getting them in the habit of what it's like. Once you've released the students to do independent work, that's when you can look at your exit slips and then pull a small group in and work with those students, immediately right there. And that's where you close gaps, before they even start within the class period.
Thank you. Additional questions?
Yes.
Vice President will
Thank you. So I have a strategy-focused question that deals with what advanced mathematics classes in terms of like high school classes are offered at each middle school currently, and then what is the plan for next year and the strategy behind that?
So all of our campuses currently offer up to Algebra 1. Majority, and I can get that list to you, but majority of our campuses offer through geometry. Keeling offers through Algebra 2, and we did have one other campus that I believe is doing geometry and Algebra 2 concurrently, but only 2 campuses that offer up through Algebra 2.
Sorry, how many offered geometry this
I can
year?
get that number to you. It's almost all of them. There might be 1 or 2 don't, but I can get that exact number to you.
Okay, and then are any of those changing from this year to next year?
Possibly 1. I'll have to follow up with the campus to see. I know they were looking into a geometry pathway, but I can follow up and we can get that information to you.
Thank you. And then trustees have asked questions I have, and the administration has answered the rest of them. Thank you.
Thank you. And anyone with any additional questions at this point? Trustee Kaufman.
I don't know how to ask this, so I'm just going to make a brief comment and see what happens. As we're talking about this early start of algebra, I think this goal and the safeguard, this goal and the progress measure are intended to get kids into Algebra 1 by 8th grade. Is that correct? Okay, so here's my question. Is Algebra 1 a developmentally appropriate course for kids in 8th grade?
So glad you asked that. We had this discussion while we were eating dinner before we came down here. I think it's important for us to remember what developmentally appropriate is for one child might not be developmentally appropriate for another. And so we do have students, and I think many of us have worked with students where very early on you saw this aptitude and it was the right path for them. I think we also have to caution ourselves, and to Trustee Singh's questions earlier, we've created a goal here that might perpetuate some enrollment in the course, and maybe not everybody's ready. But what's developmentally appropriate does depend on the student, their interest, their aptitude, and their willingness around the work.
And so when we're talking about algebra in 7th grade and 6th grade, I would presume that would mean it's progressively fewer students for whom it would be developmentally appropriate. Okay, so I really just want to make a comment then, it's around safeguarding the 6th graders around not perpetuating the pressure to be in there, to help our families and our students understand that algebra in 7th or 8th grade, geometry creates a pathway towards a lot of higher math that will prepare you well for college. Algebra in 6th grade for some students is extremely damaging. Algebra in 7th grade for some students is extremely damaging and can actually curtail their work.
Yes.
And I speak that from experience with a son who was pressed into by peer pressure and institutional pressure to take algebra in 7th grade at one of our AISD schools, and lost his interest in math, lost his confidence in math, and lost a lot of things. And so I just want us to as we're responding appropriately to all of the parent concerns around their kids getting into that pathway and making sure we're being responsive to what the parents want for their kids, that we're also really putting that educator cap on and saying, is this actually the right choice for that kid, before we bend over backwards to get them into the course. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate this conversation, and have a few questions as well. And I've heard so much. I think the finding ways to have daily math and reading and not take away electives. I'm hearing a lot of really letting middle schoolers be middle schoolers, the unintended consequence. I'm hearing a lot. So this has been a really rich conversation. I have a couple of data questions to start, which is really to what degree, now that we see SB 2124 in place, to what degree do the numbers we're seeing for total percentages of enrolled this year correlate with what we see on the 5th grade STAR? To what degree are the new numbers we're seeing just really a reflection of that 60th percentile on the 5th grade STAR? Do we have a sense of that? To what degree is this kind of default and to, defaulting in, and to what degree are people making that choice to either opt in or opt out?
I don't have that exact answer. We can find that out. We have an increased number, so I do think some of that is definitely due to Senate bill, but we can get with campuses and find out exactly, and look at data and find out how many kids maybe didn't qualify but still entered that pathway, so we can definitely get that for you.
Okay. I think as we look with the next report for that end of year data, I think it would be really helpful to understand kind of to what degree is it being automatic, to what degree are people either choosing, more students choosing, or students not choosing. I think that would be really helpful to see and to understand that correlation, especially because we know that our STAR scores often correlate by economic disadvantage, by race, by other things, and we're seeing very familiar patterns in this data again. So thank you for that. And I have just a mechanical question. I know the answer, but I think it would be helpful to our community. SB 2024 talks about that 60th percentile district-wide, correct? And so how are we navigating that as a district? Are we looking district-wide? Are we looking campus by campus? How are we identifying those students under that law?
It's actually identified state. It's 60th percentile state, looking at all the state
of state
scores.
Okay,
yes, it's of state, not district.
Okay, and so how are we? So we're taking students. Some campuses may have a larger percentage of students than others who qualify.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and we're not doing anything to adjust for that, or
One thing that we will be working on is that rubric to look for other qualifiers, because we know just one test doesn't tell the whole story.
And
So
so that's
that
the
is one
purpose.
area where we will, to help identify students that maybe that one test didn't qualify them, but they have the aptitude and the interest.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that. So I'm really intrigued by the Murchison, the advanced academic, I forget what you called it, the advanced academic. Yes, I would love to understand a little bit more about that, because I think we've heard from families a lot that just understanding the options and the pathways and the systems is mysterious to some families, really valuable when people get it. And I'd love to hear a little bit more about what they're doing that's been successful, and how we might learn from that and think about that as a resource that we can help support in other places. That was a very exciting thing to hear. And I know as we're trying to make sure everyone has access to rigorous courses, to advanced academics, if that's the right choice for them, understanding that information piece would be great to learn a little bit more about that.
In their advanced celebrations.
Can you ask the question again about Murchison, please?
Yes, Ms. Petrozzini, I think it was, who mentioned it's the advanced academic at Murchison.
Was it Murchison or?
So it's
Oh, it's Bedichek, at
has
Bedichek,
the
sorry.
Advanced Academics Roadmap.
Roadmap, that's it, the advanced academic roadmap at Bedichek. Yeah, I'd love to know a little bit more about what that is and how it's supporting families to just fully understand the options their students have and help their students find that right path when advanced academics is part of that.
Yeah, so this is just a part of like the school's internal communication system. And as was stated previously, like every school has these high leverage strategies and supports that we could possibly find opportunities to leverage across campuses to standardize those practices. But the advanced academics roadmap with the supports is just a communication channel that Bedichek has chosen to create and implement, and this also is inclusive of like advanced academics family nights and the students being celebrated with their academic achievements and accomplishments. In some schools, this may come in the form of a s'more newsletter, which was taken away and they left s'more, a s'more newsletter. In other schools, this may come in the form of different academic nights, hosting different ways, to individualize celebrations. So this is just one thing that's exclusive to Bedichek. The name is different, but you will see that similarity mirrored across campuses in a different form or fashion. I think we just, the names are exclusive to the school and how they choose to like individualize these unique approaches, but you will see these approaches reflected on every campus in some form or fashion when it comes to celebrating its students and keeping parents and families informed of the work that's going on and the options to explore the different pathways that are provided at the.
Thank you. And then I really want to, we've talked about reconsidering targets as we hit them. I know the landscape is very different because of the new law than it was when we adopted our scorecard, and seeing that leap ahead, seeing how it's going to impact. We didn't have this data yet. And so when we adopted the targets, we didn't have this, and to some degree, that 39% target that we've adopted for 2029 is now just restating existing law. And I really, as we're thinking about making a few other tweaks to our scorecard, would love, and as we're hearing from our community when we talked about our Lone Star Governance community engagement, hearing people question why some of our targets are low, making sure that we're being thoughtful about the targets on this as we're looking at hitting some of them. Do we want to reconsider? And also having a really solid idea of those unintended consequences of kind of pushing kids into things, and the unintended consequences that our scorecard can have as well, of kind of doing things to meet a number rather than doing things to serve a student, and how we balance that. So I would really welcome, as we get that end of year data in the fall, as we look to that end of year data, would really recommend the guidance from your team, and then the expertise that's coming from our campuses about where you think we should land, if we should reconsider it, and if so, how. So thank you all for that. And then I think this is another opportunity as we look at, you know, the different numbers for our different demographic groups and a law that kind of creates a specific numerical target. We haven't done the work together as a board to figure out exactly what we mean by on track, as opposed to the overall goal versus goals for individual groups. And I think it's, I would really love to work with the administration to find some time. We have some team building time coming up. We have some other kind of training, annual training every year required by Texas law. And, you know, either in a meeting, in a board meeting, or at one of our trainings, which are also open to the public, really having that conversation about what on track means to us for the individual demographic groups, so that we and the administration can have a shared understanding of that as we further kind of refine this process. And I think ideally we would do it during a board meeting. I know we have to balance our time, and I don't know if that would be student outcomes time or not, or neutral time, but I think I do want to work with our coach and the administration to figure out how we can have that conversation together, because I think it is an important conversation. Thank you. All right. Anyone else with any questions? All right. Thank you all so much for all.
I do have a question.
Oh, yes.
I'm
Trustee
sorry.
Singh, thank you. And we hear you.
I know, it's working. Thank you to the AV people. I really enjoyed this conversation. I do have one question, actually two. One is, given what we know about social emotional learning and trauma-informed instruction, and the budgetary investments we've made in this, how is that going to speed up or impact some of the work that we're doing with advanced math, if at all? Try not to make this a leading question, but it is one of the questions on our LSG framework.
Yeah, I think relationships are critical and key. Trustee Singh, with any initiative, it's a matter also of, I think we focus a lot on like the self-confidence of a student and not like self-efficacy. And self-efficacy comes with building relationships with students. Students knowing that they have trusted adults in the building, and then leaning on those trusted adults to be able to encourage them with the productive struggle and not push them past, you know, what they are capable of, but to allow that discomfort in that productive struggle model. A lot of times students are afraid or hesitant to try an advanced pathway or be placed in a rigorous course or classroom setting if they feel like they will be isolated, if risk-taking is not encouraged, and if those around them are not being risk takers as well. So just knowing like the different, you know, zones of proximal development, and then being able to scaffold the students to those intended learning points in a way that is appropriate and responsive to their age, and appropriate and responsive to what the intended target is and the mastery level. Also, I think that when we speak about relationships, we tend to focus just on the teacher in the classroom building that relationship, and one of the critical pieces is the counselor. And what we have seen is that when academic counselors who are advising students also are aware of their capabilities and believe in them, and are able to encourage them and to also give parents and families the proper and appropriate advisement, we see that there is a direct correlation with the counselor's relationship and proper academic counseling and advising, and what we see with student performance and outputs in the classroom.
Okay, I appreciate that. The other thing I wanted to do, while I totally agree with what I heard Trustee Kaufman say about, you know, especially from his own lived experience, I just want to clarify the point I was making earlier was not so much about a concern about putting kids into accelerated math that might not be ready. While that is a concern, the concern I had raised earlier was not providing appropriate supports to teachers and classrooms to ensure that students ultimately can meet the goals if they are interested in pursuing an accelerated math pathway. So I just, which it's slightly, it was a different point, but just wanted to make sure that that was clear. So thank you.
To that point, what I will add is that another way to support, like you mentioned, on the student or the teacher level, the staff level, is just high quality professional development. And we have found opportunities to be able to add value and to improve our practices when it comes to professional development. A lot of times when we look at our just-in-time training attendance, we tend to focus on maybe first-year teachers, maybe teachers that are striving in a certain area, but not necessarily on teachers that are teaching advanced classes and courses and pathways. We notice that with those numbers, when you look at attendance and data, we don't necessarily see that group of teachers. We don't necessarily see high numbers in those areas. And then also what we've looked at, and we've talked about it together as secondary academics and school leadership team, is like in our AP classes, seeing how many people are actually aligned to AP Classroom, which is the actual, curriculum and pathway that we should be teaching. We have found opportunities for better increased alignment when it comes to like AP Classroom, curriculum, instruction, and teachers being well-versed in that area to be able to support students in these pathways.
Yeah, and Trustee Singh, the only thing, Matthias, the only thing I would add is, it was several years ago when we had kind of multiple professional development opportunities with Dr. Bruce Perry and within the administration, and I think he also did a session with the Board of Trustees. It's been a little bit of time. Certainly, those practices and leading into those is something that we believe in. But certainly, as we look forward and things stabilize, we'd be open to kind of embracing that and kind of understanding kind of what can be improved upon as we move forward, because it has been a little bit of a while since we had that round. That's probably 3.5 years ago, but it is part of our kind of identity and certainly part of our values for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any further questions, comments? Excellent. Thank you for all of this conversation, for the data, for the focus on supporting students to get to and through this. Really a great conversation. Thank you all. So trustees, now it's time to vote on whether or not we accept this monitoring report. And to clarify what Lone Star governance requires, we are voting to accept this report as a formal acknowledgement that we had a satisfactory conversation with the superintendent and have a deeper understanding about how current reality for students lines up with our vision for them. Does someone have a motion?
I move that we accept this report.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you. Having, trustees, is there any discussion? Having a motion from Secretary Gonzalez, a second by Trustee Quintana to accept the monitoring report. All in favor, please raise your right hand. And the motion passes by all those on the dais. I don't see Trustee Singh voting, so we're 8-0, I believe. Trustee Singh, are you abstaining or voting?
I'm abstaining.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, so we're eight in favor, none opposed, one abstaining. Thank you. And thank you, trustees, for the conversation. And I believe we do have the comment lined up from Ms. Batchelder, which did involve advanced math. And so I think we can hear that now. If the people in the control room can go ahead and play that in case we missed it before, we want to be sure that we hear comment from everyone who's taken the time to reach out to us. And then we'll move on to the next section of our agenda.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Batchelder. I'm a parent of a rising Keeling sixth grader. I'm calling about Keeling informing me that new TEA guidance is preventing them from offering Algebra 1 to ready sixth graders. And I would like to request that AISD consider figuring out a solution with TEA that allows these students to take Algebra 1 this year while they figure out a longer-term solution for next year that allows them to figure out all of the cascading implications of this decision, or at a very minimum, if they could allow these students this year to just take one single test instead of 3 tests that would be expensive and time-consuming and incredibly stressful for these kids. So I think Keeling has been offering this Algebra 1 program for years to great success. It would be a pity if that got canceled, and I hope that AISD works to find a solution for students this year who are caught in the crosshairs, as well as a long-term sustainable solution for the future.
All right, now it is time to move on to our information, reports, and updates. Our first item is an update on the district's TEA required turnaround plans for Dobie, Webb, and Burnett Middle Schools, and we've scheduled 30 minutes for this. And Mr. Segura, can you please introduce the item?
Thank you, President Boswell. I'd like to welcome Dr. Amerson, Assistant Superintendent of School Improvement, Brandy Hosick, Chief of Talent Strategy, and Dr. Jacob Reach, Chief of Government Relations and Board Services. And we will provide an update on the 25-26 turnaround plans for Burnett, Dobie, and Webb. Sorry.
And before we begin, just to clarify, Dr. Reach, this time is not student outcomes and it's not neutral. This time counts against our student outcomes time. Is that correct?
That is correct.
It's
The public
adult-focused
hearing
time.
is legally required.
The hearing, but this is not legally required, so this, okay, thank you. Just wanted to clarify what these were.
Can I just clarify that as well? So just to be clear, a conversation among the board representing our community's vision and values regarding the turnaround plans with drastic changes made to these schools to achieve results that are deserved by the community and by the students does not count as time under Lone Star governance.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, and it's important to have the understanding and for our community to understand as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Segura and Board of Trustees. Before we get into the recent steps on the turnaround plan, we do want to explain a little bit about our timeline change. Because originally we had shared with the community that we would be voting on plans tonight and hold a public hearing. We decided to move those plans both to align with the Texas Education Code, which requires that our plan be posted for 30 days, and we posted that on the 25th of May, but also to ensure that we have additional time to both take public feedback, but also adapt that public feedback into our plan. And so we have posted the plan. It is both on our website, and paper copies are available at the campuses. And our public hearing and potential approval will happen on June 26, 2025. And that we have 2 public hearings that night, both budget and this. This will be the second of the 2 public hearings. And so we want to remind why we need to do turnaround plans and the reason for identification. So the Texas Education Code does require a campus to prepare and submit a turnaround plan if it has been identified as unacceptable for 2 consecutive years. Now, we do need to think through that very briefly because the first unacceptable rating was actually 2019, but then we had a series of not rateds that were issued due to COVID. And so in 2019, the campuses, the 3 that we're discussing, received their first unacceptable rating, and they created a targeted improvement plan that actually went into place for their 1920 school year, and then because of COVID, was actually carried over 1 additional year. The second unacceptable rating came out in 2023, but was not released until about 2 months ago because of a lawsuit that had temporarily held up accountability ratings for 2023. So the district is required by TEA to submit the turnaround plan for these 3 campuses by June 30th, 2025. I will give one other mention on this, and that's that Dobie was originally identified for federal accountability. These plans right here are based on state accountability. Dobie does not have to do 2 plans. They only have to do 1 to satisfy both. But the state did allow us to move Dobie to be on the same timeline as the other 2, which is why we had originally only been talking about Dobie 4 months ago, and now we're working on all 3. So as a brief summary of a turnaround plan, so a turnaround plan is really done to produce significant and sustainable gains in student achievement and to move the school towards a C rating or higher within 2 years. In Texas, a school turnaround plan, which we've been calling TAP, is a structured approach to improve schools that have not met accountability ratings. It is designed to address concerns and make substantial improvements in student outcomes, often involving, as TEA describes, restructuring, reforming, or reconstituting a campus. So that is just a summary of our turnaround plan, and now I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Amerson to talk about some of the components of our plan.
Thank you. Good evening. President Boswell, trustees, Superintendent Segura, thank you for the opportunity to share the work that we've done thus far. As Dr. Reach stated, we are required to submit turnaround plans for Burnett, Webb, and Dobie. Turnaround plans have 4 key components, and the structure of the plan will be discussed at a high level. For your information, I want to offer you a subset of information so we can understand the structure and what we've done to this point. So the 4 components, the first one is school improvement strategy, the second is stakeholder engagement, the third is milestones and performance management, and the last section is resources. Next slide, please. The school improvement strategy is a core element of the turnaround plan. It's intended to improve student outcomes by enhancing the practices outlined in the Effective Schools Framework. Austin ISD is implementing a district-managed restart plan aligned to the Accelerating Campus Excellence, or ACE, model at the 3 middle schools, Burnett, Webb, and Dobie. The district has proactively developed an 1882 contingency plan, which will be informed by mid-year data to measure whether or not our students have made sufficient progress. The 1882 contingency is a collaboration between the school district and another entity such as a charter, a nonprofit, or higher education to operate a school campus. If the contingency plan is needed, it will be effective for the school year 26-27. Stakeholder engagement is a continuous and inclusive process that involves gathering input and feedback from our parents, our community members, educators, and other relevant parties. This slide shows some of the engagement opportunities that we have offered to solicit feedback for each of the 3 schools. The feedback has been added to the plan. It's currently in draft form, so revisions are being made regularly. There are more engagement opportunities to come. We do want to continue to solicit the feedback and make revisions as warranted. I do want to point out that the elementary feeder schools to Dobie, Webb, and Burnett have been invited to the community meetings to make sure that we can incorporate their voices as well. The milestones and performance management component is really where we hold ourselves accountable. The milestones offer the what and when of the achievement, and the performance management piece offers the ongoing support and evaluation, and it tells the how we're doing and the who will be responsible for certain areas. So just to give you an example of what we will be monitoring closely in terms of accountability will be some of the professional development that we're going to be offering, training and resources to teachers to make sure they understand the TEKS, topics along the lines of internalizing and using curriculum and curriculum guides, supporting our campus leaders, working alongside the administrators to embed curriculum in professional learning opportunities. So again, these are things that will be ongoing monitoring, because this is the work. This is the implementation of the work and making sure that we are tight around our systems and our monitoring practices. And that is the next slide is resources, and Chief Osick will take it from here.
Thank you both. I get 2 microphones. Good evening, trustees. Thank you again for having me. We have deployed additional resources to these 3 campuses. They all do total up to the same number of FTEs, but they are happening in different ways. For example, Burnett Middle School had 3 assistant principals. We want to put 1 on each grade level. They already had that in place. They already had 3 counselors in place. And so you'll notice that that is the difference between some of the other campuses where Dobie and Webb, we did deploy an extra assistant principal and another counselor. All 3 campuses did receive a wellness counselor. We do believe that is going to be incredibly important for our students to make sure that we are taking care of their social emotional well-being. We have also put in place additional teaching units. Those are not specific. We are waiting to see what those master schedules look like, and we will make those fit to the best need of the campus at the time and what that master schedule needs, in addition to additional instructional coaches and content interventionists. So those will be some additional FTEs. We are making tremendous progress. As you know, we had to do a tremendous turnover of the campus to make sure that our employees, our teachers are highly qualified as defined by the state, being that they are highly correlated with not only their appraisal and evaluation score, but also growth for their students. And so right now, we are, for teaching staff, we are across the 3 campuses as a whole at about a 72% fill rate. We have filled all of our counseling positions so far. So we are 100% staffed there, and we are at 75% of administration, and we made even some more progress today. So we are incredibly excited. We are continuing to have weekly screenings and hiring events. And as soon as our principals are onboarded, they will actually take over as the hiring manager for those campuses to be able to fill out the rest of their staff with the people that they choose. And that is it for staffing. Go ahead, Dr. Reach.
So I do want to give an update on our technical partner. So we have engaged with a group called Steady State, who has supported multiple districts and campuses across the state with implementing ACE and also with developing what is called a resource school program, and I'll touch on that in just a moment. But Steady State is really working on 5 essential tasks for us. That's to help us plan and design the ACE program overall, provide coaching and support for the school leadership and the district leadership around ACE, support our data analysis and review of the academic and non-academic indicators, both for those that are required from TEA, but also for as we support this program and build out this program. They will also help with quarterly site visits and campus walks, and then they have already been helping extensively with executive material creation and making sure that we have materials that are both aligned with the requirements, but also have a history of being utilized in other districts with good results, and then working with us to adapt it for Austin ISD's needs. So the other task that I wanted to mention is that Steady State will also be supporting us with looking for resource campus support, which is a grant. It's not really a grant from TEA, but it is a process that for schools that are implementing ACE may be able to get additional resources to the campus. Currently there are no middle schools in the entire state. We believe that we could potentially have the first middle schools that will receive this additional resource funding. How much did we say it was? 10% more?
Correct.
Yeah, so it'll be 10% more than what we currently receive for each of those campuses. So we're really excited about that. And while not official, we do believe that also our partner E3 Alliance is going to be able to help support us with this work, and they are going to be funding the majority of this work with Steady State for us so that we can work towards that resource campus designation. And then the last thing I'd mention is that Steady State will well position us to receive potential LASSO grants from TEA when those come up, because having a technical assistance provider is a requirement. And since we will already have one in place and already demonstrated that we have implemented those different requirements, we should be well positioned to receive LASSO grants for all 3 of these campuses. Turn it back over to Dr. Emerson.
This is exciting. We were evaluating the learning opportunities and academic needs of our students, and we created a summer learning experience for the rising 6th graders that will feed into Burnett, Webb, and Dobie, as well as the current 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. We did use data to determine which students we would invite to the summer learning experience. We used STAR data and map growth data. And those are just a few pictures of our students. Next slide. So all 3 of the schools, Burnett, Dobie, and Webb, are at Burnett Middle School for the summer learning experience. We've had 130 students enrolled to promote attendance and participation. There's a phone bank that is active. The administrators and counselors are calling families every day to make sure that students come every day, and there are daily reminders from the office staff to enroll. So it's open enrollment, there's no stop date. The students have 3 major components to their summer learning experience every day. There's restorative practices staff member on site. They have 30 minutes each day for restorative practices and SEL, character strong, if you will, learning lessons. And then academic integration includes math and ELA, and it's embedded in all daily lessons every day. So we are excited about that program.
Thank you, Dr. Amerson. And as I wrap up, I did want to just kind of reinforce our commitment to community engagement. And certainly we are in a compressed timeline. It's something that we just have to navigate given the reality of the environment that we're operating in. But it's really, really important that we lean into our school communities and partners around our specific school communities and leverage their lived experiences and knowledge to help kind of reinforce not only the plan but also implementation over the next several years. And so this graphic here just simply shows the structure that we'll be deploying. It does contemplate leveraging existing CACs, but then supplementing with those partners that know the school the best, right? Local to the school. We have, whether it's alumni, preschools in the area, PTA advocates, faith-based partners, all are able to support and join this group tied to each campus. So there will be many of them. This does include our restarts as well as our other schools that are identified as the improvement group. Another thing I want to point out before I move to the final slide is that we will also have a district level committee. There are so many great partners out there in our community that want to support the district as a whole, and we want to kind of manage that relationship instead of having them go to each of our campuses because there's just so much to work through. So we will have a district level committee that is comprised of individuals across the 16 individual CAC pluses. And that'll be the mechanism that we use to partner kind of citywide. And as I finalize, once I close out the presentation on the next slide, just want to kind of bring everybody back to our timeline. There are multiple milestones in here that we've kind of already met and passed. There are several in front of us. I do want to point out that we did, as Dr. Reach mentioned, adjust our timeline. We were pursuing a June 12th submission. That has now been moved to the June 26th board meeting. That's really in an effort to ensure that we capture as much community feedback along the way and ensure that we are in compliance with all aspects, though there may be opportunities afforded to us given the compressed timeline. And so with that, I will hand it over to our trustees. I know it's an item we don't get a tremendous amount of time for and want to create space for questions.
Thank you. Who has a question? Any questions? Important topic?
Questions about a question.
Okay, Trustee Hunter.
Because this time counts against us, and it's super important that we get clarity on all of the parts of the turnaround plan, is there an opportunity for a workshop? Otherwise, I'm just going to ask my questions right now.
I think you need to ask your questions
Okay, I'm just going to
right
ask
now.
questions right now then. There is some concern about the actual physical plans. I know that all 3 of our schools are in a similar situation, but not the same situation. And the concern that we have now is in our paper, or I guess not paper plans, but in our actual plans, it looks like we're doing cut and paste, right? Even though, so just a little bit more detail about that, because I know that if we have this issue here, this issue here, this issue here, we're hoping that the strategy will be similar, maybe not the same, but similar in all 3 places. So if we can help our community and the trustees understand what the administration's goal is with the plans as they stand now.
Yeah, I'll start off, Trustee Hunter. We will have 3 distinct plans that are responsive to our communities. As we started this process, providing updates along the way, the first plan did include kind of one that was a framework, a starting point, and since then we've split them up. They're now posted as 3 individuals. As we get feedback, each one will carry on and be refined to the needs of the community. But you're right, there are similarities across the 3 because there are certain constraints we have to operate within to ensure that we have 3 separate plans that are all accepted by the state. And so certainly happy to maybe call out differences amongst the plans to ensure that we are being responsive, but we also have opportunities as we move forward to ensure that tailoring continues on over the next couple weeks.
So I would ask the administration to do, well, first let me recognize something. I saw the 3 plans that we have for the schools and that there are differences even there. So thank you that we are actually considering them to be 3 individual situations, similar, not the same, right? The second thing is as we change the plans, I think it would be good for our community, and the administration will have to decide if they feel like it's a good idea to have version 1, version 2, version 3, because it is so in depth and there's so much text. If you're just reading, it might be like, this is the same thing they said last time. But if we have side by side where we can look, and maybe, I'm gonna go a step further, I always wanna over-explain and over-clarify, say how it's changed. So version 1, version 2, version 3, the differences between version 1 and version 2 are here. What's same, what's different, bullet point. I don't know how y'all wanna do it. And then again, to help our community understand. And I'm asking that because I am the trustee that said, listen to the community. And we did listen to the community, right? The option was to close the school. This is how we don't close the school. And I said on that day, wait, don't get excited. It's gonna be harder than you think. Well, here we are. It's harder than you think. So, but as we go to help our constituents and our community members kind of follow along with us in the efforts and the changes that we are making. I know everybody's not gonna get it, and that's okay. But we want it to be there for people who do want it, and who do want to go say, did they really change something for this school over that school? Yeah. I just want to have it there for them.
So Trustee Hunter, that's a great comment. I am someone that truly, honestly believes in version control. So we collected input from community, from our Region 13 partners, from TEA. That submission, that version is live now. Over the next couple of days and into next week, we'll get additional feedback, post another version, and what we can do is consider annotation or a summary document in the kind of a opening page, kind of sharing what's different. It's a great comment, and we will absolutely implement that. So
wait, there's more. Okay. If you grew up in the 80s, you know that. I also, as we are continuing, Dr. Reach mentioned it, and Dr. Amerson mentioned it. One more request, if we can do this, as we are talking to community members, and we're like, hey, this change is based on comments from the community. Can we denote that with a star or something, right? To say, hey, this is not, because I'm just gonna tell you what people be saying at their houses, right? They're like, didn't nobody say that? That was from the central office. No, nobody wanted that. So, but let's really just be transparent, because that's what people want. If a community member says something, let's give them, not that person specifically credit, but to say, community members said this, we listened to teachers, we kept hearing this over and over, this is why that change has been made. I know we don't have all the time in the world, because we are on a compressed timeline, but where we can do that, I would hope that we could do that.
Thank you. Trustee Singh has her hand raised.
Hey, y'all. Thank you for these plans. I really was happy to see some of the things in there that I saw around SEL and that type of thing. I did have a question, though. Yeah, we keep referring to the 1882, potential 1882 vote at the end of this calendar year as a contingency. But I just wanted to ask if we could have a real clear statement in this document or just hear something from the superintendent of what would trigger what would trigger the administration to bring an 1882 contract to the board for us to approve this fall. What partners would we be considering? And if we do not approve an 1882 partner this fall for the next school year, and TEA gives an F to any one of these 3 schools, would that trigger a district takeover?
Yes, Trustee Singh, I can certainly be responsive to that question. One of the things that we added, I'm actually trying to find it, but it is a bulleted list in the report that identifies the timeline associated with the 1882 contingency associated with each one of these plans. In the documents themselves, what it states is that in August, we'll be releasing a request for proposals to our partners, anybody that would like to pursue it. And we would go through a procurement process, identify partners that are aligned philosophically with AISD. We would be able to communicate a clear scope of work so they understand kind of our expectations around communication, our expectations around family support, and we would receive those proposals later in the fall semester. We would evaluate them and we would identify them for potential partnership. Over the course of the fall semester, as supported by our technical partner, which is laid out in the document, we will be evaluating student growth, and in late November and into December, we will have information to make an informed decision. The one thing I want to be really, really clear about is that there are certain windows of opportunity that the agency has that we are managing towards. I'm going to get the dates wrong because they just changed them, I think, 2 days ago regarding the submission date. But there's a submission date in like a week and a half into December. I think it's the 15th. Maybe it's the 17th, but it's the 15th, and that's the priority window. And this is the window of opportunity where TEA would evaluate and consider a letter of intent to engage in an 1882 partnership. And this window is important because this is the only opportunity you have to bring someone, a partner, who is not already pre-approved. So just to be clear, if there is a partner that we choose to engage with who is not pre-approved by the agency, this would be the window of opportunity. And so you can imagine we would have a fair amount of information through the fall semester, but we certainly could benefit from having more. There is a second window of opportunity in the early spring semester, and in that spring semester, at that date, can you remind me what the date is, Jacob? Is it?
The second one is January 30th.
January 30th. So it's about a month and a half after the first one. In that date, it's a second submission window. In this submission window, it has to be a TA pre-approved partner. And this window is important because there are grant opportunities afforded to school districts that pursue these partnerships and can close by that window. The last opportunity is actually March 30th. March 30th is an opportunity. It'd be the final submission date. In this instance, AISD could wait that long. You'd have more information through the spring semester, which is always going to be incredibly helpful. It'll be prior to STAR. But in this instance, it would be a pre-approved partner. And in this instance, you would actually lose the opportunity to pursue a LASSO grant. So there are multiple windows. Based on what we had heard from community and from our trustees, we kind of acknowledge that we wanted the flexibility to introduce new partners, which is why the December timeline was a milestone that we were pursuing. But again, there are other opportunities, but again, as all things, they become more stricter as you progress down the spring semester. But again, you'd also have more information. In the event that we're not successful, and we do not select an 882 partnership, and any of these schools receive an F rating, and also the 23-24 rating gets released, right, which currently hasn't been released, then the commissioner must take an action because we will have already entered into and gone past the period when STAR is administered, which means that the commissioner shall take an action, and the earliest that would occur for AISD would be in the 26-27 school year if it was F and 24-25 was relieved and we did not pursue an 18-2 partnership.
Okay, I don't know if everyone, I just want to make sure that that's super clear because I think that is the big risk here, and I just want to be transparent. I feel like it's more than a contingency. I don't know if the administration shares that, but I think it is a likelihood that we would have to go with an 1882, but is there any, would you characterize it that way, or do you really think of it as like a contingency, a distant contingency, or a likelihood that we'd have to do in 1882?
So I think that each school situation is different. So I guess what I would say is, I do believe that we can do the work, 1,000%. I believe that as difficult as this path is, we absolutely can do it. Does that mean that things have to go well for us to be successful? Yes, it does. Which means the hiring process, staffing, making sure our technical partners on board, that we're implementing with fidelity over the fall semester. And so I would caution anyone to say that it's there's more likelihood of something over another. I view it as a contingency. We're going all in. We will have enough information to make an informed decision, and then, we will at that point.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I share your belief that we are going, I'm glad that we're investing so much. I think the question I have is not whether or not we're going to make progress, because I'm 100% certain we will make progress. It's really the risk factor of a district takeover. And we'd have to make that decision on an 1882 before we even get our STAR scores back for the 25-26 school year. So we're going to have to, so that's kind of like the thing that's the big question for me, but I appreciate the work on this. So thank you. And I'm excited about I'm excited about all the investments, and the attention that we're getting into this, and appreciate the community speaking up about their concerns as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions? Trustee Quintana.
Thank you. As I look at this presentation over, I know there's a lot that has to go into these slides, and I know it's a lot of information and content. But if I'm looking at it from the point of view of our community, or from the point of view of a parent or a teacher at one of these 3 campuses, I'm not sure a lot of my questions are being answered. I think a lot of these points are, they're a summary, right, of what we have to do. And then they are kind of vague. I think the summer learning slides are like an excellent representation of what I would love to see for the proposal whenever 2 weeks from now, that you have these like really clear metrics and ideas and action items that you're doing, right? That you have 130 kids and you're calling the families, and you're having a 30-minute of this, and I think that makes me feel confident in your ability to deliver when it comes to the turnaround plans, especially because this is going to be a self-managed turnaround. I think that is really important, that our community trusts that we can go beyond the high points and the ideas of things and really break it down. And so I really appreciate these 2 slides. I think that they really embody personally what I would love to see for our proposal.
Thank you. Additional questions? I have a quick question about slide 14. We heard a lot of comments tonight about the way the community feels engaged and does not feel engaged. And I know one of the things I heard was for a more formal system of engagement with teams and partnership as contemplated in some parts of the code for certain actions. And I'm wondering what the timeline on this is. Summer is a hard time to engage people, but we know who's been on our CACs. We know who's showing up. We do have time between now and the 26th. And kind of what is the timeline on this? And also, are these groups that go beyond the CAC meetings? Because CAC meetings are pretty prescriptive and structured. They exist because there's certain things schools have to do, but it doesn't leave a lot of room for the kind of deep, authentic engagement kind of beyond the academic plan that people, that help make these things successful.
Yeah, and Trustee Boswell, President Boswell, appreciate the question, and we're not envisioning that we're just going to swell the CACs with the idea is to take those individuals who we know are committed and already tied to the school and then build off it. So we have the flexibility to have more frequent engagements with this group. We have the ability to make adjustments and add as appropriate without having to go through a pretty traditional, standard process across all of our entire district. So I think because we're doing it that way, it gives us immense flexibility. As far as timeline, we are kind of going through and I would say operationalizing the idea. We've had meetings. I think there was a meeting today. So our goal is to launch before we go into July 4th break. And also it's important to note that CACs tend to wind down at the end of the school year and then get built up, typically with guidance from our principals and other staff. So you're right, we're kind of in this weird spot, but we do want to get it out. We want to begin to get interest. We certainly know that there are partners that are tied to these schools that can show interest. We can begin to engage them, get them up to speed before perhaps we even have the first meeting for that specific school, whatever school may be. So that's how we're approaching it. Certainly open to ideas. And the other thing I'll say is this time that we have between June 12th and June 26th does give us more opportunity to kind of launch. We are having meetings this coming week with partners. I'm doubling back. I have received just some ideas, from different partners about how we can improve engagement. So I've taken that to the team. So I think we've got some opportunities over the next couple of weeks to get it right before we go into July 4th, the July break. But we are operationalizing it and going to move it to scale. So our hope is that by June 26th, you'll see action on these items, these specific groups. But I need to, kind of double back and see exactly what kind of happened today after the direction I gave.
Okay, thank you. And then between now and the 26th, I'm hearing you don't expect any kind of formal group, but how can the people on our campuses in those communities who know those communities well, who support those communities, live in those communities, or have chosen to be part of those campus communities as staff, families, students, be part of helping to shape what we eventually you will bring to us as a recommendation for a vote?
Yeah, so one of the things that I just alluded to was a smaller meeting that's going to take place with, I would say, stakeholders in the community, each of these three communities. From that, one of the things that the team and I will discuss is, okay, so now that we have this feedback, given where we are, what does the next opportunity look like, and what does it need to be? We've had engagement. I want to be really clear. We have been on campus. We've done a lot. We think there's certainly opportunities for better and improved, but I really want to make sure that it can be accomplished in a timeline that we have. And so we have a 3-day week next week and then a 5-day week the following week. So we're going pretty quick, and I'm hopeful that the meeting that I have on Tuesday will help inform the next meeting, and we can set those up even prior to that. But that's how it's going to be. It's, we've been getting input, we've been refining, we've been updating. Now it's kind of coming back out to the community and saying, okay, this is where we are. Please provide more feedback, and then we'll come back with a final. I will tell you that the June 12th to June 26th does help. And just for kind of full circle of continuity purposes, at one point it was April 29th for one of the schools. So it's been a journey for sure.
All right, any additional questions before we move on? Trustee DeUtterioste.
Just a real quick one. My understanding from the April guidance from TEA, they referred to that they would release later guidance about the targeted improvement plans. And I'm just wondering if we're anticipating that affecting our actual turnaround plans. I know that's one of the things the community had been asking about. And are we expecting further guidance to come at some point?
Yeah, so these campuses have already done their targeted improvement plans. Those were done following the 2019 rating. Our new campuses will have to implement targeted improvement plans, and TEA has given guidance that information will come in August.
Okay, so that shouldn't affect any of
These three,
these
no.
plans.
No,
Okay.
sir.
And Trustee Del Rios, I think it's important to note that, you know, we are getting feedback, not only through Region 13, but directly from TEA. And, you know, so that we're always mindful of any adjustments or, you know, kind of thoughts that they feel should be considered, so that we are in alignment. We never want to go too far and them say something that we don't understand, or us do something that they know is not going to be accepted. So I just want everybody to know that it's important that we just continue to get updates with them and prod them for, you know, clarifications when we need them, and we have. And so it's a little bit unique, but we are staying in close contact to make sure we're in alignment.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you all. We good? All right, thank you all for the presentation, the information, and the work. Really appreciate it very much. Okay, next up is an update of our school consolidation process. We've scheduled 30 minutes. Another extremely important conversation for our community, our budget, our work to support student outcomes, and another one that does not count for student outcomes minutes and will count against our 50% in that sense. So I'd love to, you know, make sure we're balancing the presentation and the questions to leave time to ask what we need. So I look forward to the presentation. Thank you. And Mr. Segura, do you have anything to add?
Well, I'd like to introduce the team, President Boswell. I'd like to introduce Christine Steenport, Chief Operations Officer, and Dr. Rachel French, Director of Planning, and our project manager to join us. Before we get going, you know, this is the second large item that we're really tight on time. So I will ask the team to be expeditious in how we move through the slides. There are certainly some slides that are kind of open-ended to kind of promote dialogue and collaboration, discussion. We'll just offer those for kind of trustees to simmer on, to think about, and provide feedback to the administration. But yeah, these are pretty meaty topics, and unfortunately, we just don't have the opportunity to spend a lot of time. But with that, I'll hand it off to Christine Steenport, our Chief of Operations, to take us through the presentation.
And I would also just add really quickly before that, public meetings are the only opportunity we have as a board to deliberate on important issues that are before us. And we can't talk about this with each other in private, and I know you are seeking some answers, information, and feedback on this. And so really the importance of being able to do our work within the time we're given. So thank you.
Of course.
Good evening, Board Trustees. In last month's board meeting, you received a timeline update on the school consolidations roadmap. Tonight, we'll be providing an update on the tool development and engagement so far. Trustees, thank you for sharing your priorities and values from last month's exercise. We've taken all of these, grouped them together to get the themes and the top values and priorities. We've heard acknowledge history and ensure burden of consolidation spread as equitably as possible. Ensure decisions support long-term efficiency and realistic cost savings. Consider programming. How can we maintain and even improve what is offered? Be empathetic and thorough in our transition planning for staff and families. Avoid TEA takeover. Align feeder patterns and vertical teams. We also noticed that you had hopes for this process as we began this journey and work. And those are, this should be comprehensive, transparent, systems approach that does not bow to privilege. This will be disruptive. We can do hard things if we provide the proper support. Be future-focused, acknowledge the past, and work together for a better, stronger Austin ISD. Oops, excuse me. You've seen this before. This is our roadmap and our timeline. We're nearing the end of the data collection and creation phase, and we have begun creating the first part of the tool, the data rubric, which we will dive a bit deeper later into this presentation. Here's the slide showing of what the school consolidations process will consider. As we know, we're going to be considering transfer policy review, program realignment, possibly facility repurposing, boundary changes, and of course, school closures, as consolidations mean the one or more campuses merging together. You've seen this slide before and aligns with Ms. Montgomery's finance slides. Our goal and ideal state is a stabilized budget and well-resourced school. Our current vision for this tool, and this is what we call the one tool with two parts. Our current vision for the tool consists of two parts, of course. The first part will involve a data rubric meant to highlight inefficiencies in our buildings and measure how our schools align with the board and community values and priorities. So this is that comprehensive approach. School scores on this list will not directly lead to a school being consolidated, as the second part of our tool will look deeper at each campus and will lead further into the contextual analysis to understand the lived experience of each school and study the implications and feasibility of any consolidation scenario. All this will be updated and informed, of course, by our community engagement throughout the summer and what we are doing so far with our principals and our community. And take it away, Dr. French.
All right, thank you, Chris. All right, so here we have responses from you all from our engagement that we did regarding the data rubric and what are the values that y'all have. So what you see in quotes on this slide are direct quotes from the various responses we received from you all. I will say this aligns quite well with the feedback we are getting from principals and community members about what they want us to be looking at. The next slide is a lot. So to Superintendent Segura's point, there will be plenty of opportunities to dive deeper into this, but we just wanted to give you an overarching view of our methodology. We have heard loud and clear that we need to be as equitable as possible with this work and spread the impact throughout the district with a specific focus on minimizing impact on our historically underserved populations. One of the ways in which that will certainly be a part of that part 2 contextual analysis, but our way of incorporating that into the data rubric is what you see in that first column that we're calling the SRI factor. We are proposing to use similar methodology to the support and resource index that will take into account the student population. So what is the percentage of students that are economically disadvantaged, receiving SPED services, highly mobile, and reflecting that in a multiplier that would effectively reduce the overall score for campuses that have a demonstrated level of high student need. And so in this example, you'll see the 4 data points that we're proposing that we will have ample opportunity to dive deeper into with the community and with you all as we progress through this process, but looking at the building utilization. So how many kids are enrolled at a campus compared to how many kids we can fit at that campus. The FCA and ESA are both building condition metrics, the FCA looking at physical condition and the ESA educational suitability of how well does that building serve us from our academic vision perspective. And then cost per student, and we're breaking this up actually into 2 parts, one being more building and utility cost, and the other being more staffing supports academic costs. So in this example, you get a score of a 10, but you're demonstrating high student need, which would be that multiplier of 0.7, so your score is therefore reduced down to 7. And if you click forward, this is just highlighting again these 2 chunks of data that we're looking at, the demographic data and the building operations data. And one thing you'll notice that was on the previous slide but was not in the rubric is accountability. So one of the things that we are discussing is how to account for accountability ratings for each campus, and we'll be seeking feedback on how we layer that into our decision making. We're going to now take you through decision-making scenarios that we've been discussing internally as a team, as well as talking with our principals, and this will also be the main topic of conversations for the next round of open houses on June 24th and 25th. And so this first one is really looking at how we handle over-enrollment. So under-enrollment, I think, is what a lot of people first think of when they think of this process, but we are including over-enrollment as a metric in our tool. So it's important just to reiterate what this score will be. I know Chief Steenport alluded to this, but I just want to really reiterate that the list that will come out of this first part of the tool is not a list that would lead to closures. It is a list that shows us which campuses demonstrate misalignment with their facilities and the populations and programs they serve. We need to look into them further and use one of the levers of that very first consolidation slide to better support those students. And so over-enrollment will be one of those indicators that we are looking at, but so these are showing you kind of 2 different ways we could think about it. Do we support these over-enrolled campuses, have more portables? We know those are expensive. It also conflicts with the recommendations from the long-range plan. Also, how over-enrolled are we willing to be? So you'll see as we move through the rubric and over the summer, we're proposing different ranges, but we also need to verify that and work with our principals to make sure that aligns with y'all's goals and their goals. We could also relieve these overcrowded campuses through boundary changes, and that is helpful if it's actually due to population, so the actual students that live there, but we might have to look at transfer caps or other opportunities if it's higher due to high transfer-in rates. And just to tone in, programs are not tied to buildings. Part of this effort is going to consider relocating programs to help alleviate some of the crowding issues, or just be as something we consider as we move through the consolidations process. Transfers are linked to enrollments. You'll see these are kind of all linked in some degree, but do we look at high transfer in data? Does that mean we should avoid consolidating? There's a beloved program here, but then we also need to look at, are there campuses nearby that maybe have high transfer out rates, and what is that telling us about this situation? Or does higher transfer in mean we should prioritize consolidating because it's not a neighborhood school, and again, programs can move to a different building. Some of the conversations we're having with principals is we would probably need to define what a neighborhood school means to Austin ISD to really be able to put a value proposition on that metric. And also looking at transfer out data to identify campus supports. Our final decision-making scenario is really looking at kind of the scale of this effort. So are we only considering boundary changes when it's related to a building closing, or are we going to use this opportunity to clean up feeder patterns across the district? That was a value that y'all posed. It is a value that we're hearing from principals, and we hear from the community that they don't want to have to go through disruptive processes multiple times. But it's also a lot to take on at one point in time. So it's something that we need to discuss as part of this process of how much do we do now? We kind of, I think it's clear that we need to reevaluate all of it, but when is the big question. Now we're just gonna highlight, there's been lots of, since we've had our info sessions, just repetitive questions that we wanted to answer in a public forum. We're also updating our FAQ regularly. So one being, how many schools are we closing and how much will we save? I unfortunately do not have a direct answer to this question today, but we are actively working on that, and part of that effort is defining what is a well-resourced campus. So we heard reference to the baseline programming discussions in the long-range plan. That is part of this in defining it here. And if we have 3 tiers of scope of what is a well-resourced school related to good, better, best, we can also link that to how much money we need to make that happen and redistribute funds. And so we hear loud and clear the questions about savings, and we are actively working on that now. How will the 2022 bond timeline be considered? Right now, we are not pausing. Everything is progressing as planned regarding bond projects. And we are, I guess real quick on that one, we are also considering the anticipated bond work in those metrics. So if we're looking at facility condition and it was poorly rated when we did the 21 ratings, but it's getting a modernized campus, that we are altering that data point to reflect the anticipated bond work. Next slide. All right, so how will consolidations impact programming? So maximizing consistency and program access is a large part of the contextual side of our decision making. So I know I've alluded to programs moving. It seems like principals have appetite for it, but we've heard loud and clear that it needs to be geographically proximate. So thinking of that in mind if we were to make any moves. And again, that is not definitely going to happen, but it is of course something that we are going to consider. We've also gotten mixed feedback about the survey, and so we wanted to say that the survey is intentionally high level. It is also just meant to be one starting point. So the data from that survey is really going to guide our contextual analysis work. What are the other questions we need to answer? It also highlights what is maybe unclear to our community that we need to incorporate more education on as we move through this process. There will be more opportunities for qualitative responses as well. We've heard that feedback that people don't want to just answer A through E question. They want to actually be able to let their voice be heard. So we'll make sure that there are opportunities for that in the future.
Listed here is the upcoming communications and engagement. This doesn't list the previous engagements. Those are all on our Consolidate webpage. Also, that webpage is getting refreshed weekly. We have a lot more resources as we continue to build the tool. That will be up there. If you haven't seen it already, we have our dashboard with our survey results, and a lot. You can really disaggregate the folks of where they were filling that out from and what's most important to them. So I think that as we continue this process, it's it's about transparency, and we will continue to update that webpage as well to put everything that we have on there. So just wanted to highlight, of course, those open houses that Dr. French referenced just a second ago. Those are on here upcoming next week and the week prior. And thank you. If you have any questions, this is also the webpage link if you wanted to check out anything.
Yeah, appreciate the presentation, team. We're going to hand over to trustees here in a moment, but I did want to communicate very clearly that every single school, all 116 schools, will be evaluated as part of the rubric. And so it is a complete list of all schools, right, to determine, based on the rubric, kind of how they ultimately score. Secondly, I do want to just continue to reinforce how all of this is connected. It's unfortunate that we have to go through this process. I hate that I have to be the person that leads this work. But right now, it's clear that we do not have well-resourced schools. That's just the honest truth. And every single time we go through a budgeting process, we try to reduce our costs everywhere we possibly can, and we're making very difficult decisions. And I have lots of conversations with principals and communities about, what else, can be taken away. And what the reality of it is we want more to go into our schools. And so we are having to tackle budget, we're having to tackle accountability, and we're having to tackle consolidations all in parallel. Any one of these things is huge. And so it's important that we continue to tie them together because they are very much connected. We're building out communications and strategies to ensure that everybody understands how they're connected. But ultimately, the goal is to have well-resourced schools that support the vibrant education that we want all of our students to have, and do it in a way that aligns with our values. And we need resources to do it. So I just want to make that statement before we hand it over for questions. But thank you.
Thank you. Okay, questions? Trustee Singh, are you with us? Do you have a question? All right, Trustee Whitley Chu.
I want to take this time to give some feedback and to really, talk about what we need to do going forward to get this to be the best work for our community. I don't think, anyone is super excited about hearing about like this tool or the surveys. What families need and what we need from families is to know what they want for their kids in a school. So actual families that will be going to those schools, having their baseline priorities ranked. Like, what is the most important thing for you in a school? What do you like about your school? And doing this from an asset-based approach. And this is going to be, let's look at that and see, okay, how many schools can we afford to fund and get what we want? Because that line is going to move based on that. So like, how many schools can we have to have everyone getting the best outcome? Because right now, everyone could get more. If we do this together and do it right, every single kid can get more than what they're getting. If we do this and we leave current transfer policies in place, no matter what we do, people are going to move again when we have, even if it's like an A school, B school, people are moving to the B school, and it's just going to move things around further. And we're going to be not even redoing this because right now I think we just have to level set with everyone so we all have the same information about that we are in like a financial emergency and we're in a high takeover risk emergency. We have at least like 37 schools that have a countdown to one of those schools not getting where TEA put the mark and a whole district getting taken over. So we can't continue to operate super economically segregated schools. And we have to level set about that. And families, have to understand, like, I realize I got to go to a diverse school, and I know I got an excellent education and had a great experience. Most people in this country don't get to go to a diverse school, so they don't know the benefits of getting to do that. And so I think that's where we need to educate our community, that the research is there, that it benefits all kids. And working together, this has to come from them, not saying, oh, we put everything you put into, and here's the output. I think that could be like an interesting data point that we're using, but that can't be where the decisions are coming from. And we have a really, really narrow window to get this right, because it's go big or go and let TEA decide what they're gonna do with us. And that's it.
Thank you. Trustee Hunter.
I don't have any questions, but I do want to have some reality for us all. Been here, done that with school closures, okay? That's the first thing. The second thing is that if you want to see who people really are, you can find out two different ways. Let somebody die, okay? Or start closing schools. And people will show you who they really, really are. People fight. They don't come at it from the perspective of what is best for the whole. It's about me and mine. And I bought my house here so I could go there, right? So Ms. Hunter gets a little frustrated when people want to talk about segregation. You moved. That's how it happened. Hello? We didn't segregate schools. You moved. Whomever you might be, you put yourself in that category, right? And thirdly, I just want to say, so that we can get this record, because I've said it back there and I'm going to say it out here so you can hear. Proximity to whiteness does not mean a better education for black children. Please understand that. When we had our own schools, because we could not be part of the whole, look at Anderson. What did we crank out at that school? We didn't have a gap until we had integration. Am I saying that integration is bad? No. But what I'm saying is that we have not allowed the people who can do best. And the state tried to have a bill not to hire teachers that look like the kids. That's crazy. I'm glad that failed. But that's what we're dealing with right here. If you want integration, stop moving. That's the first thing. There's a line in my neighborhood, or near my neighborhood, it's his district. Half of it goes to McCallum, half of it goes to Northeast. This side, I always trying to figure out how they cannot go to Northeast. My kid got a pristine education at Reagan/Northeast, right? I love that right now at Sadler Means, that school is not what TEA has given it the grade, but families are choosing to go there. People who live in your district are choosing to go to Sadler Means because they saw for themselves. So that's the first thing. Go and see for yourself. Don't be worrying about what TEA is putting on their ABCDF. And I know my time is running. I'm going to stop preaching. Moving on. The next thing is, the reality is that even if you turn the light off in the room, your light bill going to be cheaper. Just a fact. President Obama told us to unplug the toaster, unplug the computer, because it's going to save on electricity. I know that closing schools is not going to net us a big chunk of money, but it will save us some. And when you're in the predicament that we in, a little bit will do you. That's just a fact. So it might not get what we need, and we have to sit and decide as a body what we're willing to, what we can withstand as a whole. Our community is going to have to decide what we can withstand as a whole. And finally, as we are moving through this process, really do some internal looking. How much, if I have to move a block, will that impact me? Because for the last, I don't know, how long has the school district been open? 100 and what?
Almost 150 years.
150 years. For half of that, we couldn't even go to the same schools. And then when it came time to mix, what happened? We moved south. I lived on Luna. That's right off 12th Street. They wanted me to go to school in South Austin. But you will know that I went to elementary school at Pease because I have a parent who was at, no. She gets sick, who gonna pick her up? We have to think outside of ourselves, and I know that it's so hard when there's so little. But I'm asking our community, and I'm already working with some really awesome people at Lamar who are thinking beyond, but we have to think beyond ourselves. And if I don't have to move and I can stay where I am, what can I do for those who do have to move? That's the kind of attitude we have to have. This will not work. Because we could have done like the other school districts, just give you a list of 18 schools and say, this is happening, sorry. We're choosing not to do that. So as we do this work together, please do not come to us with the scores like happened last time. You gave us a 63, we really are at 74. We don't have time for that. This tool is imperfect. We are imperfect. And we are trying to keep this the Austin Independent School District, however we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Hunter. Trustees? Trustee Kaufman.
Well, I appreciate the comments of both my colleagues on this, and I agree with much of what each said. I will say that I think 90% of this battle is going to be appearance and and communication and what things look like. And so I want to commend the work that our team is doing on this, but I'm going to ask you that when we present around this information, that we not have just operations people visible, but we have academics people visible also. So it's clear that this is not just about money and buildings, but it's about programs and people and positive results for kids. So I just think that's going to be a really, because I know that that collaboration is happening behind the scenes, and I know that those considerations are going to be part of any decisions moving forward, but it needs to look like that. So when we get a picture in the news of people talking about closures, it needs to not just be, particularly not just the people who are sitting in the seat that you were in 2019, because you carry that legacy. And so I just want to be really clear about that. I have tremendous confidence in this process. After our conversation on our one-to-one this week, I have a lot more confidence about the direction that this is going and the potential for us to do something that Trustee Willie Chu said about really actually making significant systemic change and not just turn off a few light bulbs, right? I think we can do both. I'm still skeptical about the big picture around the level of savings and whether it's worth it. Because yeah, you could turn off the light switch and save money, but you could also unplug the breathing apparatus for your uncle and save some money and he dies, right? So I want to be clear that what we unplug, we have to make sure we're unplugging the light bulbs and not turning off the life support systems, right? So I do still continue to have a lot of questions, but I have a lot of faith in this process. I have a lot of faith in the hearts of the people who are leading this process, and I have a lot of faith in the brains and beliefs in this community that can get us there if we need to. I appreciate the presentation. I appreciate the framework that we're going through, and I'm going to keep listening, and I'm going to keep asking questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments? All right, I just have one quick thing. I know we had told our community that the data tool was going to be a very important piece of this, that we wanted their feedback. We know there's been some frustration with the survey, understanding that it was high level, but also understanding that it's really hard to engage with our communities in the summer. Our normal systems just fall apart in the summer because they are built on those campus communities, on that connection, the newsletters, the seeing people at the carpool line, all of that, and really want to be sure that we're leaning in. I see those June 24th and 25th meetings. I see the deep dive. Would love to know a little bit more about what that's going to look like, and just making sure our community really does have that opportunity, whether they make it to those meetings on the 24th or 25th or those deep dives, to share some qualitative, something that goes beyond what we've already asked people for, and making sure that that people aren't surprised at our August meeting when I see on the timeline we're going to show up with a tentative list when people haven't had the chance to engage, and I think the way we led them to believe they were going to be engaged.
I can kind of start. So what those are kind of looking like, and we're still looking into what we think and what we have been hearing of people saying, okay, first off, really say, here's where we at, give them all the background story of what we've done so far. And then we're really thinking about breakout groups specifically around those topics that Dr. French was speaking about over-enrollment, transfers, et cetera, and really work through those and understand maybe some ideas from the community of what they have to be able to work in our rubric or our contextual analysis so that we can work through that part. I don't know, Dr. French, if you have any other ideas for that.
Yeah, so the open houses in June is exactly that. It will be a conversation in smaller groups, facilitated, and a lot of listening and being able to make those better decisions in part 2. For the data rubric, that is really hard to explain to the community in an info session where that's not the best means to get meaningful feedback. So in July, when we have those deep dive workshops with the community, and I know we presented kind of 4 different stakeholder groups, that is when we will lay it all out. We will have the specific definitions of how we're making every score, and it will be the deep dive into the rubric, part 1 and part 2, and that'll be multiple hours with those that really want to dive deep. We are also going to be putting information on our website to really talk through the story of how we're making these decisions, and at the end of that, there will be a link to get community feedback on that. We'll have to take that with a grain of salt because not everyone will have actually gone through all the information on the website, but it will still be an opportunity for those that are unable to go to any of these in-person or live events or virtual events, provide us their feedback, and we'll include qualitative options as part of that.
Yeah, I do want to add, the rubric can be a little overwhelming, and so what we've been working on is really refining it to make sure that it's digestible, right? And being able to clearly have it formatted, have it explained, so it's not overwhelming when you start just looking at it.
Perfect, thank you both. Any other questions, comments? Superintendent Segura, before we move on, is there anything specific you need from us that we can only do in this setting?
Well, I think I can ask each of you to provide me directly any feedback or thoughts. You all individually understand our community better than many others, right? That's the role that you play. So yes, we made this available. I'm available. So please share your thoughts. There were some open-ended questions here, so please spend time with it and send them to me, and then I will distill them and share them with the team. But I appreciate the time. And I do want to acknowledge, one of the first things that we did was to, try to create the space for a workshop that we could not have because of the constraints that we have in time. So it is, there's a lot that we're navigating. So I appreciate our community's patience and grace as we move through this, given what we're kind of working through.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And really, I know we know our community well. I know our community knows our community even better than we know our community, and want to be sure that we're able to hear from them. So I would really invite thought about whether we can put an open-ended something out there sooner and not wait until the 24th or 25th, just so we can start gathering as it comes to people, as people put it on social media, send emails out and let people send texts out and let people start giving that to us. Summer schedules are weird.
Yep.
In lovely and chaotic ways. So I really would welcome, I read that feedback when our community gives that to us.
Yeah.
I learn a lot from that feedback. I read every comment because I absorb so much from that. So I really would encourage us to do more of that, not less of that, as we can. So
Absolutely.
thank you.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, perfect. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the work, the presentation, and we will look forward to learning more. Okay, next up, Superintendent Segura, will you please introduce the next one? We have scheduled 60 minutes for this one. It does count for student outcomes time because it's focused on requirements under our TEA agreed order. So the presentation and our questions do count as part of our student outcomes time. This also is very important work. We have, it's all very important work. So I appreciate that, and I will leave it to you to introduce us.
Can I clarify again? Can I just clarify another governance question? So the time counts for us. Do all questions count for us, or only questions that are within a particular framework?
My understanding from our coach, when we are talking specifically about our monitoring reports, which is generally what is considered student outcomes under Lone Star governance, there is a system of questioning that gets an analysis. My understanding from our coach, and someone can correct me if I'm incorrect, I don't see Dr. Reach here, is that our order also counts time discussing the special education work as student-focused time, student outcomes-focused time, or as Lone Star governance, as time in that non-adult items time, to use the flip side of that definition. And so that any question we have about this, obviously within reason, but any question we have that is addressing the topic at hand will be an acceptable question.
Thank you.
That these are not scored in the same way. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, President Boswell. Today, this evening, or tonight, I should say, I have Dr. Marianne Maxwell, Assistant Superintendent of Elementary Academics, providing the overview presentation regarding the TA-approved order. And this is specifically around the MTSS update. So, Dr. Maxwell, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Superintendent Segura and President Boswell and Board of Trustees. So tonight we have an update on the TA-approved order in relation to MTSS. So really these are highlights from a more comprehensive report that will be submitted to you. The deadline for that is June 30th and submitted to TEA at the same time. So we have some highlights from that report, just some salient points and some learnings that we had this year and some planning forward from what we have learned and what we would like to improve in the system. So as mentioned, this is part of the agreed order. This is in priority 2 of the order. We were required to identify effective and implement effective practices as they relate to the special education requirements. So really this is the system that involves all students, but knowing that special education students are in all settings as well, that are in our core classrooms and could and should at times qualify and receive interventions, then they're part of this entire process as well. And the stronger this process is, the stronger and more appropriate our referrals for special education will be and our services across all tiers for all students. And so just a reminder, just the big points here, that multi-tiered system of support, that's MTSS. It's really system level and went through a big initiative this year for establishing really strong systems around this, using screeners and multiple sources of data to identify some needs of students. It's really important that we have that continuum of tiered support that relates to students' needs as they learn and progress. Progress monitoring is a very big piece of that so that we know whether or not students are benefiting from interventions or whether we need to change them. And then, of course, database decision-making on what's happening with students. Really the key here is early screening, early looking at data, early identification for intervention. That's the most powerful time to provide interventions to students. So the earlier we can identify and provide those services, the better, and really provide the supports that students need. So this is what MTSS, this is just a glance at universal. This is all students for Tier 1. We have targeted interventions. Ideally, that's for 15 to 20% of a student population. That is a load that most systems can handle. It depends on where our campuses are or where we are in our implementation systems, whether that's at 15 or 20%. In a lot of areas, we have it more than that. And then Tier 3 is really intensive interventions. Usually you receive Tier 2 interventions by that time, not always, but usually. At that point, we have further diagnostic information on students, and usually interventions increase in frequency and duration at that point. And so we started off with some pretty foundational work. The earliest piece that we created was the MTSS manual. So this was a collaborative approach. We aligned the content in the manual to the tier modules that all staff completed in 23 and 24, and that this year all new teachers and administrators actually received in 24-25. So we have that now as part of our onboarding and will continue as part of our onboarding. That content was approved by TEA early last summer, and then we started disseminating it to all district and campus leadership teams. This is really the cornerstone of how Austin ISD was going to align our practices and our expectations district-wide. So just defined for everything for everyone, had lots of processes in place, and then we were able to go back to it in trainings and continue our sessions with that content all year. Some of that other foundational work that we did after creating that, or part of actually creating that Austin ISD MTSS manual, were the MTSS walkthrough forms. We've talked about those a little bit tonight, actually. Really using them often in classroom walkthroughs and helping define instructional practices. Those were part of the MTSS walkthroughs that we did. And then early on, of course, we purchased high quality tier 2 and tier 3 academic and behavioral intervention resources. That was a significant effort and investment on the district's part to be able to put those intervention resources in teachers' hands as early as possible. And then started rolling out that professional development at Leadership Institute last year in the summer. So we provided that for campus principals and assistant principals, and then during August in-service, they turned that around to all instructional staff on their campuses. So we visited lots of campuses that day and saw principals and assistant principals, and sometimes with the help of instructional coaches, turning all of that MTSS manual around so that everyone started off with the basics of expectations, the basics of how the MTSS framework will work at each campus. They were able to tailor a few things for their campuses and their staff. And then next after that, the first district professional development day was in October, and we spent that on our first MTSS annual inaugural virtual conference. And so we had thousands of teachers attend quite a few different sessions that day that showed them how to use the resources that had arrived on their campuses, also dug a little bit more into the processes. This is how you would identify a student, and this is the data you would look at to identify the need. This is how you would use the resource. This might be a little more diagnostic information that you could give, so you can really hone in and identify where that area of need is, and included that in all of our trainings, like I said, both academic and behavioral. So that was some of the early work that we did. One of the things we completed at the same time as a foundational piece was the classroom walkthroughs. This was a requirement of the order. These classroom walkthrough forms really contained information on all levels of instruction. So it had levels of instruction for tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3, and what we would expect to and want to see in those practices. Again, this content was taken from the professional development that all of our staff had gone through, so it was familiar content to them. It was just put into a process now that we actually used on campuses regularly. So we'll talk a little bit about the process for that, the walkthroughs, what the calibrations looked like at the beginning and then ongoing in the year, what coaching looked like for both teachers and for campus administrators in a little bit, and then also the outcomes of those walkthroughs. Again, these are just kind of highlights from that. Look on these slides tonight, but there will be a more comprehensive report with quite a bit more information coming by the end of June. So the process here, as a reminder, we've talked about this a few times, really. This was for core teachers, interventionists, and inclusion teachers that spend at least 50% of their time in core classrooms. They all received one walkthrough in fall of 2024. Teachers who are identified for additional support received coaching and 2 more walkthroughs in spring of 2025. Really the focus on these walkthroughs, although we had general forms for just instructional practices, a lot of the focus was on math and literacy research-based practices. So these forms combined content with research-based instructional strategies, which you'll hear me refer to as RBs throughout the presentation. So it was that combined content that was a little bit of a different walkthrough than what we have usually seen in PPFT. PPFT is strong in instructional practices, doesn't always reference or typically reference the specific content that you're doing. So this was a combined form for both of those things. And then we started off with calibration. So this being a new walkthrough form, and some of the strategies might have been unfamiliar, some of the content even unfamiliar. We calibrated with all principals and assistant principals to start. That was a session that everyone came, or a few sessions actually that everyone came to, and we observed some videos, and they had the chance to talk with their peers about what they saw and how they would have evaluated and scored that teacher. So we had some peer discussion in there. And then followed that up with campus calibration walks on all of our campuses with executive directors and administrators. So that gave them the opportunity to then take the form, walk through their own classrooms, and then come outside of the classroom and debrief about what they saw. So there was real live calibration for teachers that they were familiar with and that they had much more access to for instruction. And then also part of that calibration was really an ongoing piece. We conducted MTSS district visits throughout the year, both the elementary and secondary level. We would go out as district personnel and walk classrooms with campus administrators. Sometimes teachers joined us, sometimes interventionists and instructional coaches would join. And we'd go through cohorts and go into classrooms, all using that MTSS walkthrough form. So again, that gave us opportunity to come back out, debrief on what we saw, and then come together at the end and share all of our observations, debrief on what we saw. We actually conducted between 75 and 80 visits. I'm getting the final numbers now from my colleagues, but we're at about between 75 and 80 visits between all of us throughout the year. So there's quite a few additional times for us to calibrate in classrooms on those forms. After teachers received those core teachers that I had listed earlier in interventions and some inclusion, after they received that fall walkthrough in 2024, a total of 481 teachers were identified as needing additional support with implementing MTSS practices. That doesn't mean everything was perfect in all the other classrooms that we saw, but when you're implementing a coaching cycle and you're really targeting specific skills, what our guidance was that administrators come back together after they had walked through the classroom and then talk about what they had seen, talk about where they had seen some practices that they might have some opportunities to coach into, and then identified those teachers for coaching. Really also part of our guidance was ideally every teacher receives coaching when in the classroom. But we did need to actually, as part of submission for the order, identify teachers and then document the coaching cycle that had happened. This was actually originally written in the order as professional development sessions, but in conversations with TEA, we really thought that this would be a more effective and natural way to work with teachers rather than just saying, oh, you've been identified, here's your professional development session that you go to separate from the campus and come back here and now you've learned about that practice. So knowing that, administrators and instructional coaches, they're with those teachers all the time, we really preferred the coaching model, and TEA was in agreement with that. So that's how we documented that, and then used the common coaching tools that we had provided in the calibration sessions. This is a snapshot of an example of some of the walkthrough results. There are larger results in the report itself, but just to show you this is how it worked. We had walkthroughs, of course, in the fall, and then walkthroughs again in the spring, and documented here are those teachers that were identified for additional support. And so we have some comparisons between what we saw in the fall in the classroom and then what we saw in the spring in the classrooms. It's these aren't the exact same teachers, right? But we do see, for example, in literacy here, which is just at the top of the table that I took the snapshot from, there is some improvement from fall to spring in some of the practices. That didn't show in all the content areas, but we get to that a little bit later. So some of the key takeaways from all of the walkthrough data together, all the content areas in both elementary and secondary combined, that we saw when looking through walkthrough outcomes was that Tier 1 instruction was most often scored lower than Tier 2 and Tier 3. Again, this is at different levels and at different content areas. And so we feel that that's an indicated need for that continued focus on core instruction. Also, when you're providing interventions, you tend to have resources that are very specific to what you're doing at that time at the need of the student. And so what we're looking for there in Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions are practices specific to that intervention. Sometimes teachers feel more success and you can see that happening well in interventions, but when you're in the core and you're trying to get all of it done for all students, you might see some changes in practices there. And so it's just, Tier 1 is always the more complicated endeavor. It's trying to reach all students, and it's trying to, have a continuum of needs in your classroom. And sometimes, depending on what you teach, it could be multiple courses at secondary, or it could be all content areas at elementary. So getting good at all of that with your practices and content sometimes takes a little extra work. Another thing that we saw is that, like we've seen in some other walkthrough data that we've shared with you, the learning environment with classroom routines, procedures, behavior, it's consistently scored high in Austin ISD. So that was one of the brighter spots all through the walkthrough observations that we saw. And, some more key data takeaways here. A common area for improvement during intervention instruction is that teachers were not frequently adjusting their instruction based on student progress towards goals. We actually saw this as consistent with some of the findings that happened. TA conducted a review of our intervention documentation, and our progress monitoring was lacking. We'll talk about that a little bit more in the report when we're in the progress monitoring section. But they can kind of see, well, the progress monitoring, we don't have as strong practices there. And you can see that the connection to the classroom, where you have to have that information and frequently have that data to inform your instruction. And that could be something just as natural as being in tune and watching what's happening with your students all the time, knowing where they should be headed in intervention, and then adjusting your instruction based on those needs. And then the last thing we saw were coaching of the MTSS practices and ARBI's, those research-based instructional practices, did positively affect teaching practices in an area where administrators received sustained targeted professional learning over time. So the area that we did see consistent improvement and really didn't see it in any of the other ones was in literacy. You guys heard us talk about literacy a lot this year, and especially early literacy. There were ongoing, very intensive sessions for principals, assistant principals, instructional coaches, teachers, all of that. And so we actually see some changes in instructional practices with a little more consistency after that coaching from administrator or instructional coach, and then they were being observed the second time. That we have some comparison walkthroughs that we used while we were looking at these to see what, to really look at some outside observations that had been done compared to the observations that we had done. We had that happen with our early literacy partner. They conducted 3 rounds of observations. Now, this was just in K2 classrooms. The walkthroughs were in K5. But just in the K2 classrooms, we see some similarities between those observations, and we also see some differences. If you can look here, what you see is our partner conducted those 3 rounds. The first was in spring of 2024, back into last year in spring, to kind of get a baseline on where we were at. A lot of the practices that you see here in this snapshot were very similar practices to what we had on the MTSS walkthrough form, specific to literacy. In the fall, you can see improvement there. After some significant work had been done, we'd already kicked all of this off early, in the summer, and then quite a bit early in the year. And then in the spring, you continue to see improvement in practices that are observed in the classroom. Again, it's like an outside observation compared to an internal observation. These categories right here are these percentages right here. So if you see the top one, does instruction explicitly and systematically provide all students with the opportunity to master foundational skills? When you see that 56% in spring of 2025, that represents 2 categories. Either they, yes, fully, completely in place saw it, or they mostly saw it, right? So that's 50%, or 56% right there. That's what that number is demonstrating. When you look back at our walkthrough data, you can see quite a bit of difference in those numbers. So if you were to look at our numbers that way and see what's fully in place and partially in place, we have about 98% there. For a lot of these practices. Now, that's up and down on some of these things, right? But overall, that's about the average of what we see. And so, again, and we've seen this before in our walkthroughs, our scores tend to be inflated, and so it tells us we do have to do a lot more work around calibration, not just of the tool itself, but all of the practices that are in the tool and understanding of the content, especially when it's connected like it is in the MTSS walkthrough forms. So on the comparisons, those are really kind of what I named the key data takeaways. Those outside observations do have higher score. Our scores are higher than those, so it does suggest some inflation in those scores. Actually, both sets of scores did see some improvement, though, which does kind of let us know if this sustained professional development happens and we are learning about these practices more, especially from the administrator and instructional coach lens that are going into the classroom and using these walkthrough tools for coaching, that you do see a positive impact on teacher practices. So in addressing these outcomes, we had some discussions this year about continuing use of those MTSS walkthrough forms and the RBs as a common expectation for instruction in Austin ISD. So helping really build our instructional model and our instructional knowledge about all of these practices plus the content connected to them, and didn't really want to change up forms on teachers and administrators to be able to do that. So we're just want to take what we've learned and have improved in and want to increase that and get better at it. And so that looks like elementary actually adding a focus on math this year, which I know we've talked about. Secondary having those regular kind of ongoing sessions with principals, assistant principals, ICs. We've talked about, not that they haven't had those, but we've talked about specifically targeting certain areas so that you know where you're improving, when you're improving, where it is and why, so that you can expand that as well. And definitely have some additional focus and expectations coming regarding progress monitoring practices. Those are really key to the success of MTSS. And so expectations around that and how we're going to focus on that and see those changes in campuses have already actually started, but they'll continue as we move forward this year. So just like classroom teachers got walkthroughs, campus leaders got MTSS leadership and implementation visits. All campus leaders received that one visit in the fall of 2024. Schools that needed additional support with implementing MTSS systems, again, not that it was perfect everywhere else, but some campuses were chosen for targeted coaching based on broader needs of the district. They got that targeted coaching and 2 more walkthroughs or campus visits in the spring. They used, executive directors conducted these, and they used the MTSS Fidelity rubric, also part of what we had in our learning from the tier modules. And so this snapshot shows an example of how campuses, we went through a self-evaluation process and then an executive director evaluation process for campuses. The way that is recommended through the Fidelity rubric is that that's a collaborative process, and so you talk through. Usually this took a few visits because there is quite a bit in that implementation rubric. So we would talk through what evidence do you have of these systems being, let's score this, let's call that a 3, right? Together. And so this is where we landed. This is like an example. That's more information from in the report, but this is where a lot of our campuses landed. Areas of strength here across campuses were universal screening fidelity and tier 2 intervention fidelity, which is another thing that we actually saw in the actual practices and walkthroughs in classrooms. The universal screening fidelity, we've had the same screener for several years. We've improved our processes and our guidelines for that screening, and so that has continued to get better over the years. Areas of improvement, again, progress monitoring fidelity. We saw that, we knew that early in the year, and had some coaching around that, and then data-based decision-making fidelity. Those two go together really well. You have to progress monitor, have the good information in your data in order to truly make data-based decisions. And so this picture here shows you 22 campuses were identified to receive additional coaching, meaning they had at least two more structured visits regarding that MTSS implementation rubric. Most of them, as you look here, you can see the areas of coaching that they focused on, which matches the areas of weakness that we saw in the self-evaluations and in the executive director evaluations. Most of them are around progress monitoring and setting up systems for that, and around data-based decision-making. And there are a few other areas that represented some different things that those specific campuses needed to focus on. You'll see more than 22 here because sometimes a campus had more than one area of focus they were getting coached. And then progress monitoring. We'll talk a little bit about the processes that we had in place, what the outcomes were for progress monitoring, and how we are addressing those outcomes. So we document our intervention plans in ECST, that's our software. We started off early with clarity around expectations. That's part of the MTSS manual for how we're documenting things and inputting things into that system. We had to upgrade the system. It did go through several upgrades. It took a little time to get the last one out. And so campuses were putting in what they could, and then early in the fall, we finished our upgrades, and they were able to fully enter all of the information that they had. And that's part of what administrators turned around in that initial training. And then there was the MTSS conference again, where we did talk about a lot of progress monitoring practices, just to make sure teachers had the information in front of them how to set goals and progress monitor when they were actually getting trained on the tools that they would use to progress monitor. So try to tie those two things together so that it made a lot of sense for teachers. And then we just had ongoing learning, professional learning sessions throughout the year at our regular meetings with instructors to focus on those. CST, that's the child study team that makes decisions for intervention decisions on each campus, that focused on those CST processes and goal setting and using progress monitoring. The MTSS department also helped monitor entry of documentation. We had a lot of that really began in November as campuses had a little more time to enter their information once our system was complete for them to be able to do so, and then started providing feedback to campuses on what we would see when we pulled some things from the system. There were definitely some improvements noted between fall and 2024 and spring 2025. And definitely improvement from current years prior when the system hadn't been used with as much fidelity. And we had made some changes in it as well. It had been used in a lot of instances, but in a very different way. This remains a significant area of improvement. So processes, professional learning, and this is really going to be a heavy part of our focus besides the instructional practices and classroom practices, of course. This will remain a significant area of focus. So I mentioned earlier that TEA performed a verification of ECST intervention plans. And so they randomly pulled ECST intervention plan and progress monitoring documentation from 24 campuses. And this was a mix of elementary school and secondary schools. And we had some pretty big deficits in the areas listed here. So documentation lacked from CST meetings. So a CST meeting may have been held. It's not saying that practices necessarily didn't happen, but the documentation from it didn't always happen. And in that documentation did lack in including specificity of interventions previously delivered. That can be problematic because if you have, for example, a student that's all of a sudden receiving Tier 3 interventions and we don't have information on interventions previous to that or any data that shows why they had those interventions in the first place, all of a sudden we're in Tier 3 and we find ourselves close to a referral for special education. And it may not be an appropriate one, but we don't have the data in our system to really see that. So that's a big one there. Lack of evidence of progress monitoring on the success or failure of the interventions that are currently being delivered. So the process is you set that goal, you provide interventions with fidelity, and you check to see if those interventions are working at pretty frequent intervals. Because if it's not working, you have to pivot quickly. If it is working, you know that you're doing the right thing for the student, and you can continue with that intervention. So this was lacking as well in our system. And really, a part of that, then, it becomes a lack of evidence of database decision-making. If we don't have the right data in the system to really make those decisions and sit as a CST and talk about all of that, we don't know that for sure we're making the right decisions for students and interventions. And so some of that also had to do with the lack of assessment information. We know those students are taking the screeners, but the reference to the screener information and perhaps further diagnostics was not there. Without that, you're not sure that you're targeting that intervention exactly where the student needs it. It may be a little too broad and say, oh, it's in reading, and then you do some things in reading, and you haven't really been prescriptive about what the student needs. So those are areas of improvement. I do want to note as well there at the bottom, there were some areas of strength as well. The ability of the ECST system to really support MTSS, they're quite a good system, lots of information in it. a great place for all of our information to land. We just need the information to be in there to make the system work better. And that there was consistent use of the district-provided intervention resources noted at the elementary level. And that could be, again, we saw a lot of that happen in the classrooms. We saw that happening in secondary classrooms as well, but there's a disconnect between maybe what was happening in classrooms or during advisory periods and what was actually being inputted into the system. So a plan for addressing those outcomes. These are a little more extensive. We started a required CST chair training. So every campus has to have a CST chair designated. That's the person that is most familiar with how to run CSTs and is responsible for the quality of CSTs and what's happening on that campus. So we've required that session this year. We've always offered that session, had sometimes good, sometimes very lacking attendance at those. This year we're starting with requiring them because we go over these things in quite a bit of detail. And it's also good timing. We had our first one was yesterday. We had over 50 people attend. We have 4 sessions, so that we have some options during the summer. Everyone's schedule is a little bit different during the summer. But we had over 50 people attend, and even some instructional coaches who are off contract wanted to come with their administrators and sit down and learn about the process a little bit more. And it's good timing right now. They've done a year of, like, I just want to give credit to the campuses for the work that they have done this year and implementing this work. It is incredible work, and it was such a lift. And they've implemented all year long, and now kind of are in the space of, okay, let's learn about this. Let's make this better. We actually showed them the data from the random verification that TEA conducted. And we removed identifiable information about students and campuses, but just said, here's what was found. Here is what is in our systems. And so they took time to reflect on that and then asked a lot of questions. And then had a lot of conversations and had more comments and conversations about wanting to make that better. By the end of the session, everyone is required to give an exit ticket for what their plan will look like for CSTs this year and when they will have CSTs, so they're starting to schedule that. So that's part of this next. Campuses will submit their CST meeting schedule plans. It'll go to the executive director for approval. It will include guidance and everything on how they expect to progress monitor and use goals and data to make decisions for students. And then as part of the scope and sequence that executive directors have when they're already out on campuses and working with administrators, working with campus staff, we've added regular check-ins regarding that MTSS implementation piece. This time, more than just the fidelity rubric, we're setting a process for, okay, now this is the time where we're actually going to dig into ECST. We're going to look at what it's looking like. We're going to look at fidelity of progress monitoring, give some feedback, and have some check-ins regularly, and some action steps for campuses that are struggling with it, so that we continue to stay on top of it. And it's a regular part of that work that our executive directors do at their campuses. Some additional support, also just wanted to, as a broader picture, we already have a professional development plan for all campus-based interventionists next year that is onboarding because fortunately, we were able to have a lot of positions for content interventionists and hire them at campuses in addition to some that were already in existence. And so we have an onboarding series for them and professional learning sessions dedicated throughout the year for those that personnel, which is, I think, we're part of the bigger plan of making sure that we have several people across campuses and across the district that are more and more familiar with the MTSS process and how to use resources and what it should look like in our systems. And then part of our MTSS and special education collaboration session meetings have been happening this year, and we were looking at the special education referral process, and it was missing MTSS evidence from it. And so it was in some places, but not really a comprehensive look at, okay, now we have a referral for a student, and not every student has to go through the MTSS process to be referred. Let me make that clear. It's not a gatekeeper for special education referrals. However, most of the time, students have received some level of interventions in our schools, or should have received some level of interventions before that referral process takes place, if we've had early identification of a student who is in need. And so we should have some, for most cases, some evidence of the history of interventions that wasn't part of the checklist when you turn in a referral packet for special education. And so now we've collaborated to have that part of that referral packet for special education. It gives that evaluator so much more information when they're trying to determine whether or not it qualifies for special education services. And then we have 2 more remaining MTSS submissions, and then we are done with the MTSS submissions for our order. The 2 are the reference, I've referenced this one, that's that comprehensive report that goes to you all and to the Texas Education Agency regarding the outcomes. So a lot of the information I shared tonight, just in a lot longer report with more data. So I know you're looking forward to that. And the outcomes of the implementation and what we're planning moving forward. And then also on June 30th, we have a PEIMS report due. So that's a PEIMS report itself and the processes that we use as a district to ensure we have correct PEIMS coding for all the students who are receiving interventions and that they are indeed in our system as receiving interventions in ECST. And that is the end of my update, and I look forward to any questions.
Thank you for this. It's a lot of information. I know it's been an immense amount of work to get here and to get everyone trained, and to do something district-wide is a really heavy lift. So thank you for that. And I look forward to seeing that report in June, the end of June. And I welcome questions from everybody. Trustee Urioste.
So I was curious if you could speak more with the progress reporting and the efforts there, and maybe more specifically, one thing that I didn't see in this report that I was curious about was the communication piece with the families, particularly for, tier 2 and tier 3 interventions, and how we're focusing on looping them in, especially when progress reporting, I think, is very important for those families understanding the response to the interventions.
Right, no, that's a great question. That's actually part of our MTSS manual. I didn't represent tonight, but there are actually required communications for when a student is identified and is receiving specific interventions, that you communicate that to parents, and we set up those communications for all campuses to have. But then it ideally becomes part of the regular communication with what's happening for a student. Part of the progress monitoring piece is that needs to be really good, solid information, always kept in the system, so the teacher has everything at his or her fingertips to really communicate how the intervention is working and the progress that's happening. So that's how the process works.
So do we have any metrics on how that communication's working? Like, I mean, I see the intention for improvement there, but how are we looking at the improvement in that area? We're doing all these trainings on progress reporting. Do we have kind of our own internal goals about what we're shooting for with that?
For the metrics on parent communication or the metrics on progress monitoring?
I guess both, because I mean, on some of this, it looked like for tier 3, I think it was saying like weekly progress reporting, is that right? For data collection?
It depends on the intervention. It's usually more often for tier 3 than it is for tier 2, but it actually depends on the intervention resource that they're using. So sometimes with an intervention, even if it's a tier 3 or an intensive intervention, you're not done with like a unit or a module until a certain time. And so that may be a designed time for progress monitoring, and sometimes it is happening more frequently than that. You would typically see it more frequently in tier 3, at least every 1 to 2 weeks, but it does depend a little bit on the intervention. And tier 2 is going to be a little less frequent, a little more time, and you're not seeing the student as often or for as much duration as you are with a tier 3. So it takes a little longer to collect that data.
And is the MTSS manual publicly available?
It is publicly available, yes. When we disseminated it at the beginning of the year, we publicly posted the MTSS manual, and somebody remind me what site it's on. I know we shared it for public site.
special, I think it's on either special education or TA grade order website as a deliverable, so it's posted there.
Okay. Well, so again, I'm just focusing on making sure that we get in doing the training on the progress reporting and that piece, that we're focusing on that communication part. Because one of my concerns, as you're saying, MTSS is not supposed to be a gatekeeper necessarily for SPED. And I think the progress reporting on that is really critical for families that are kind of having their own evaluation of the progress of the student.
Right.
And then the other thing I would hope would be, a part of that training is looking at the intelligibility of that progress reporting. I know one of the, more, I guess from my SPED experience, but one of the criticisms is when it's just, it's the student's not making progress or the student's making progress or, simple like one-line statements that don't really speak to the actual intervention. And so are we, providing clarity in those trainings on what actual progress reporting should look like?
Yes, our trainings and our guidance that we have also linked in the report that we'll be sharing. So there's a little more information on that, but our training and our guidance on that we've been building it out more as we go through the year, but it started off even with some clarity, but again, we're getting better as we implement. Have to do with setting SMART goals for the intervention that you're using. So very specific goals that and along with the capability that we've created to graph progress toward those goals if you're inputting the information consistently. And so the graph works really well when there's information, being inputted consistently, and you can see on that kind of information whether or not the student is making progress. Some interventions already contain that capability depending on how the intervention is delivered to the student. But again, it's a matter of then attaching it to the student's record and being able to see so that it is specific. The student's making progress is not specific enough for a real, any sort of meaningful evaluation of whether or not the student is benefiting from the interventions. Agreed.
Yeah, and I think I'm kind of thinking, on the spectrum of something that's like just a reading level or Lexile that's very like clearly, as opposed to like behavioral intervention or something that, sometimes is harder to quantify. But for that, kind of updated report that would be coming, I think it would be good to focus on or have a piece there about the parent reporting piece.
Okay.
And I'd be curious if there's any metrics that we can look at as we're looking, to increased future kind of, what's my word here, quality of service for those families, so we can kind of track that improvement over time, because I understand, we're still training people, we're still rolling this out. But since there is attention being put on that, I think it would be a good one for the families to see so that we can track that improvement and show how they're getting more information or how we're, delivering the progress and, with better fidelity and regularity.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Hunter.
I have a question about the TEA spot audit, or I'm not sure, I can't remember what you called it. But did we get a cure on that we're gonna fix those 24 folders? What happens with that?
So,
Or folders, I said folders, but.
yeah, so it was identified as, once they were pulled, it was identified as being off track, opposed to being out of compliance with the order. And so we actually created a response, worked with the team. I believe I provided a copy of the response to our trustees and identified the plans that we have to get back on track. And so it isn't necessarily a specific issue that triggered a cure response, but we are taking it very seriously and we are addressing it.
Okay. Excuse me. And then another question. I know there's not enough hours in the day, right? And I'm assuming, just from historical knowledge, that people aren't not doing it because they don't want to do it. They don't have the time. Like, I didn't type it down. I did it, but I can't prove it. And the question is like, if you didn't document it, did it really happen? So I don't know if there's something we as a board can do. I mean, we have planning periods, we have other things. I'm not sure what more we could do if there's something that we don't know about that would provide more time, support, opportunity for that documentation to be done we would probably definitely need to know that. And then finally, when we looked at the ECST, I'm very pleased that they like the system. I mean, it's old. I used it. It's really good, right? And if we can get our people to use it, like as a matter of course, like if you make a phone call, you're not making the phone call unless you're actually on ECST, so you're typing it in as you're doing it. If you're working with the student, the computer maybe is open, you're like, oh, and then we did X amount or whatever, right? So I don't know, like how, they have so much training. I saw the training thing coming up, and it's like, there's so much training. And when do they get trained on ECST? Like if you're a new person? Or like if you, I don't know, did we flag people and say you're not using it? Or, I mean, I don't know how we do that.
So, well, this year we were pretty, we looked pretty deeply into the system and into individual teachers and documentation so that we could get early on a good idea of what was happening, actually to give campuses good feedback. Here's what we see happening with a lot of teachers at your campus. Or, you know, these are certain trends that we kind of see across the board. So what the training is, it's definitely part of our onboarding training. Onboarding is like a fire hose though, so you get a lot of information. So what we tend to do when we'll have another MTSS, we'll have another like a days dedicated to MTSS this year. And so what we tend to do with those trainings is, so this is what we mean when we say documentation and we pull it up in the system, is pull up your system right now. Here's what it looks like for you. So it's a little more meaningful, but a lot of times too, it's just the peer teacher next door that is able to help you and support you in learning new systems like that. And it's why we're trying to increase awareness on campuses and people on campuses, interventionists, CST chairs, and actually, like I said, we had more than just the CST chairs attend the training the other day to just be point people on campuses that can help teachers with that. Okay.
Oh, sorry. I'm asking a question, a real question. Like, would it be possible, I'm just asking, for ECST to have like a talk to text? So maybe while I'm cleaning my tables, I'm documenting. I don't know. I'm just asking. I could just write a line of code.
Good
It's fine.
evening, trustees, Superintendent Segura. I think with enough time and money, anything is possible. But
Have a couple more projects then. I mean,
yeah, happy to sort of think through where there are opportunities for streamlining the work.
Yeah. I just wanted to know if something like, because just sitting down and the actual, you know, and the technology is not great. I mean, I've sent messages to people. They're like, what are you saying? It's like, Siri does not understand what I'm telling you. So I know that there's complications there, but if there was just a way to just like take one more thing off their plate where they didn't have to like stop what they're doing to do this thing, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. But thank you for thinking about it.
We've had some campuses get a little creative with their time too. In a staff meeting, let's pull in everyone sit down, now's your time to enter your ECST documentation, right? So I think some of the things we're doing now too in the MTSS trainings is we're sharing models of what we're seeing on campuses that are good and having actually principals or APs share those models so that they are seeing good ideas and systems from each other like that.
Excellent, thank you. This is good. I'm glad to know that.
Excellent. Additional questions? Trustee Whitley Chu, Vice President Whitley Chu.
I have a question, and I haven't been able to find this answer anywhere, so you might not have it either. But when so the MTSS slide, can we put that up that has the tiers and the percentages?
Oh, yeah. Sure, I can. We're all the way at the beginning.
Sideways triangle.
That one.
Okay. So my question about this is who came up with those percentages? I know it wasn't us. Like, I find it on like state websites, State Department of Education websites, but and if anyone's out there, you could email me. My email's public. Like, I can't find anywhere that I see that, like, oh, this is evidence-based, but I have not found anywhere that shows what the evidence for those percentages are. Like, I just can't find it. So I was just wondering if, like, anyone knows that.
I can try to find the answer for
Yeah.
you.
You know,
I have seen
I
it
can put it on-
in literature.
put it out there.
Older MTSS, back then it was called RTI, right? RTI books and things like that I learned years and years ago.
Yeah, I've seen it
that
for a
had similar,
long
but I
time,
don't know
but
what
I
the source
cannot
was
find the
of those,
primary
so.
source.
It's
So
Hill Walker from the University of Oregon.
I've seen
Came
it
up with
in
the
universities.
percentages.
The University of Texas has had some significant, again, it was called RTI work then. Actually, a lot of the tier module information was based on UT modules and research. So I've seen it since then. And at that time, they were trainings conducted by this center at UT. I just have to pull it from my memory, what they were called at the time. It wasn't Meadows. I don't think it was Meadows at the time. You? Yeah.
We'll do some work to try to find that. I don't.
So do we know, is that percentage what is recommended for an entire population of all children? For children who, okay.
So that would be recognizing that there were variances within campuses or across campuses for sure. This is more of a across the board. This is what you would see in a system where Tier 1 instruction is working very well. It may not start that way in earlier grade levels, but it can get that way as long as Tier 1 instruction is really strong. It's also representative of the idea that the core teacher is the most important piece of grade level success of the student. Interventionists and providing interventions are definitely an important part because all kids learn at a different rate and need different supports to learn to stay on level. But in any campus or district system, once that number starts to get over 20% and even higher, it is a difficult system to sustain, and kids start to fall behind. And so that's why the 15 to 20% is I think much more representative of what's happening in Tier 1 than it is just, how kids show up at school. Like, everybody's going to show up and only 15 to 20% will need interventions. Not really the case.
Mm-hmm. And like a wondering I have, which I'm not necessarily expecting an answer, because this is like another piece of evidence that, like, for me doesn't match, but if you have information, I'm interested. I'm getting this from the Yale Dyslexia Center, that 20% of the population is dyslexic, so 1 out of 5 people. And then the definition of that is an unexpected difficulty in reading for an individual whose IQ is average, above average, or highly gifted. So that would just be like 20%, that would be population with dyslexia. And then when I'm thinking about like other disabilities, they're like natural in our population. And so Yale also says that people who are dyslexic like can learn to read with intensive interventions, and that the type of the evidence-based interventions that are recommended are like 45 to 60 or even to 90 minutes a week, like up to 5 days a week, and can take 2 to 3 years. So like you can start when you're 7, you can start when you're an adult. And, you know, it will take, you know, most likely 2 to 3 years. So like how, I guess I wonder, like, how can we accomplish making sure every person like learns to read in our schools? If like only 5% are getting tier 3s, or what, you know, what could, that's just kind of.
Well,
a
the
question
number
I have.
doesn't necessarily represent the 5% and then we cut it off.
Yeah.
Right? We don't use that cap to say, okay, no more students than this are getting interventions. Now, like Oscar said, given enough time and money, we could do, you know, any of these things. But there are always limited resources that any campus has. It's why going back to tier 1 is so critical. And that there's a, I would say in tier 1, there is a constant dance between tier 1 and tier 2 for students. Because, and almost like tier 1, I wouldn't even say tier 1 interventions, because that's not really a thing, but tier 1 immediate response to student needs. And so even throughout the tier 1 continuum, before a student is identified for targeted interventions at tier 2, for lots of students before that, you are monitoring exactly what is happening and you are intervening there in the moment, making sure that those skills that you're teaching over time, especially in the early literacy classroom, which is specific to what we're talking about, are landing well, and that students are truly having the opportunity for mastery or all kinds of different ways that you're giving them opportunities for that mastery. And so it's not just a, you know, teach and hope everybody gets it, but it's a teach and close monitoring to see that everyone got it and immediately helping students that didn't. And so a lot of that, you know, falls within students who need help. This is not specific to dyslexic students, of course, but a lot of students fall within that area where students do need that help, but they're not necessarily needing to be pulled all the time outside or away from instruction in order to receive those interventions. So it's you know, the 15 to 20% or the 5 to 10%, again, those are percentages that really speak more to a very strong tier 1 system. That it's not the case with real kids in front of you all the time. You can't just cut it off at 15 or 20% or 5%.
I got, yeah. And I would say like just like my hopes with, you know, it's hard to do what we need to do for kids with like the limited resources we have, but like just my hopes when we're going forward and making plans is to make sure that all our students who need intensive reading instruction in very small groups for 2 to 3 years get it. So I'm not at ACC like I am now with adults who like did not get that and they want to be in 4 credit classes so badly. And then they're expected to like take an 8-week class and just like hurry up and then, so there's no room in that system either to teach them to read. So we're so focused on STAR scores, like what I saw as a teacher, what I saw as a student happen to my peers was, okay, well, this year we have to pass STAR, so we don't have time to do 2 to 3 years to really teach you how to read. And just, I really hope that we make that investment, like no matter where we catch it. And like, I hope that we're starting to do it really, really early. And do it for the students that miss that early window. And it's expensive and it's gonna take a lot of support. And, you know, I think it's important to our community. And if we have to find funding outside of like this, because we've maxed it out, like what we can get. That's like my biggest hope that we can do that. Because if we do that, then these students like can do anything. And when they get to high school, they're ready. And I know like we're doing that hard work and I appreciate it. So thank you.
Yeah. Well, we'll be excited to share those early literacy outcomes with you.
Thank
when
you.
we
Yeah,
have them.
and-
They're nice.
And Trustee Willie Chu, you bring up something that I think is, we've talked about in the past and as something that we have recognized and have made adjustments to support the whole system. And as Dr. Maxwell said, you know, like these percentages, I mean, that's assuming there's strong teach, you know, where the system is, I would say, a better version of itself than it was 2 or 3 years ago. And so when we started implementing MTSS, we saw that, well, you know, we had educators that were novice, that were coming into the system after the pandemic. We were meeting their needs where we could, but we need to provide additional support really in Tier 1, and that's where instructional coaches came in. And then we took a cross-section and we realized that we had a lot of students that made this percent much larger. Instead of 15 to 20%, needing Tier 2 intervention or Tier 3, the number was like 30, 40% in some of our schools. Well, you can't deploy enough resources to get everybody back to grade level. So then we said, okay, well, now we have to go and figure out a way to fund content interventionists, which is really the tax rate election. So, you know, it's really just acknowledging that you're right. We absolutely have to get everybody what they need. And at the same time, you have to balance both. Like strong first teach, you know, we have incredible educators in the classroom, and they're providing our students what they need wherever they're at. And both have to be true. And 2 years ago, we had neither one of those resources. And so it's just building on and improving as we move forward. But no, your point's well taken.
Thank you all so much.
Could I just ask a clarifying question? So for the purpose of this, because I know sometimes tiers are interpreted differently, my understanding was not all special education, or sorry, not all Tier 3 is necessarily special education, but special education is Tier 3, isn't it? Or are we considering it Tier 3 for the purpose of MTSS?
For the purposes of MTSS, it is not considered Tier 3. And so that was actually a point of clarity a lot when we started the MTSS trainings and conversation this year. You really do have to allow for that Tier 3 space, because sometimes students that receive the right really intensive interventions progress appropriately. And if that is the case, then we're providing the appropriate service for the student. And it wouldn't be an appropriate referral at that time for special education, because if they are progressing able to stay on level with peers and show positive results in their learning, then those Tier 3 intensive interventions are working and they wouldn't need special education services. That is not true for every student. And it's also, like I said, not true for every student that they have to get Tier 3. You could see anywhere in this process, this student should be referred for evaluation. And we as a group that works with the student really believe that, and with the family, and so we are referring for special education.
So the reason I'm asking this is maybe I'll talk about it a different way. I want to make sure that I have clarity on the populations we're talking about, because if we have, around 12, 13% in special ed of the district right now?
No, it's
more than that,
like
that's over 20%.
20%, I believe, yes.
So, I mean, if this is 15 to 20%, 5 to 10%, it's like 30%. And if we're not counting SPED as Tier 3, that's another.
But a lot of our students receiving special education services are in general education classrooms with the first teacher. So that's.
I understand. I'm just trying to check the overlap, because when we're looking at this, universal is what everybody's getting, right? So targeted and intensive are both extra services we're doing, and then we have SPED on top of that. And so what I'm kind of interested in is, what is the total population that we're looking at that is taking more resources or more intervention or more targeted? Because this makes it look like potentially just 20 to 30% of the district is requiring extra effort when.
Well, this is not, to be clear, this is not what we are.
No. I understand. I understand. Yeah. Well, I just want to have some clarity around that, because this, I think, to Trustee Whitley Chu's initial, questioning on this was, this is just one piece of a much larger effort that we're making, and I don't want this to discount how much the students are actually requiring, because if SPED's on top of this, and then just quickly Googling around, I can't find the MTSS manual, and I think that would be good to, helpful to look at more accessibly. So I don't know if it could be in a board update or something where that link is.
I just emailed it to you.
Oh, you did? Okay. Oh, well, I'm also curious just for families to be able to access, because I'm Googling around. I mean, just should be easy to find would be nice, but, okay. I just wanted to clarify those couple points. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have a question? Or
Actually, I have one more question about the, what tool are we using for progress monitoring for early elementary reading?
Depends on the resource that they're using for intervention. So if you're, for example, using UFly for interventions, that comes with their, like a set of progress monitoring tools, well, diagnostics and a set of progress monitoring tools for the skill that you're working on. So usually it's very specific to the intervention itself. We do have some more general tools that every student could take, and sometimes campuses use that. In addition, we take reading fluency with MAP, which is part of what they would use if you're kindergarten and first grade for a dyslexia screener anyway. So it tests a lot of those same skills, and so campus could use that at regular intervals to progress monitor and see if a student's making progress.
So like the AI tool that the student talks to and like looks at a picture of like, and says like apple, banana, like that one?
It's part of the MAP assessment, so it's a digital tool.
Okay.
But like I said, it just depends on the intervention that is being delivered. In most of the early classrooms that you're referring to, no, not most, all of our interventions are one-on-one, I wish it was one-on-one, but a teacher to a small group usually. Sometimes it's one-on-one, but it's a personally delivered intervention like UFly, all of the resources at the elementary level.
And so if we're like talking about first grade reading intervention, what resource are they using? So because you mentioned one, so I don't know if that, yeah.
So I think it would probably help with the MTSS manual. There's a list, and so
That's what I thought, so, yeah.
Yes, so it kind of depends on what the screener is showing and what's the most appropriate tool to use for the intervention. And so we again have a process for that, but we actually have a list of all the tier 2 and tier 3 interventions for reading and for math and English and in Spanish, connected to our MTSS manual, and it's a list that we've shared a bunch of times. So it might be helpful to send that again and click through.
And do campuses like all have access to the same intervention curriculums, and then is it chosen like based on the principal or the teacher or based on the need, or?
This year we provided the same access to all intervention resources.
Okay.
Previously it had been a mix of different things and tools that people were using. You could also have another wonderful research-based intervention tool that your campus is using. Most of the time we've come out to campuses and we've talked about those tools, and we can see them being used in ECST. You have to actually identify the tool that you're using in ECST as well, and what tool you'll be using for progress monitoring. So another reason documentation is important.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. It's very helpful.
Sure.
Thank you. Additional questions? I have just a couple. So I really appreciate, it's a really thorough presentation. I know there's been an immense amount of work, and I really appreciate just a deeper understanding of how we take a really big system and we're seeing that bridge down to that individual student level, in addition to our classroom level, our campus level, kind of how those fit together. So thank you for that. I have a couple of questions. Going back to the triangle, the tiers on slide 4. Really understanding, I know we're a long way from that ideal, but understanding how, as we talk about consolidations, we talk about the turnaround plan, we talk about the budget, how this really intersects with what we know that we have campuses where 1/3 of our students move during the year. We have campuses where, 20 or 25% of our students are newcomers to the country who've been here only, fewer than 3 years. Many of them, some of them, depending on where they come from, may never have been in school or haven't had, a similar experience. So kind of how deep need and a lot of, kind of either trauma or, whatever is going on in our students' lives kind of intersects with what we see here. And that first teach isn't the only, isn't a complete solution, right? And how that really impacts the investments we need to make to get this right.
Yeah, that's a great question, and it is the truth and the reality of what our campuses and our student population really have in their lived experiences. What we try to do as far as one of the things that addresses mobility is to have that intervention of have mobility across our campuses. That definitely helps. We also have a lot of interventions that have some broad usage as well, so it could be something that it's likely that it's something the child has used or experienced before. A lot of the interventions too, we have recommended sort of pathways to identifying needs for students. And we've tried to pick flexible intervention solutions so that even if you're in 3rd grade, but you are just now beginning to acquire a second language and you've moved here from another country, though we have pathways that help teachers figure out how to use resources that might be a second or a 1st grade resource, but how that's appropriately used in the 3rd grade classroom. Because it is true, they can come at any time and have very different needs, and so you have to have also, that's why we have a list of intervention resources rather than just one to say, oh, this is the one that works for kids, because it really does need to be flexible.
And then can you just speak a little more to kind of the portability of this data, that the data really does follow the student? It's not these teachers who have knowledge of a student and then talk to the teachers in the next grade, which works where there's very low mobility maybe, but how this really attaches to the student and goes anywhere the student goes, how it's doing something different.
ECST is definitely designed that way, and we had some sessions at the end of the year to make sure what had been documented is being closed out appropriately, so that information is available the next year. So the data does follow the student. Really, any good MTSS system will have that kind of information or that kind of capability where the data follows the student. It's also another good reason why documentation of that data is important, because you can't always, you can usually have conversations that are familiar with the student that year. You never know the next year what might happen, or if the teacher leaves that had the primary part of that information. If it wasn't documented in ECST or our system, then you've lost quite a bit of that information.
Thank you for that. And then I'd love to go to slide 12 really briefly. And the second bullet point where you said our classrooms scored consistently high in learning environment, classroom routines, procedures, behavior, instruction, that was a place where our culture seemed strong and we scored high. And can you help me understand kind of what you're looking for there and how that influences our students' academic success?
Yes. Well, the important thing to mention here also is when those CSTs get together, it is very rarely a conversation just about academics or just about behavior, because as soon as you start talking about one, the other comes into play to make sure that everyone understands how everything is working together for a student. But in the classroom routines, procedures, and behavior instruction, that was a portion of the MTSS walkthrough forms in every area. And connected to that, we had more information about, okay, this is what student engagement, these are some key things you could look for student engagement. So when we talk about calibrating on those forms, those are the things that we talked about and learned about and looked for as we were walking through together. So when we were talking about classroom routines, things like pacing and the setup of the classroom, was it set up for fluent delivery of instruction, and students being able to set up and receive that instruction, relationships are evident in the classroom, things like that. So we had it as a few bullet points as well, just as most things were, but deeper information that we really trained on and talked about.
Thank you, and I appreciate seeing our investments in kind of climate and culture, the work that's been done.
Absolutely.
You know, post-pandemic, since Superintendent Segura came in, since, you know, a lot of different things kind of come together to support our students in that way. So really appreciate that. We talked about Bruce Perry earlier. I mean, we know there's a lot here that goes on, and a lot that will preview our student success guide, a lot of it. So I appreciate seeing that bear fruit in ways that are going to show up in students' academics. So thank you for that. And then I have just one more question, which is, I know this was a big lift in terms of time and resources, including money. And what is the difference between how this showed up on our budget for 24-25 and what we're going to see now that it's well established for 25-26? What's our difference in the cost last year getting it up and running versus and training and all of that versus this coming year?
Well, initially, right, we did make some investments in resources really across tiers, tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. We'll always have to make continued investments in instructional resources. A lot of the, not all, but a lot of the intervention resources themselves that were purchased were in the form of kits or something along those lines. And so those are actually now permanent parts of campus. And so really what we're looking at is replacement costs for some of the parts of those kits, or you know, some things over time tend to get scattered, and so we have to maintain that inventory, kind of like we're doing the math inventory right now. We just, things walk away over time, and so you need to continue to inventory and look into see what the investment needs to be for that year. So there's an ongoing investment for those things. Fortunately, our training and all of that work that we did, we really conducted that in-house, and so those live as part of our system and are sustainable things that we can move forward. I think that the investment in the content interventionists, of course, is critical. And for campuses, I think we'll always need to continue to look at campuses that, you know, I hate to refer to the triangle again because I think it got a little confusing, but for campuses, that isn't the exact percentage, especially when we're first starting out with this system, that they will need more support and more resources to get not just tier 1, you know, in as strong as a place as it can be, but a really solid intervention for a system for students that come in and out of the campus.
Yeah, thank you. And what about just the investment in kind of creating the software, the system, kind of getting it up and the system itself, getting it up and running?
So I won't, there's been a significant lift certainly, but one of the things that we talk about, and we have talked about quite some time, and certainly Oscar can speak to it better than anybody, is that ECSD has been around for a while. And honestly, there are challenges with it as an overall platform, its ability to be supported long-term, the way that data recording occurs and what can be done kind of, you know, after the fact. And so we had considered an initiative to kind of revamp that entire system, but recognizing all the things that we're tackling at the moment and the changes that have already been introduced to the system and the fact that we're going through a special education platform update already, and ERP just turned over, and we just went to Google, which has got a lot of people stressed out. Yeah, you have no idea. You know, so what I would say is there is going to be an investment at some point, I would say in the next 2 fiscal years, that's going to be required to move us off this system. It's a little further out. It is going to be substantial. Right now, it's just something we can't take on. And the instability it would introduce would probably go counter to what we're trying to do here. So we really want to get this codified, and then if we need to, transition.
That makes perfect
sense. But the system
sense.
has been around for a while, and it's kind of duct taped together a little bit.
So we're putting this on top of the existing ECSD.
Correct.
Got it. Okay, perfect. That is helpful to know and good to have a preview that we're going to have to get financially healthy so we can pay for that later. Thank you for that. Any other questions before we move on? All right, perfect. Thank you. That was extremely helpful. Thank you. Really glad to see this moving forward. So, Mr. Segura, will you please introduce our next item? And this, just so we know, this is going to be our budget conversation ahead of adopting our budget. We have about an hour for this conversation-ish. It does not count as student outcomes minutes, but again, it is another of our many very important topics. So thank you.
Thank you, President Boswell. I'd like to welcome up Ms. Katrina Montgomery, our Interim Chief Financial Officer, for the presentation of the 25-26 proposed general fund, food service, and debt service budgets. Again, to our community, certainly apologize. There's a lot of heavy things this evening. Trying to create space is critically important. So I know it's late, but we'll make this available and ensure everybody kind of understands that this is an important presentation. It's occurring late at night, but we'll get it out.
Hello, President Boswell and Superintendent Segura. Today we're going to talk about FY 24-25 budget update, and then we're going to talk about our FY 25-26 proposed budget. So our budget update for FY 24-25, this is a slide you've seen. We've kind of walked through it, and we wanted to kind of make it a progression so you can see kind of where we started when we adopted the budget in June of 2024 to January of 2025. We projected that our deficit would increase $110 million. Then we went to March, reduced to 101, April, reduced to $97 million. And when we closed May, we're saying that our projected deficit will be $93 million. And so that gets us at a 16.8% fund balance. So what you can see is we've been doing a lot of work to make sure we're getting that fund balance down back, and our goal was to get it to the $78 million. So then through June of 2025, we're projecting that our fund balance will be down to $90 million. This slide here shows the changes since we adopted the budget to project it. And so I will not spend too much time on this slide because we've gone through it, but I will definitely spend some time on May, the new information. So in July, we got our new Travis Central Appraisal District numbers. Our property value growth went from 6% to 1%. That was a $14 million loss in revenue. And then in January, we had $34 million of reductions that we've made, but then we had $40 million worth of ads. And this is something we've talked about in great detail, is us making sure that the budget that we present this year for 25-26 is a budget that we can live in, where in previous years we've had budgets and we've continuously added. And that's part of the what happened with the $40 million. And then there's a $12 million loss in revenue for SHARS. Then in March, because of the reductions that we've had in our P-card spend, our purchase order spend, as well as our hiring freeze for everyone excluding special education, that was a $9 million savings. The same thing happened in April. We had a $9 million savings for the same reasons, but we gave additional money for $5 million for IMA items prior to the legislation so that they can order supplies and materials for our students for next fiscal year. And then in May of 2025, this is where we are today. We have additional $2 million in savings because of the same thing, holding our P-card limits, our purchase order spend, and then our reductions because of the hiring freeze. And then we're going to have an additional $2 million that we're going to be able to reclass from our maintenance tax note, which was approved last board meeting by the board. So what this is clearly just saying in a quick recap, we've gone to 93, saying that our deficit is going to be $93 million. I want to make sure that we're clear that we're not saying we're done. We still have work to do, but we have made a tremendous amount of progress between the work that has been done at Central, our departments, as well as all of the work done at campuses. So AISD is projected to end FY 24-25 with a 16.8% fund balance, which is below the 20% fund balance. So again, we know this is not where we want to be, but we're still making progress. We want to see this number get closer and closer to 20%. AISD is projected to end FY 24-25 with a deficit that is $15 million more than the adopted budget. So now we're going to talk about FY 25-26, and this slide shows, we've seen this slide, so I won't spend too much time on it, but this slide clearly shows how we built our budget. These are the assumptions we used. Our enrollment, the 72,303, is where we were at snapshot in October. Our average daily attendance is at 93%. Our average daily attendance in count is 64,100. And then if you go to the right, our tax collections change in property values, it's saying Travis Central Appraisal District told us in April that they think that our property values will decrease 2%. So that's what we've used. Our tax rate collection is 99%, and then you have our tax rate.
So Katrina, can I hold you up there for a second?
Of course.
Would you mind going back to this slide? So there's been some feedback and input I've gotten over the last couple weeks around enrollment. And, one of the things I'll be really clear about is overall as a school district, enrollment has declined over the last 10 years. That's been the case. At one point, we were well over 80,000 students. Now, as you can see, we're between 72 and 73,000. There have been some comments around us growing because of information that does get circulated regarding our current enrollment. And so one of the things that happens every single year, and it has for the last 10 years, is that we grow from the day we have Snapshot, which is always the last day in October, in most cases October 30th, until the end of the year. And that's true this year. From Snapshot till now, we've grown about almost 1,000 students. I think it's like 900 or so. This happened last year, it happened the year before. So though we see an increase over the course of the year, typically we will start the next year at some small percent, either above or below where we were the previous year. And so for that reason, I just want to kind of clear up any kind of thoughts or concerns around AISC's growing. It's an anomaly that occurs every year. There are many things that contribute to it, but overall, year over year, when Snapshot is taken, which is what we use to budget, we have seen a slight decrease over the last couple of years. I mean, it's less than 1% difference, but it's still a decrease, which is why we're budgeting this way and not budgeting an increase, though someone may ask. So I just want to make sure we're really clear. Thank you, Katrina, for letting me interrupt you.
Of course. So FY25-26, this is our proposed budget summary. If you can see to the far left, we're going to spend a lot more time on the general fund later, but for now, this is how the general fund, this is the budget that we're proposing that the board will review and approve on June 26th, that will end up with a $19.7 million deficit. So this has revenue of $1.5 billion. We have our recapture in there at $715 million, our operating expenditures at $984 million, and then you can see we've carved out school improvement because we want to be really clear to show that, $8 million. And then you have vacancy savings, those are at $15.3 million, and then you have some identified strategies, which is land sales, $45 million, that's 2 properties. We have our PEMS reform, which this is something we're working on, making sure we're continuously we're reviewing the information that's reported to TEA that helps benefit us as far as keeping additional revenue with the district. That's $1 million. State funding preliminary. So Dr. Reach will come up later and talk a little bit more in detail about what's happened at the legislature, what bills have passed, and the impact. What we've done here is we've done an estimate. So this is the net amount. So when Dr. Reach comes up, he's going to talk to you about all of the funds that we're going to receive as a district. This $9 million is what we think the net will be that we can use to apply to our deficit. Master schedule efficiency, we've talked about that. That's $2.5 million. We have some other strategies and force reduction, which we have more detail on a future slide. So once all of these things that you see here on the general fund happen, and again, some of these things are fully baked and some of these things we still have a lot of work to do. These are things that the district is committed, the district administration is committed to making sure that happens. That'll get us at a $19.7 million deficit, which gets us to 15.21%. Then the next column is food service. This hasn't changed since we've seen it. Food service is saying the revenue will be $48.2 million. Their operating expenditures will be the same. Net amount, net impact is a 0. Debt service, our debt service revenue has decreased because our tax revenue has, as long as our tax rates are decreasing, our revenue will decrease on the INS side. So for revenue, we have $234 million, but our operating expenditures are $262, so we're going to need to take $27.6 million from our debt service fund balance. And then you have the total to the far right. This next slide is changes in general fund, total expenditures. This hasn't changed. It just shows where we were at adopted budget versus recommended budget. And then now we're going to start talking about, we've been constantly talking about our stable state. And the reason we do this is because we want to make sure that everybody's clear, like this is our North Star. We want to make sure that we can have a 20% fund balance and doing a balanced budget. And we didn't get there this year, but that is still where we're working towards. And we want to protect the quality of education for our students. We wanted to have a statement here that was very clear that the district administration is committed to a budget that achieves at minimum a 15% fund balance. And we all know that our fund balance is our savings account. And if you look at this slide, it just tells us why. We know that we have to have enough money so that we can make our obligations at the end of the year. It's having our fund balance at 15% gives us approximately 2 months worth of expenses that we can cover if anything happens. So this document shows us unassigned fund balance for 24-25, which is the fourth column from the right. It shows that we're going to land at 16.8%. And for the 25-26 budget that we're asking the board to adopt and approve on our next meeting, it'll show us at 15.2%. And then it shows what we've seen consistently in 26-27, we get below, we can have a negative fund balance. So even though we've made a lot of strategies and a lot of work, there's still a lot of work that we need to do to move forward to make sure that our district is stable as possible. So FY 25-26 proposed budget summary. So we had adopted in FY 24-25 the $78 million. Then our projection now is saying we'll get to $93.1 million, which will leave us at a 16.8% fund balance. And then we show preliminary. This is the information that we showed a few months ago. This is our preliminary. And when we showed this negative $65.5 million, we all knew we still had work to do. We knew that we were very clear that this is what we're saying, but this is work that we still have to do as far as force reductions and other identified strategies, because we can't leave our fund balance at 9.7%. And then for FY 25-26, this is the proposed column that you saw that we went over on a previous slide that shows, again, for the next meeting, we're going to ask the board to approve a deficit of 19.7%, and then that'll get us to 15.21. But I want to make sure that we're very clear. This is the district committing to doing all of these strategies on here and making sure that we come in at 15% fund balance. Identified strategies, we'll go over this. This is what we've looked at and we've talked about before. Central office restructure, we have a slide to go a little bit more in detail on this. Later, that's $10 million. Looking at and reducing supplementary programs, $500,000. Special education contract costs and financial monitoring. Again, we know that we want to serve our students as well as we can, but we have to continuously reduce our reliance on contractors. Centralized special education placement. This is also a strategy. Forced reductions. We have a slide that'll go a little bit more in detail on this $15.5 million. State funding, we've just talked about previously. This is an estimate or a projection that we're saying this is the net amount that the district could keep to use toward reducing our fund, to increase our fund balance or reduce our deficit. And then we're going to talk about property insurance. That's something we haven't talked about before. So we still have our current reduction strategies. Some of these have check marks. Some of these still have work to do. You're going to see you have your force reduction. We've talked about that. A hiring freeze for FY 25-26, excluding special education for non-campus staff. We know that our current hiring freeze ends June 30th. All revenue will remain with the source of the origin. So if a department has revenue that they've received, it stays with 199. It doesn't move or fluctuate. And then we're going to talk about continued spending controls. How can we continuously monitor our spending? So the central office restructure, the goal is to fully achieve the district goals. The superintendent has moved forward with a comprehensive reorganization of all central office positions in a single phase. The realignment includes eliminating positions. Some people will be reassigned, new reporting structures and cross-departmental alignment, Our superintendent would appoint with a focus on administrative and executive level positions and reducing the number of direct reports for our superintendent. The central office restructure will be completed by June 18th, 2025. So here's a timeline because we want to kind of make sure that everybody's clear where we started and where we're going. On May 22nd, our superintendent had a budget meeting, a budget update with our executive leadership team. May through June, there were planning meetings with the superintendent and his various cabinet members. June 5th, the new timeline was communicated to central office staff. June 18th, our employees will be notified. And on August 1st, employment changes take effect. So property insurance. I'm going to read this statement so we can kind of just make sure we're all aligned before we start talking about some strategies that we have at the bottom. The district is working to cut property insurance costs by up to 50%. Approximately $3 million through strategies such as adjusting deductibles, renegotiating premiums, and reviewing commission structures, all while ensuring adequate coverage and risk protection. So one of the things I want to say before we look into the actual the slide, that's the part that's at the bottom, the chart, is we've been working with our carrier, our broker, a lot. And so originally when we started having these conversations, they said, we could save you approximately 5%. But we've been pushing on them, being very clear that we're considering going self-insured. And so now their number has come up to a 20% reduction. So I want to be very clear that we're working, trying to find the best alternative for the district and making sure that our vendors are serious and clear about our goal to make reductions to our operating expenditures. So what this slide shows here is the way our insurance policy looks right now for property insurance. We have a loss limit of $300 million, which means that's the max that we would have if something happens. The deductible that we have is $1 million. And if for wind and hail, it's the same $1 million deductible, but for wind and hail, we pay an additional 2% for whatever happens over the $1 million. The premium, which includes the broker's commissions, is $6.2 million. And so this is why this is one of the areas we're focusing on, because this is a large expense for the district. When we go back and we look at our claims that we've had, the largest claims that we had were during Winter Storm Uri. The last 2 years, we've had 2 fires. We've had a Keeling fire, which was just $1 million, and then we had another Keeling fire, which was $1.9 million. So what we've seen is the amount that we're paying in premiums. If you look, and the superintendent and I talk about this all the time, so I'm pretty sure he's going to have something to add. But when we talk about this, you clearly see the amount that we're paying in premiums. We're not getting a great impact for that because of our claims usage, right? But we also want to make sure that we're being very strategic and we're making sure that we're presenting a plan that's going to be best for the district. So then we have option 1, which is the one that we're recommending. Our loss limit will be $200 million. And then you see 14% of $25 million. So what that means is we're going to self-insure up to $25 million. So then our deductible will increase to $5 million. So the 14% of $25 million is $3.5 million. So what in effect, the easiest way to explain this is our deductible would be $8.5 million. It'll be the $5 million, and then it'll be 14% to $25 million. Wind and hail, it's the same 5%. It's the same $5 million to deductible, but the percentage went up to 3%. And that premium would be $3.3 million. So that almost decreases at 50%. We had another option, which our loss limit would be $200 million. The deductible would be $5 million. The wind hail deductible would still be the $5 million plus 3%. And then it's a $3.6 million premium, which includes our broker's commission. The one thing I want to talk about, I've also talked to them about definitely reducing their commissions as well. But the option 1 and option 2, the difference is the $3.5 million. And when we're looking at the difference of the $3.5 million, we have to strategically weigh, is having additional coverage that we could possibly spend for $3.5 million worth the $300,000, which is the difference between the 3.3 and the 3.6.
No, I don't have anything to say.
All right. Okay, so now we'll go to force reductions. Okay, to ensure, and we've talked about this, so I'm not gonna really read, I'm gonna read the first sentence, but we've been talking about this month over month over month. To ensure the district meets its financial obligations and aligns with the adopted budget, the superintendent can implement forced budget reductions. So some key points. It will be led and determined by the superintendent. Our budget team has a document that we've created so then he can see everyone's budget. It'll be staffing and non-staffing by department, by campus, so he'll have all the information that he needs to make a strategic decision. It may apply to all divisions, including school and central office departments. Reductions are based on district priorities, operational needs, and available resources, and aimed at maintaining fiscal responsibility while minimizing impact on students and essential services. So here's our budget amendment timeline. So since we have so many things that we're still working on, we want the board to be clear that we're going to come back and do amendments. As we get a firm number on the legislative updates, we're going to come back and give an amendment. As we get additional money, every time we're going to make sure that we're giving the board updates. So June 26th, we're going to adopt the budget. September of 2025, we're going to come back with the final TCAD final property values. HB2 final estimates, which Dr. Reach is going to talk about more in detail. Our compensation will be finalized. Dr. Reach will talk about that a little bit, about HB2. And then our force reductions will be finalized. And then at the very least, we will come back with any amendments quarterly to the board. House Bill 2 salary adjustment timeline. This is something that Chief Hosak and her team have been working on. So in July of 2025, we will have a consultation with Ed Austin to finalize the compensation plan. August 21st, the board will vote on approval of the compensation agreement. September 15th, compensation letters go out to employees receiving increases. And then September 30th, new raise and retro payments received on the normal paycheck. And I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Reach.
Thank you. So as you probably know, HB2 was signed by the governor on June 4th, and this is the major funding bill for public education. There's also a little bit of money in HB 500. But we're not going to touch, and then there's a few grants and some other bills, but we're really going to focus on HB2. So HB2 has $3.7 billion dedicated for teacher raises, $850 million for updates to special education funding, $430 million for school safety, and $1.3 billion to help school districts with a new allotment of basic cost, also ABC, allotment of basic cost. So the bill does include a $55 basic allotment increase in addition to the funding that I just mentioned. For school safety, the allotment increases to $20 per ADA and $33,540 per campus. The new allotment for basic cost adds $106 per student, and one thing unique about it is that that's a flat cost per student. It's not weighted. So we get the $106 despite attendance. For teacher pay, educators with 3 to 4 years of experience in districts with 5,000 or fewer students will get a $4,000 raise. For Austin ISD, those with 5 or more years of teaching on their resume will earn $8,000. For districts with 5,000 students, those were all for the under 5,000. I apologize, I said that incorrectly. For districts with more than 5,000 students, teachers with 3 to 4 years of experience will earn $2,500, and for those with 5 or more years of experience will receive $5,000. This law also gives districts a flat $45 per student that they can use to increase the salaries of school counselors, librarians, nurses, non-administrative campus support staff, as well as the teachers who do not qualify under the 2 categories that I just mentioned. And so that is part of the work that we will do in partnership with Education Austin, and that Ms. Hosak and her team are working through different scenarios on. So Texas is moving away from SPED funding based off of the classroom setting and moving towards basing it off of the moving away from the setting and doing it instead on the individual needs of a student. This is something that SPED experts, finance experts have been asking for a long time. While it is not perfect in covering the true cost of special education, it should be a lot closer than what we've seen in the past and a more adequate representation of the cost of the education. There are some implementation questions that we still have. For instance, we need to better understand how TEA may count a classroom teacher. Now, I will say that just 4 hours ago, 5 hours, it's 11:40 now, around 3 o'clock, TEA actually did provide some guidance on some of this funding, and so that'll be something that Ms. Hosak, Ms. Montgomery will go over. But that's a question that we need to understand from TEA. What do they consider as a classroom teacher so that we know who's getting this funding and who's eligible? We also need more guidance on TEA around the early education allotment and the new requirements for pre-K, including new requirements that we must follow before we can expand or increase our own tuition pre-K here in Austin ISD. So we'll need those rules before we can understand both what our early education allotment could mean, but also what that could mean for pre-K in Austin ISD. Finally, we really need some rules from TEA around the support staff allotment and allotment for basic cost. These are brand new allotments that haven't existed before, and so it is expected that they will have some guidance on how that can and cannot be utilized, and we'll be waiting for that. We are expecting to get most of these answers within the next 10 days from TEA. I also will briefly mention that there were 3 major bills that created new tax exemptions. This included an exemption of appraised value of tangible property for businesses at $125,000. It increases the homestead from $100,000 to $140,000, and it increases the homestead for elderly and disabled, which is on top of the other, from $10,000 to $60,000. Those last 2 have a hold harmless for INS, which means that the state will help cover some of the loss that we see because that's less taxable value that we have. That first one, however, does not. So we still need some guidance and we'll connect with some of our other colleagues to better understand what could that mean for Austin ISD and other school districts. So what we have up on the screen here is our estimates of new funding for Austin ISD. This is done by our partner Moat Casey, and they are estimating for Austin ISD about $3.4 million through the basic allotment. The other 2 that I'll highlight is the teacher retention allotment will bring in about $17.4 million, and that brand new allotment of basic costs will bring in about $7.8 million. So adding those ones, all except for the bottom 2, which are dedicated, adding those other ones up, and then considering some new fixed costs that we have with these bills. For instance, we'll need to cover benefits associated with the new allotments. We also have some new requirements around pre-K that we'll have to meet to access this money. There'll be some costs associated with that. So once that's all said and done, we're estimating about $9 million, which Ms. Montgomery had reflected in her earlier document. While we learn more about early education allotment, we may find if there'll be additional opportunity for Austin to realize more dollars because of our expansive pre-K opportunities. But that is something that we're really at a wait and see at this moment. So that's a summary of this current bill. It is in effect now. And we expect TEA to get us their first preliminary numbers in July. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reach. And then our next steps to complete our 25-26 budget. Today is June 12th. We're giving you the proposed budget. June 26th will be the budget hearing and adoption. And then we always note that in July of 2025, we get our final certified TCAT numbers. So I'm here, and Dr. Reach can come back if you have any questions.
Perfect. Thank you both so much. Oh, I missed something good. We have about 30 minutes for questions. I hope we can, get as many in as we can because this is extremely important. And we're going to start with Trustee Singh.
Oh, hello. Thank you for this extremely tight and informative presentation. So a couple quick questions. One is, around what would be really helpful, I think, for the next, iteration of this, when we vote on it, would be to see, like, the granularity or like the certainty or of the different cuts and offsets. So for example, when I'm looking at slide 13, the master's scheduled efficiency, other identified strategy, there's all these places where we're going to be making cuts. I don't know, I don't have a great sense of like how much of those are like done, like you've already identified the exact line items and where these cuts are going to happen. So it would be helpful to get a sense of like how, where you are in the process of identifying the exact cuts, because the devil is in the details, and it would be really helpful to be able to know that. Likewise, when I'm looking at slide 14, this probably is the most relevant slide where I would love to see that. So if you have an idea on, for example, like what contract or what special, what different programs and that type of thing are going to be cut, that would all be really, really helpful to actually name those, because typically, like that's what we're voting on. It's not just like these broad categories, but it's very helpful to have an understanding of what specifically is going to get cut. So, Superintendent, is that something that we can expect in the next iteration of this before we vote?
So the first thing I would say is what I think you're expecting is not likely what we're going to provide on every one of these line items, and I'm going to give you an example why. So if you go to the slide 3, you can see Ms. Montgomery identified our current deficit for fiscal year 24-25 as $93 million. We still have one full month of value to capture, which is not included as a starting point for 25-26. So if you roll that $3 million as a starting point for 25-26, and you begin to net everything out, assuming nothing else changes, you'll see that the fluctuation with some of these numbers has a big impact on the system, right? So $3 million could take off supplementary programs. It could make it to where it's $3 million less in forced reductions. Clarity from TEA, maybe it's not 9 million we get, maybe it's 10.5. That's $1.5 million less than I would have to force across the entire system. So, I am very comfortable identifying the list of things that we would move through and in what sequence to get to that number. But I'm a little concerned around taking those cuts before we have extreme clarity around some of these things that are unknown, just because of how the state works and given where we are. So I will tell you that every one of these, from land sales, premiums reform, master schedule efficiency, we have been working. We have great granularity and I would say confidence in those numbers. So I guess I'm kind of struggling to figure out kind of the appropriate level, because I know if it's the last 1 million, and that last 1 million actually gets offset by something that we learn in the next 3 weeks, then it's going to create a certain response in the system, and it's going to maybe be that thing that we cut that we shouldn't cut. So I'm really looking for some feedback, but I can, depending on what the board would like, I can provide it to detail.
Thank you for helping me understand kind of the variability. So actually, slide 9 is probably a really good slide for us to be looking at when talking about this. This is such a great slide. Thank you for putting it together, Ms. Montgomery. But it really shares on one page like what the biggest differences are from our current budget to next year's budget. So this is for me, if you're looking for feedback, it would be helpful to have another column that said like percent of certainty, and it could be like just something as simple as like low, medium, high. So for example, school leadership, let's say you're going to be making about 11% reduction. If you've already pretty much identified what those cuts are going to be exactly, then that would be, like a high level of, granularity that you have. You don't have to necessarily show me all the cuts, but just, I need to just know, like, have you actually identified with specificity what those cuts are going to be, or is it just like you've done some of it, or is it like a low level? That would be really helpful for me personally, to kind of know like how much you're going to be bringing to us throughout the year in terms of, potential amendments or, that type of thing. And then another column where would be helpful that just had kind of like uncertainty because of the state, like if there's certain things that could fluctuate wildly because of what we hear from the state, that would be really helpful for me to know. Speaking for myself, for these different areas. So that's just, we don't have to go into in depth, but like just some decent sense of like how certain we are and what level of granularity of exact cuts you've actually identified would be really helpful. I don't know how it's been done in the past, but it does seem like last year we committed, like the administration committed to making a certain amount of cuts to keep us at the fund balance we had identified. And you ended up making even more cuts because of some other stuff that happened. But I don't love the idea of us just adopting budgets with cuts when they haven't actually been identified at a certain level of granularity. Sometimes that's not possible, but I just feel, I don't know. I want it to be a little bit tighter because, again, the devil's in the details, and this is our opportunity to really to kind of share whatever level of detail you have.
So Trustee Singh, I think we can make some adjustments to provide maybe additional level of certainty regarding my confidence and really what's been taken and what we expect to take. I will say that on slide 9, many of those have already been taken, are confirmed, and are above the line. So this would actually be in addition to that percent reduction. So you say negative 11%, it'd probably go to negative 14 or 15%. So I'd have to add 2 columns probably. But I can work with Ms. Montgomery and we can figure that out. And then like another example would be, as my voice cracks given the late hour, property insurance. So, we wanted to, I'm very confident in moving away from the existing structure and model that we have. Getting feedback from our board is going to be important, but I am confident reducing it. And so the $3.3 million expense, which the net of that would be 2.9, or 3.1. Anyway, that is not yet reflected in our budget, right? So that's a $3 million swing that would go against and help offset. Perhaps it's the programming, perhaps it's force reduction. So, like we're kind of down into the details where every $1 million matters. So I hear you. I think with the feedback we've gotten today, I'm confident we can provide something that gives you extreme confidence that we're not just putting something out there that's abstract. Like we've spent a lot of time thinking through this. I'm just very mindful of putting something out there that creates harm when there's still some unknowns that could offset whether I have to take that cost reduction or not, which is really what's happening. That makes
understood. And then for the property insurance, I'm good with option 1. Just FYI, if it's something you're wanting to hear. So those are all my questions. So thank you. And I really want to thank you and the staff, because I know this has been really a hard time for folks, and particularly with the reorg. And I really want to thank you, Superintendent, for just leading that with such sensitivity and transparency. So thank you.
Yeah, I do want our family and communities to know that this is a very hard time for central office. I know that sometimes it feels like it's distal from the classroom, but every single person in this building, in this organization has a role to play. I believe that. And, we just have to acknowledge that there are some things that we can't do moving forward, and I've tasked the team with being very clear. As we reduce, there are things that we're not going to be able to do. I'm going to be very clear with our trustees, be very clear with our communities, very clear with our principals, that we just cannot continue on with the same level of service and not expect to have a mass like burnout. I mean, we're already lifting so much with so few resources. So I appreciate the comment, Trustee Singh. It is very difficult, and you know, I appreciate and honestly very much respect everybody in this room and everybody in this building for understanding the why, because it's hard. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions? Trustee Kaufman.
If we could go back to the slide on the House Bill 2 funding, there were several categories listed on there. There wasn't a total. Do we have a total amount of money that we expect to be receiving from House Bill 2 action?
Yeah, with everything considered, we are estimating 36 million in year one. It's slightly higher in year two. It would be around 39 million. That's because some of the provisions on special education are delayed 1 year. And then also the legislator they changed how they did the golden penny yield. Typically that increased every year after 2019 rule changes. They're now going to fold that into the BA. So the basic allotment will increase every year instead of that golden penny yield going up every year. So it would go up to about 39 million in year two.
So when you're talking about 8.5 billion, that's over 2 years?
No, that's 1 year, but that's funding that is not dedicated to a specific purpose. Funding that we could use for deficit reduction.
I'm kind of getting a sense of what the state did for us. And so $8.5 billion that they're saying is coming from House Bill 2.
I apologize.
Yeah.
Yes, 8.5 billion is for 2 years.
Okay.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Okay, so out of an $8.5 billion amount, which if you, 9 million is after the kind of required spending, 9 million of the $8.5 billion is available for Austin ISD to work on the 5 years of underfunding that we've had. Is that accurate?
Yes, you know, the way that they calculate funding, all of the money that we receive here will go into what our per pupil is. And so we have about a $551 increase in per pupil, where we needed about $1,300 to keep up with inflation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions? I have just a couple. I appreciate the insurance bringing that to us, and I will be very supportive of that, whatever you decide. The deductible, if we have a hailstorm and 10 schools get hit, is that $5 million per that whole incident, or is it per building?
The deductible is $5 million in total for the year.
For the year. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, then yes, I'm super comfortable moving forward with that. Thank you for that. I want to go to slide 9 and look at function 91, our recapture going down $105 million. That does not mean we have $105 million more dollars to spend. Can you just explain that super briefly? Why
Yes.
that's not ours to use?
Yes, so the recapture here, the adopted budget was at 6% property value growth. And so our recommended budget is at a 2% decline. So that means we'll have less revenue, and less revenue means less recapture payment. But this is not an addition, I want to be clear, this is not an additional $105 million.
And the state tells us how much we're allowed to spend per student. So no matter what, that money is not ours to use.
Right, it's not.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, that's hard to get your head around, and I know it's real. Thank you. Have just a request. I know we're committed to the cuts. We've been having a lot of conversations about the cuts in our one-to-one meetings. We know that the cuts, some of the cuts promised last year didn't happen, and then some new cuts did. We had unexpected expenses, some bad practices that led us to adding toward the budget during the year. So really making sure that that commitment is different this year as an administration and a board to our community. When we have amendments, I would love to really track those cuts as well. during the year, so we're really transparent with our community. And we don't necessarily need a presentation each time, although sometimes in bigger things it might be worth it. But I do want to be sure we're really having backup in board docs, not just kind of the budget updates as we have them, amendments as we have them, but really something that helps our community know. And I don't know if it's a thermometer that tracks each of the promised cuts and where we are, something on our website, but I want to be really clear with each other and with our community that we are doing that work we promised to do when we adopt this budget. It's a big deal to us to adopt a budget that's below our 20% fund balance. We adopted 21.65 last year. Lots of circumstances didn't meet it. We're actually talking about a policy and we'll be voting on a policy at the end of June to make a change in our policy, which is a really big deal. We know there are other districts. We've looked statewide. I thank the policy committee for that work. But as we do these things in this moment of real financial crisis, and as we do the work of closures and consolidations that we are trying to get back to a healthy place so we can do the work we need to do, I do think we need that extra transparency and really want to work together to figure out how we do that together. So thank you for that. And I do just want to add another real thank you about the central office restructuring. And I know really hard things are happening to people who care deeply and have given an immense amount and do really important work at the district. And it's really, really hard. And I know, we sometimes hear from our community, we'll just cut central office and that'll fix things. And we know we could eliminate central office and still not get to where we need to be. And that the work does support our campuses, and we're having to make really horrible, hard decisions right now. And I know any of these cuts impact people we care about and people who care about our kids and our work. And just want to name that. Piggyback on what Trustee Singh said. And then I have one final question. When we look at that deficit on our debt service fund, what is the long-term impact of adopting a deficit budget to that degree for that area of our budget?
Yes, thank you, President Boswell, for asking that. So I've been talking to our financial advisors about this. So we have a healthy fund balance, and I should know that number. I don't have that number with me right now, but we have a healthy fund balance, so it's going to be okay for us to do this. We just need to make sure that we're keeping a close eye on where we are when property or tax collections come in, and then the amount that we're going to need for payment. Again, we don't want to get into we don't want to have to increase the tax rate, right? But then we also don't want to dwindle our fund balance down to little to nothing. So we're keeping an eye on it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And that is it for me on this. Any questions, any additional questions? Trustee Hunter.
Thank you, Ms. Montgomery and Dr. Reach. This is where my two worlds collide, and I'm trying to see how we could be beneficial. So I know a lot of times when we're looking at HB2, we're just looking at K-12, right? But we are impacted by higher ed and what's happening with teacher prep. And I had already talked to the superintendent about some concerns I had about, I guess, a rumor that, the board only wanted certified teachers. I want somebody in every classroom. That's my personal opinion, right? We'd be lovely if they're qualified, if they're highly qualified, if they're certified. Yay, right? Is there any point, because I know they're not going to give it to us, but I'm assuming they're just going to give it to LEAs when it comes to the $3,000 mentorship and paying for, student teachers getting paid for the actual student teaching and that sort of thing. Like, is there any word about how that money's going to come to districts?
So it's mostly going to come through grants.
That's what I assumed.
Yeah.
Okay. But now, since I'm just going to ask this, because the crazy math, if you have more kids and more issues, you get less money. If you have less kids, you get more money. Don't really get that math. That's not mathing. But in this case, I would assume if you have a huge school, again, this is crazy because I'm thinking logically, but I'm assuming that if you have a larger school district, that you would be able to get more resources because you have more spaces for teachers. We have like some places like over 50 subs in places, right? That's a lot of subs, right? So I don't know.
Yeah.
Can we get some feelers out to Like, let's be first in line.
We can, so TEA potentially has the opportunity to do both the discretionary grant, where you apply based off of, here's a program we're going to do, and we need this much money, or they could do formula. They could sit there and say that, hey, we'll give X amount for every qualified person that you're going to have in that program. So tell us how many qualified people you're going to have in that program. If that's the case, then you may see the larger districts receive, to be proportional between districts. So there'll probably need to be a little bit of rulemaking from TEA.
Yeah, of course.
On that. But we can certainly, I have no doubt that Ms. Hosak and some of the other organizations that are closely focused on that are probably giving some advice right now.
Okay.
On some good ways to spend that.
Okay. And if they need any help understanding, we should be like, hey, have you thought about, so we can kind of, I don't know, they're listening to us, but there you go. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything more? All right, thank you both so much for the work, the presentation, and I know more work to come before our hearing and vote on the 26th. So thank you so much to you and your team.
I did want to make a quick plug for our report that we're working on, our summary supplemental document, just to provide our community and staff kind of a brief report that highlights the history, kind of the strategies we're deploying, and really just kind of paint a picture as to kind of what all this is and what the work means, because sometimes the numbers are good, but the story, I think, needs to be told. And so we've been working on that, and we'll have that out before too long.
And by brief, according to the draft I've seen, you mean 250 pages, which represents a lot of work and a lot of detail down to the campus budget level. So
yes, 200 pages of that are the actual BTOs per campus. The summaries are not that long.
yeah, but it's really rich with information and a lot of detail. So thank you for that transparency for our community. Really appreciate it. All right, so we are finished with information reports at 12:14 a.m. It has been a long meeting, but so much important information. Thank you all. Now we'll move into the preview of agenda items to be considered for a vote at our next regular board meeting on June 26th. And staff is available to answer any questions for tonight's preview. We're going to start with item 7, which is agenda preview for upcoming academics and curriculum items. Does anyone have questions on any of those? All right, we're going to move to section 8, board administration. Any questions about those? All right, we're going to move to 9, business and finance. Any questions on those? All right, section 10, on facilities. Any questions about section 10? All right, next is section 11, talent strategy. Any questions on talent strategy? And I want to be sure we highlight, there is going to be an addition under talent strategy. The administration during this meeting shared that they have learned they need to bring forward the teacher incentive allotment spending plan for board approval. They thought it was due in August. They have learned that we have to start spending in July, and so the vote is actually due in June. And so they're going to be bringing that for board approval on June 26th. It is not listed on our agenda preview, as is our custom. So we're making an announcement about that, and to be sure that the community has a chance to learn about it and get more information so they can make informed comments ahead of our meeting if that's of interest to anyone. The administration will host a public meeting next Tuesday afternoon to share that teacher incentive allotment spending plan and take community comment on the plan, and people can also comment during our meeting. Additional information about that will be placed on the teacher incentive allotment webpage and on the district calendar, and then the board will vote on that plan on June 26th. So with that caveat, are there any questions about section 11, talent strategy? All right. Oh, yes.
I just want to note, I don't know all the details yet, but I do see a rescission of a proposed termination of a professional employee, and from the details provided thus far, it demonstrates some compassion and concern and care and some course correction that I appreciate on behalf of our employees.
Thank you. Next section is 12, policy. Any questions on those? I know we have some important policies coming, just to let people know. The fund balance policy we mentioned, a cell phone policy, some transfer information, facility naming, some important policies. Thank you to our policy committee for that work.
Trustee Singh.
And Trustee Singh.
Yes. Okay, so I'm looking at 12.2, which is the fund balance policy. Yes, and thank you to the budget, to the policy committee for working on this. I did want to probably make it a little bit, have a little bit more teeth. And so I notice it says, like, in the event of extenuating circumstances resulting in a deficit budget, you know, the fund balance can go below 20%, but we don't say like what that floor would be. So does that mean it could go down to 9% or 5%? You know, I don't think any of us want to see that. So I would like to suggest that that we put a floor in there, and my suggestion would be 15%, because we know that's something that the administration has already committed to. So that's one thing I would feel really good about seeing in there. And I don't know if there's any way that we could, I mean, I would feel more comfortable seeing this be a 2-year period rather than a 3-year period. So that's kind of what, that would be my feedback for this. The other thing is, I know that this provision would expire anyway, but who decides what an extenuating circumstance is? And so I guess we're in one right now, and that's pretty clear, but I would not want this policy to just permanently be in our, this particular, policy to be in as part of our official policy forever, because it puts a lot of the power in the superintendent's hand to define what an extenuating circumstance is, whereas I think that should be like a board decision. So anyway, that's my feedback, is put a floor of 15%. And I would like to hear a little bit about if it would be tenable to make this a 2-year period rather than a 3-year period.
Thank you for that. And can council for the district or for the board kind of share a little bit about how would we consider those changes during our voting meeting by pulling it from the agenda and having a discussion? Is that the best way? Or would it be better to go back to the policy committee to consider what's the best approach to that?
I think considering it's like your next is the vote, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if there's legwork to be done, it needs to be done probably, at least some advance work needs to be done on it before an actual meeting, because that will be hard to do in real time.
Okay, to get the information and the impact and all of that. Okay, thank you. And I don't know if anyone wants to comment on that, if, how we want to handle it, if we want to handle it outside this meeting.
President Boswell, I'd be happy to work with, Jacob or Trustee Kaufman. I think you're the chair of the policy committee, to just propose some language, and then you guys can take it, and maybe we can have 2 versions at least prepared.
So we had those same discussions that you're asking now in the policy committee, and that's why we brought it to the board for the discussion. The only thing I would ask you to consider is, we hope this is as bad as it gets, but if it's not, we've locked in the next board or whomever. So that's why we wanted to have that discussion. And to the board council, you're saying that there's legwork to be done. Would there just not be discussion and then a vote?
Well, I guess I'm saying if you guys want to entertain any revisions, it'd be better to do some work on that, not on the dais.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I understand.
So can we have Trustee Singh, Trustee Hunter as chair of the policy committee and Dr. Reach and maybe Ms. Montgomery kind of have a conversation between now and the 26th and yes, and Edna. Butts as the person who staffs our committee, yes.
Matthias will
that
want to
work?
be in this one too.
And Matthias as
Not
well.
you.
Yes. Lots and lots of people. Thank you for having that discussion and with the background of what you've already done. Thank you.
And thank you
All
for
right.
mentioning Edna Butt's name, since she's been waiting here for 6.5 hours for this
Thank you,
agenda
David.
item.
And thank you, Edna. Do we have any other policy that we want to discuss to make Edna's time worthwhile?
Yes, so so as part of our policy committee meeting, we were expecting a different version of DH Local to be brought to us. And so I wanted to see if that was a mistake or, okay. Thank you. So I just would ask that to be uploaded to board docs, and please notify the board when it is fixed. Thank you.
And so is that an item that's missing from our agenda preview?
It's on 12.1, attachment 5.
Oh, under the TASB update. Got it. Not as a separate, yes.
So do we just need to
Yeah,
change this location in the agenda, or?
no, they attached a different attachment. That was like the final version to be voted on by the board.
Corrected attachment under 12.1.
Yes.
Yeah, because it's buried within that big TASB update, which has a ton. Yes, okay, anything else on 12? All right, next section is 13, other. And other is adoption of our budget this for next meeting. So we good there? All right, well, this will end our regular agenda preview. We will now recess the open meeting at 12:23 a.m. and move to executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.074, 551.072, 551.073, 551.087, 551.076, 551.0821, and 551.071. And when we finish with executive session, we will briefly return to the open session to formally adjourn the meeting. The adjournment will be recorded and included in all replays of tonight's meeting. Thank you for joining us, and have a good evening. Thank you, Arthi.
Thank you.